Chapter 1. 25 Years of Konoha. In the Uchiha clan territory, a remote courtyard far away from the core of the family. A boy about 5 years old sat on the corridor of his courtyard, looking at the round fan family emblem on the wall not far away, and fell into deep thought. His name is Shenlong, and he has 2 surnames. His surname was Wang in his previous life, but now he uses Uchiha. He is a time traveler. He died in an accident in his previous life, but his soul with his memories traveled to the world of ninja and was reborn as a 5-year-old child. The boy was an orphan, his father a chunin of Uchiha, who died on a mission. Although the mother was also a member of the Uchiha tribe, she was not a ninja, but a frail and sickly woman. When she heard the bad news about her husband, she was so sad and the tremendous pressure of raising a child alone that she collapsed and unfortunately passed away not long ago. Leaving behind his 5-year-old child, who had just turned 5, he struggled to survive for 3 months relying on occasional relief meals delivered to his home. Then, the time traveler Wang Shenlong took over his body. Although it took over his body, it still couldn't change his physical condition. He was a child who had been hungry for a long time, with a skinny body. Even if it replaced it with a new soul, an adult soul, it couldn't change the fact that this body was almost exhausted. The only thing that can keep him alive is food. When he first arrived in this world, he found that there was nothing edible at home except some water. After his mother passed away, the poor child ate up all the edible food in the house. But even so, he was unwilling to leave the house and face the outside world. The original body's body had reached its limit. Even though he drank several sips of water, it still couldn't give his body the strength to leave here. He fell in the corridor of the courtyard. Are you frightened and withdrawn because of your parents' death? Why don't you leave the house? Why don't you listen to your mother and live a good life? Shenlong not only took over the body, but also more or less inherited some of the original owner's memories. Although Shenlong had a strong desire to survive at this time, his body had reached its limit. He didn't even have the strength to walk out of the house, and his unwilling eyes gradually dimmed. Whatever, dying once or twice doesn't make any difference. Maybe I can wake up again in the next world. As time passed, even though it was noon in midsummer and the sun was shining brightly above his head, Shenlong felt cold and dark. Just when his consciousness was about to blur and darkness was about to cover him, a cold voice temporarily woke him up. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. As the voice sounded, a simply packaged lunchbox was placed at the door. The visitor had no intention of coming in. After putting down the things, he turned around and left cursing. What a shabby place you live in. It takes me half an hour to go back and forth. Is this how people can survive in this scorching heat? Can't they just go to the relief shelter and get their lunch? Lousy has so many things to do. How can he have the time to run back and forth like this? I'm never coming here again. The cold words failed to defeat Shenlong, but instead allowed him to briefly break free from the darkness. With his amazing perseverance, he mobilized the little remaining strength in his body and crawled to the front of the lunchbox little by little. He reached out and grabbed a handful of food and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. The long period of hunger made him forget the common sense of health. One should not eat or drink too much if one is hungry for too long. He swallowed the hard-earned life-saving food in big mouthfuls. After finishing all the food, he stood up shakily and stumbled back into the room. After taking a drowsy nap in the stuffy room, he finally regained some strength. After waking up, he searched the house roughly. He wanted to see if there was anything valuable in the house that could help him survive better. Soon, he searched the whole house and took out everything useful. A kunai, 2 shurikens, 2 fire-style ninjutsu scrolls, a jinjutsu scroll, and a scroll on hand seals. In addition, there was a letter written from his mother. Shenlong glanced past other things and carefully put the letter in his arms. It was a piece of advice written by a mother to her 5-year-old child. She wrote a lot of instructions. She was worried about a lot of things, and they were very complicated, most of which involved various aspects of the future. The most frequently mentioned thing in the letter was that Shenlong must live on bravely. No matter how hard or difficult it was, he must live on bravely. As she had been ill for a long time, her handwriting was light and faint, but the love she expressed deeply shocked Shenlong. When Shenlong saw the letter, he thought of his parents. How painful must they have been after learning the news of my death? They are no longer young. How will they live in the future? Shenlong felt uncomfortable when he thought of these things. Since I can come here, there must be a way to go back. With the power of this world, I can still go home. Having established the goal and direction, Shenlong's eyes burst into a strong light, a light called hope. He felt a faint itch in his eyes. After rubbing them vigorously, they inexplicably returned to normal. These should be my father's legacy, right? One great fireball technique. one impatience technique, and one Narukami technique. Shenlong shook his head in disappointment. He didn't even have chakra now. These 3 scrolls were of no use to him for the time being. What he needed was the method to refine chakra. Oh yeah, money and food. Money. Part of the reason my mother died of depression was because of my father's death benefit. I never thought marginalized people would be so unwelcome. Is it because they have no value? Shenlong casually placed the ninjutsu scroll in the living room, took the kunai, put it at his waist, and staggered out of the house. According to Uchiha Katsura's mother, their family had a death compensation, but she asked the family for it several times, but was never able to get it back. Every time she asked for it, she was rejected with various reasons. As far as he knew, someone had originally notified them to go and collect the money, but at that time their mother was too ill to get out of bed, so they did not go for the time being. When they went to collect it when her condition improved a little, they found that they could not get it back. This kind of thing is very unreasonable. He wants to go to the family and ask them face to face. While integrating Uchiha Katsurin's memories, he naturally inherited the other party's cause and effect. At this moment, he will live a good life in place of the original owner. Chapter 2. Following the route he remembered, Shenlong came to an office of the Uchiha clan. This is the place responsible for household registration and distribution of compensation. It is considered an important large institution in the Uchiha family. After asking, Shenlong came to the window specifically for distributing compensation. It was very deserted, and there were not many people there. "Excuse me, has Uchihaji's compensation arrived? I'm his son, and I'd like to claim compensation for his sacrifice." As his voice rang out, there was a brief silence, and then a man walked out. His name is Uchiha Kari. He first looked around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he smiled gently. "Little brother, where are your parents?" "They are all dead, and I am the only one left at home." Shenlong answered calmly, as if he was telling a normal story. "Oh, how pitiful. Such a young child," Uchiha Kari said as if sighing. Shenlong stared at his face closely and slowly repeated the purpose of his visit. "Uchihaji, his compensation? I need to check if I've found it. Come back in a few days. It arrived 4 months ago, but my mother was too ill to come and claim it. I came here today to collect it. I figured that even if it's been sitting there for a long time, the families of those who sacrificed their lives on the mission should still be able to claim it, right?" Shenlong said lightly, and his calm and composed appearance made Uchiha Sho feel inexplicably wary, but he recovered in just a moment. "Are you kidding me? I can't handle a brat who hasn't been weaned yet." Thinking of this, Uchiha frowned slightly and said coldly, "I said I want to check it out. Come back another day. Then you check it out now. I'll be waiting here for you. I'll leave when you find out." Shenlong's voice was cold, and he didn't indulge the other party. "Are you here to cause trouble, little brat? Do you believe that Lousy will break your legs?" Uchiha Kari said threateningly with a gloomy face. He seemed to have no intention of taking the money. Come on. When I came in, so many eyes in the tribe saw me. If you have the guts, break my arms and legs right now, and I'll crawl out right away." Shenlong stretched out his hands directly. "Haha, you have guts. Even if I give you the money, do you dare to take it? Do you have the life to spend it?" After hearing this, Shenlong faced Uchiha Kari's too cold to Mangekyō Sharingan, and said word by word with inexplicable palpitations and fear, "Right now, immediately, return the compensation to my family. Otherwise, even if my limbs are broken, I will crawl to the elders to seek justice." Uchiha Kari's face changed drastically when he heard this. He was not only surprised by Shenlong's words, but also surprised that this kid could withstand the mental oppression exerted by the two Mangekyō Sharingan. This can already be called a small illusion. As for performing a bigger illusion, he didn't dare. After all, looking at the skinny appearance of this little ghost, he might even cause a death. This was not what he wanted to see. He could only use soft tactics and intimidation to deal with Shenlong. However, he now finally understood that this kid was serious. If he didn't return the compensation to him, he would probably dare to report it to the higher-ups. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Kari then changed his expression and said with a smile, "You're so brave. You're worthy of being Ji's son. Your father and I are very good friends. How could I not return the compensation to your family? Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you." After Uchiha Kari finished speaking, he turned and went into the office. He did embezzle the compensation money. After all, the family sent someone to inform Shenlong's mother, but his mother failed to collect it in time twice, which gave him the opportunity to manipulate it behind the scenes. At the time, he was being chased for gambling debts, so in a hurry, he used someone else's pension to pay off the debt first. After all, no one came to claim it, so he figured he could just pay it back when he had some free money. He would delay this matter as much as possible, but if he couldn't, he would have to confess it. After all, this matter could not be exposed to the public. Once it got out of hand, he would be the sinner of Uchiha, and he would have embezzled the compensation for the sacrifice of ninjas. This crime was the most despicable. Here, this is your family's compensation, a total of 12,000 taels. When Uchiha handed over the money, he noticed that Shenlong's eyes were slightly red and staring at him intently. He thought that the kid didn't believe that the compensation was this amount, so he hurriedly explained, according to Konoha's rules, compensation for ninjas who died on missions is paid according to their ninja rank. Jonin receives 1,000 ryo, 1,000 ryo. Chunin receives 10,000 ryo. Special Jonin receives 100,000 ryo. Jonin receives 1 million ryo, and Elite Jonin receives 5 million ryo. This rank is considered enough to be the Kage of a village. As the largest clan in Konoha, we, the Uchiha, will receive a 20% increase on top of the original amount. Your father was a Chunin, so that's 12,000 ryo. After listening to Uchiha Carry's words, Shenlong remained unmoved. After taking the money, he calmed down and said calmly, "You know what? This little money may not mean much to you, but it was earned with my father's life. It also concerns the lives of 2 other people in our family." After Shenlong finished speaking, he turned around and left. Uchiha Carry stared at his receding figure and said in a low voice, "Why isn't this brat dead yet? I heard he never even leaves his house. Why is the delivery guy willing to run so far to deliver food? Not only did he dare to go out, he even dared to come here to collect the debt. It's really unexpected. But you're wrong. You're still alive for now. So how can that be considered 2 lives? Huh?" Shenlong could not hear what Uchiha Carry said. He had not left the agency yet, but turned around and came to a service window. There are quite a lot of people here. He is queuing now. Most of the people in front of him are children, and occasionally there are some adults bringing their children here. Shenlong stood out in the crowd because he was so special that people couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. He was the smallest and thinnest among them, but he looked the calmest. He was very quiet and well-behaved, unlike other children who were restless and noisy. The skinny body, dirty clothes, dry and messy hair due to long-term lack of nutrition, but the pair of bright and mysterious black eyes can shock people. Soon Shenlong came to the front of the line and told the girl his purpose without waiting for her to ask. "I want to go to ninja school. Please help me apply. Little brother, where's your family? How old are you?" The staff member in front of him was named Uchiha Josie. She looked at Shenlong's pitiful appearance with skin and bones and asked softly, "At the age of 5, I was the only one left in my family." "Oh, I'm sorry." Uchiha Chive sincerely apologized and said, "Little brother, you have to be at least 6 years old to attend ninja school. Are your parents ninjas? If so, then family members can attend ninja school for free. If not, you have to pay a fee. However, we Uchiha civilians only have to pay 50% of the fee." Although she knew that Shenlong was only 5 years old, Uchiha still patiently explained it to him. Chapter 4. Silence. Except for Uchiha Makoto and Josie, who were puzzled by this sentence, the old man was greatly shocked. However, after a brief surprise, the old man burst into laughter. "Haha, you little brat. All you know is big talk. Do you know what you mean? Do you know what a Jonin is? Jonin is the limit of being a ninja. You little brat who knows nothing, haha." "Oh, really?" Shenlong asked softly, then looked at the old man quietly. Looking into Shenlong's eyes, the old man stopped smiling and his face became extremely serious. Perhaps many people think that Jonin is the pinnacle because the shadow of a village can only be attributed to the elite Jonin in the final analysis. But the old man knows that there is indeed something above Jonin. Others might not know about this existence or subconsciously forget it, but as an elder of the Uchiha clan, how could he forget it? 20 years ago, during the battle at the Valley of the End, Konoha could feel the intensity of the battle even though it was dozens of kilometers away. Earthquakes were frequent, and that night, the entire Konoha village was uneasy and unusually quiet. Everyone was praying that the first Hokage would win. They couldn't help, no matter if it was Jonin or elite Jonin. That kind of battle was not something they could interfere with. They could only pray in their hearts. Uchiha Fong, an Uchiha elder, was in his prime at the time and felt the battle situation dozens of miles away. He felt extremely complicated. He wanted the first Hokage to win, but he didn't want his former clan leader and former beliefs to lose. Before Konoha was founded, the pride of the Uchiha clan, their faith, their clan leader, the being above Jonin, was called Uchiha Madara. With the departure of Uchiha Madara, they lost their soul. With the defeat of Uchiha Madara, they no longer have the pride they once had. This is a race that has lost its soul and pride, and its decline is inevitable. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan appeared unconsciously, meeting Shenlong's bright black eyes. These eyes, this feeling? What's going on? Uchiha Yutaka frowned. He's just a skinny 5-year-old kid, but I feel like he's something special. What's so special about him? Is it because of that sentence and Madara-sama's influence? No, it's not. Uchiha Feng was lost in thought, his pair of 3-tomo Sharingan exuding a heavy aura. Even Uchiha Mikoto, who was least afraid of him, did not dare to disturb him at this time. After a long while, he shook his head, not wanting to dwell on this anymore, and asked directly, "Where are your parents? What's your father's name? Who let you go to school a year early? I am the only one in my family. My father's name is Uchihaji." Uchihaji? He's just a chunin. How much can his child achieve? Uchiha Feng thought secretly in his heart. He knew very well that the Uchiha clan was different from others. They valued bloodline. It was difficult for the son of a chunin to become a jonin. The owner of a Sharingan with 1 Magatama rarely had offspring with 2 or 3 Magatama. The probability of this was as high as over 90%, which was almost a rule. But when he looked at Shenlong again, he changed his mind. At your age, being able to hold my gaze for so long under the 3-tomo Sharingan is truly remarkable. I accept your nomination for the Jonin school. Uchiha Jozi and Shenlong smiled at each other, and he bowed seriously to Uchiha Feng. Thank you. He just realized that there are so many unspoken rules in the ninja school. There is a huge difference between being nominated by a Jonin and not being nominated by a Jonin. If it is true as Uchiha Feng said, such a nomination can be regarded as a favor of promotion. Only as an elder of Uchiha, he has some privileges to do this. If it were an ordinary small clan, one would have to be a clan leader to nominate 2 students at a time. Haha, don't be too happy too soon. When we get to the ninja school, you have to help me protect Mikoto. If she is bullied in any way, I will hold you accountable. I don't need anyone's protection, huh? Uchiha Mikoto said proudly, and ran out with a red face. Mikoto? Uchiha Mikoto? Could it be Itachi and Sasuke's mother? Shenlong was slightly surprised, and only then did he notice the girl. Hey, what are you thinking, you little b*******************. When I say protection, I mean when someone wants to bully her, you stand up for her, and when she wants to bully others, you go up to her. Don't get the wrong idea. Shenlong replied speechlessly, bodyguards and thugs. Haha, you're quite clever, kid. By the way, you have to pay special attention to a brat named Uchiha Fugaku, who hangs around my Mikoto like a fly all day long. If you have the ability, help me teach him a lesson. Grandpa, he's not even in school yet. How could he possibly be a match for Fugaku? He'd get beaten badly if he did something like that. Besides, if you have the ability, why don't you take care of him? Isn't looking for Shenlong harming him? Uchiha pointed at Shenlong's skinny body and muttered with a frown. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Feng roared in frustration. If he wasn't the grandson of the great elder, I would have killed him long ago. Shenlong scratched his head awkwardly. It was the first time he heard someone yell the word coward so confidently. After leaving the office, Shenlong immediately found a noodle shop, ordered a big bowl of noodles, and started eating it with slurps. He was so skinny that he was extremely hungry. Even though he only felt 50% full after eating a large bowl of noodles, he still resisted the urge to have another bowl. It's mainly due to physical reasons. What he needs now is nourishment, not filling. As for how to maintain it, of course, eat small meals frequently and maintain a balanced diet. After dinner, Shenlong bought a bunch of bananas and a few apples from a fruit stall, and bought 2 bottles of milk and a few pieces of bread from a small shop, then headed straight home. Along the way, he kept paying attention to his surroundings, guarding against being followed, until he saw his own courtyard. The first thing he did when he got home was to take a few small scrolls with him. Then he closed the doors and windows and walked out of the house. He climbed a big tree hundreds of meters away from his home. This was a big tree that Uchiha Katsulan had climbed before. From here he could see his own yard, but it was difficult to see this place from home. He sat on the tree trunk and read the scroll of seal power. Occasionally he would practice hand seals by learning the hand seals on the scrolls. He knew that hand seals were a compulsory lesson for ninjas. The speed of forming hand seals is also extremely important. You know, Uchiha Itachi's pervert's hand seal forming speed is as high as 6 seals per second, which scared Kakashi, who has more than 10 years of experience. Chapter 5. Summer nights are destined to be restless. The singing of insects, the cries of night owls, and the rustling of small animals are heard one after another. These Shinglins not only heard clearly, but could also see a thing or two. He found that his 5 senses were extremely sharp, and he could even feel the moisture in the air increasing as the night progressed. At first Katsura thought it was because of the difference in his body. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan, and he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. But after looking at his own thin body, he denied this guess. He even felt that his current body was far worse than his body at this age. If it's not a physical reason, then it must be a mental one. Thinking about it, he inherited the memories of Uchiha Kitsuren, and the spiritual energy of 2 human lives was concentrated in this thin body. It was normal for him to have supernatural 5 senses. He guessed correctly, but there was more to it. Not only does he have the spiritual power of 2 lives, he has also experienced 2 unique death experiences. One is the death of his previous life, and the other is the memory of Uchiha Kitsuren's death. These 2 unique experiences of life and death have caused his spiritual power to increase exponentially. If converted based on the standards of his peers, his current mental energy is at least dozens of times that of an ordinary person of the same age, a 5-year-old child. Although this multiple will be narrowed as he and his peers grow older, in the future ninja world, it is destined that no one of his age will be able to compete with him in mental strength. Of course, the premise is that he can live to that time. It is precisely because of the powerful spiritual power and the weakness of the physical body, and the uniqueness formed after the fusion of the 2, that Shenlong makes Uchiha Feng feel special and very unusual. This feeling becomes more obvious after Uchiha Feng opens the 3 Magatama. After all, the Sharingan is a manifestation of Indon, and it can indeed sense invisible spiritual energy to a certain extent. There are indeed good people in the world who are willing to help others even though they have no relatives or friends, such as Josie and Obito when he was a child. But Uchiha Feng is definitely not such a person. Otherwise, he would not be able to be one of the elders of the Uchiha clan. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, nominations were a piece of cake for him. Although it was late at night, Shenlong did not feel sleepy and did not feel tired at all. This was a manifestation of his strong spirit. The second manifestation is his amazing learning ability. In the darkness, Shenlong put most of his energy into the hand seals. The 12 seals were very simple for him, and he could even make them completely after just looking at them once. However, as for the speed of forming seals, you need to practice more often. Suddenly, he stopped practicing, and then without any warning, he took out a banana and started eating it, but his eyes were fixed on his own yard a few hundred meters away. Just now, a dark shadow seemed to flash across the courtyard of his house. Although it moved very quickly, it was captured by Shenlong, because he always kept a small part of his attention there. The biggest reason why he couldn't go home and had to feed mosquitoes in the summer night was to be wary of the black shadow, just now. Ever since he went to collect the debt, he has been thinking about whether his existence has any meaning to the Uchiha family or whether anyone remembers him. After thinking for a long time, I can only say with regret that no. In other words, it doesn't matter if he's in the Uchiha family or not, and no one will know if he's not there. In other words, his family lives in such a remote place and has such a low sense of existence that even if he died at home now, no one would know. This is also the biggest reason why Shenlong was able to get the compensation so easily. Just as Uchiha Carry asked, "If you dare to take it, aren't you afraid of losing your life to spend it?" He was not joking. He was determined to get the compensation from the Shenlong family. 12,000 taels is not too much, but not too little either. It is the money for a sea-level mission. You can earn the money for a sea-level mission by killing a 5-year-old kid that no one cares about. I believe many ninjas will choose to do it. In this world, darkness far outweighs light, especially in the profession of ninja, who hasn't taken lives. How could Shenlong dare to be careless after being exposed to the darkness of this world? At present, his life is as light as a feather to others. All he could do was to keep adding weight to the feather, making it so heavy that no one could control it, so heavy that no one could shake it. Just wait, I'm going to take your life. Greedy Chunin. Shenlong threw the banana peel away, leaned into a more comfortable position, and fell asleep. The morning mist was hazy and the dew wet his fur, waking him up. 6 hours of sleep made him energetic. If he hadn't slept uncomfortably, 5 hours would have been enough. If he were a few years older, 4 hours of sleep might have been enough. Shenlong took a look at his yard, climbed down the tree, and left. He did not go home. There was basically nothing at home, so it didn't matter whether he went back or not. After a little exercise, he found a river section to take a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked towards the market area of the tribe. He wanted to buy a lot of things, very diverse, including food, clothes, knives, steel forks, tents, some hunting traps, oil, salt, seasonings, and many other daily necessities. The quantity was large, so he decided to leave the Uchiha land temporarily to avoid the Uchiha hunting. "Hey, little brother, where are you going with all these things? You can't carry so many things, right? Do you want my son to help you get to your destination?" It's free delivery. The owner of the store selling camping supplies said generously that it was rare to meet such a big customer so early in the morning, which made him happy and refreshed at the same time. Well, I've read a few wilderness survival books recently, so I wanted to challenge myself. Huh, so that's how it is. You're indeed worthy of being our Uchiha family's child, a boy. Where do you want to send him? Uncle will ask someone to send him there for you. The shop owner patted Shenlong's shoulder and praised him with a laugh. Where to send it? I haven't decided yet. Does my uncle have a map of Konoha? Shenlong said seriously. It's only available within the Uchiha clan territory. Huh? You go back on your word? What about the free delivery you promised me? Do you think I'm a kid who's easy to bully? Do you have any conscience? Shenlong said dissatisfiedly. I'm telling you, if you don't help me deliver the goods today, I'm going to set up my tent at your house. Not only that, I'm going to spread the word that you're a black market that bullies customers. The shop owner frowned upon hearing this, and then found a map of Konoha and handed it to Shenlong. It was not that he was afraid that Shenlong would make a fuss, but he just thought it was troublesome and it was better to have less trouble than more. Moreover, he did forget to remind Shenlong at first that the delivery was only available within the Uchiha tribe's territory. After taking the map, Shenlong immediately regained his composure and looked at it quietly, as if nothing had happened just now, which made the shop owner roll his eyes. He turned around and called his son, and handed Shenlong's things directly to him. A young boy of about 13 muttered dissatisfiedly. I finally have a day off, free from missions, and now you're asking me to do something like this again. Do you think I can survive? At this time, Shenlong finally found a good place and pointed it out to the boy. Huh, kid, do you know that this place is very close to the Death Forest and is too dangerous? Are you sure you want to play house there? The Uchiha boy asked disdainfully. Shenlong nodded. To prevent the young man from asking too many questions, he directly instructed. Just send it there and don't worry about anything else. TSK, you little brat, just don't get scared to the point of peeing yourself. The Uchiha boy curled his lips and took out a storage scroll after he finished speaking. He directly sealed a bunch of things into the scroll. This move made Shenlong envious. Duh. Chapter 6. That's amazing, brother is a ninja? Shenlong's question in a surprised tone immediately made the Uchiha boy want to show off. In fact, he had just graduated from the ninja school not long ago. He seemed to casually pull the zipper on his collar, revealing the metallic luster Konoha forehead protector. So impressive. He's actually Konoha's forehead protector. Bro is truly a ninja. I admire him. Ahem. Let's go. The Uchiha boy coughed and said, but his expression was very pleased. Along the way, Shenlong asked him many questions, and he patiently answered them one by one, such as the terrain near the destination, where wild animals roamed, and where was suitable for camping. Until they arrived at the destination, the Uchiha boy happily helped Shenlong set up the tent before leaving. It can be said that he was very enthusiastic. Shenlong, on the other hand, looked at his back and spit out a mouthful of saliva. He had originally planned to rely on flattery to get the young man to teach him how to refine chakra. Actually, he could learn all this in the ninja school in a few days, so it wasn't really a secret. But he was blackmailed by that B***************** D for 500 taels. Bah! The son of a profiteer is also a profiteer. What a waste of Lousy's half-day of spitting drama. 500 taels. This is more than the share a genin gets after completing a D-rank mission. After all, missions are usually completed by a team of 4, 1 jonin and 3 genins, so the money naturally has to be divided equally. Of course, if he hadn't been so eager to learn it right away, he wouldn't have been blackmailed. Shenlong felt his pocket and found that within one day, nearly 3/4 of the money in it was gone, but this was in exchange for enough supplies to last for the next 2.5 years. After Shenlong had packed up the knives, forks, traps, and other things, he looked around the camp. It was very quiet here, and few people came here. There is a river in front, a few kilometers away is the ninja school, and there is a large forest behind. After passing this forest, there are barbed wire fences like walls. The area within the barbed wire fences is the so-called Death Forest, which is where the Chunin exam is held in the original work. Shenlong chose this place because, firstly, it was sparsely populated, making it convenient for activities and allowing him to avoid the Uchiha hunting. Secondly, it was close to the ninja school, only about 20 to 30 minutes away. And thirdly, there were places and food available for hunting. Looking at the river in front of me, at the very least I could go fishing and grill some to eat, so I wouldn't starve to death. Shenlong nodded and was very satisfied with this place. After that, he found a cool place and started refining chakra. Chakra is a type of energy produced by the perfect combination of spiritual and physical energy. To obtain this energy, one must first extract physical energy from each of the 130 trillion cells, one by one. Then, combine it with the spiritual energy generated by accumulated experience through practice and training, and the so-called chakra will be produced. Spiritual energy. My spiritual energy is vast and powerful, unlike that of ordinary people. It's not difficult to use. It's mainly physical energy. Extracting energy from the body, cell by cell. Soon, the powerful effect of spiritual energy was manifested. Shenlong successfully extracted chakra within 3 minutes. However, after 30 minutes, the amount of chakra he extracted was still very small. After 3 hours, the amount of chakra extracted was still not much. He vaguely knew what was going on. As expected, before your body is healed, forget about having more chakra. Also, if I forcibly use a huge amount of spiritual energy to extract it, I can certainly do it, but it will likely damage the cells, which is not worth the loss. When he was concentrating on refining his body's energy, he could already feel the strength of his cells. His body was still in such a bad condition. This would take time and could not be rushed. 3 hours of non-stop chakra refining had almost exhausted his body's energy. He was very hungry now, so he took out a large bottle of milk and drank it quickly. While biting a piece of bread, Shenlong took out a few traps and a cage and plunged into the depths of the forest. He didn't stop until he got close to the iron fence of the death forest and set up the traps. In addition, he also set more than 10 traps using thin ropes and tree trunks. The bait in the trap was quite rich, including bread soaked in milk, apples with the cores left over, carrots, and even eggs. It could be said that he spent a lot of money. After setting the trap, Shenlong returned to the camp. After filling his stomach, he did various simple physical exercises, sometimes swimming in the river to fish, sometimes practicing the accuracy of throwing shuriken, and sometimes refining chakra. It can be said that all his time was spent on physical exercise, refining chakra, and eating. Life is hard enough. Wanting to become stronger? It's even harder. All he can do is work hard, and work harder. As night fell, Shenlong came to the place where the trap was set to see if he could get some meat to try in the evening. Although it's best to wait until the next day to check on these traps. What if there's something fishy? It's okay to take a look. After all, most of the day has passed. Shenlong checked many traps, but found nothing, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, until the last egg trap caught his eye. Hey, what a big snake. Haha. He laughed as he looked at an unknown python whose head was broken by a trap. This trap is specifically designed for snakes. It is fast and powerful, and the eggs will inevitably explode with one hit. However, among all the food at present, the thing he bought the most was eggs. 1 egg in exchange for 10 to 20 kilograms of snake meat was simply too much of a deal. This is a big catch in the middle of the day. How many snakes would there be at night? I'm afraid we'll have a stable source of meat for the future. Thinking of this, Shenlong quickly added a few more snake traps, and then dragged the unknown python back to the camp with a happy face. 10 to 20 kilograms of snake meat is enough for him to eat for 2 or 3 days. Having solved the food problem, he devoted more time and energy to physical exercise. As he immersed himself in refining chakra, he gradually understood one thing. That was because his spiritual power was too strong, and the speed at which he refined chakra became extremely alarming. He even overdrew the energy of cells without realizing it, causing them to be damaged. This situation has its pros and cons. The best solution is to suspend or reduce the time of chakra refinement. It is best to wait until the body is healthy and the cells are strong before refining. All the problems are concentrated in this young and frail body. It seems that only by exercising well can many problems be solved. Shenlong also knew that nothing could be achieved in a hurry, and he could only take one step at a time and walk slowly. It is better to walk steadily than fast. Sitting by the campfire in the camp, with the moon high in the sky, Shenlong gazed at the moon in the night sky. Today was a full moon. This is not the moon of my hometown. This is just a powerful sealing technique. Father, mother, are you okay? Shenlong looked at the full moon with empty eyes. The figures of his parents seemed to appear in it. Not only his parents in his previous life, but also Uchiha Shenlong's parents appeared on it. They all looked at him quietly with gentle and loving smiles on their faces. At this moment, it seemed as if he was Uchiha Shenlong and Uchiha Shenlong was him. The two souls were truly merged into one and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Some barriers in spiritual memory are completely eliminated, and the soul becomes extremely pure. The meager chakra extracted today gathered in his eyes unconsciously, and 2 ink-black magatama quietly appeared from the scarlet pupils in each eye. Sharingan. It's open. Duh. Chapter 7. After feeling the changes in his eyes, Shenlong came to the river. With the reflection of the moonlight on the river's surface, he saw his eyes clearly, and they turned out to be the two Mangekyō Sharingan. While Shenlong was happy, he also felt that it was normal. After all, Sharingan was just a manifestation of Indun, and Indun was the manifestation of spiritual energy. His current spiritual energy can increase by 30% when the Sharingan is activated. Even without the Sharingan, his spiritual energy can still increase by 10%. The darkness could no longer cover his eyes. The slightest movement hundreds of meters away appeared particularly clear in his eyes. In less than 2 minutes, his Sharingan automatically shut down because his chakra was exhausted. Shenlong calmed down and went straight back to the camp to rest. The owner of 2 Mangekyō at the age of 5. If the Uchiha family knew about this, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake. No, it's not just the Uchiha family. It should be said that the entire konoha, and even the entire ninja world, will be shocked. This is a being that far surpasses Uchiha Madara at the age of 5. Even the astonishing 2 Tomo Sharingan is revealed right at the first glance. Who dares to say that such a demonic being cannot surpass Uchiha Madara in the future? Who dares to underestimate it? Just think about it. Uchiha Madara alone was enough to overwhelm the vast ninja world at the time. If another child appeared who had the potential to surpass Uchiha Madara, who would not be concerned? Who would dare to take it lightly? Even if Shenlong returns to the Uchiha tribe now and tells the Uchiha leaders about his eyes, he estimates that 10% of people will want him dead, 70% of people will want to turn him into a sword in their hands, and only less than 20% of people may regard him as hope and revive the hope of Uchiha. Perhaps Shenlong's current Sharingan can influence many people, but it cannot influence himself. He knows very well that opening one's eyes early does not mean great potential, and opening one's eyes early does not mean one is a genius. Madara is awesome, right? He didn't open his eyes until he was 15. Uchiha Madara is a stunner in the ninja world. Who dares to say he's not a genius? Even when he opened his eyes, he only had a single Mangekyō. So, he has nothing to be proud of now. If there is anything, it is perhaps only his tremendous spiritual energy. However, without a strong physique to match, even with strong mental strength, it will not be of much use. The most important point is that he has no brothers of the same blood. Without brothers, there can be no eternal Mangekyō, and his eyes will eventually become blind. Shenlong's daily life is very boring. All he does is exercise and eat, and then exercise again after eating. Moreover, he discovered that more than 90% of the prey he had captured recently were snakes. The place where he set the traps was so full of snakes that it was terrifying. He had already left some of the dried snake meat he had made and stored. Although it was quite tough and dense, making it difficult to chew, it was high in energy and could easily satisfy hunger. Early that morning, Shenlong had been busy near the camp for half the day. He had caught a wild bird the previous night, and he planned to stew a pot of dragon and phoenix pot to try, spending some of his precious time on it. It turns out I still don't have a talent for cooking. Shenlong took a sip of the soup and murmured awkwardly, "It tastes really bad." After pinching his nose and filling his stomach, Shenlong went to the ninja school. A week had passed. He had registered yesterday, and today was the day of formal classes. However, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he was blocked by a figure. "Where have you been lately? I couldn't find you yesterday morning when I looked for you. I came to the school to ask, and you'd already registered and left. And today, too. Is that remote courtyard your home?" A girl with black hair, black eyes, and very fair complexion was pouting in dissatisfaction. She looked extremely cute when she was pouting in anger. "Uchiha Makoto." Shenlong was slightly stunned and asked uncertainly. "Humph." Uchiha Makoto turned her head away and snorted softly, her fair face slightly red. "Did you come to look for me? Why did you come to look for me?" Shenlong asked in confusion. His home was so far away, and he wasn't familiar with her. So why did he come to her house? "You guy, if Sister Josie hadn't asked me to find you because she was afraid that you forgot to register, do you think I would be willing to do that? What kind of crappy place do you live in?" It took me more than an hour to walk back and forth. Not only was I exhausted, but I was also late for registration. You actually asked why I was looking for you. Uchiha Makoto gritted her teeth in anger. Sorry for that. But there's no need to go anymore. I don't live there anymore. You think I'm willing? I'll never look for you again, humph." "Oh," Shenlong responded indifferently, then found his seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the teacher to arrive. Uchiha Makoto looked at his indifferent look and suddenly became so angry that her teeth were itching. She felt very wronged. But when she sat next to Shenlong, she felt even angrier. To be next to this guy, damn it. But after not seeing this guy for a week, he's become more fleshy? Thinking back to the first time she saw Shenlong, it was simply terrifying. She still remembered the miserable appearance of being skinny, dirty, and miserable, but how come he looked so different now? Uchiha Makoto was stunned looking at Shenlong's face. Huh? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm handsome. The waiting process is always so boring. Shenlong turned his head and joked directly. He was also curious about what Uchiha Makoto wanted to do. Oh, I'm sorry. Being well-educated, she knew that staring at others like that was indeed very rude. Although she cursed him inwardly as a shameless person, she still apologized sincerely. On the first morning of class, Shenlong felt what pressure was. His first-grade class is composed entirely of nominated students. All the students are either from wealthy families or have been nominated by a jonin. It can be said that this is the most important top class in the first grade. The Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan, the Hyuga clan of Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, the Sarutobi clan, the Aburame clan, and actually, Senju Nawaki. After one class of self-introductions, Shenlong remembered everyone in the class. After all, these were the future pillars of Konoha. He was shocked, but also found it very interesting. This year's top class seems to be very good. But, these two children from the Uchiha family? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered as he looked at the crystal ball in front of him. Beside him were not only the future Sannin, but also two advisors of Konoha. Every move of the first-grade Class 1 students is displayed on the crystal ball. This is his telescope technique. These two children were recommended by the third elder of the Uchiha family. One is his granddaughter, and as for the other, I'm not sure, but looking at these two children, they seem ordinary, especially the boy. The third Hokage's protege, one of the future Sannin, the cold-hearted Orochimaru, said in a raspy voice. What is this kid Nawaki looking around at? He's not at all content. Really, Tsunade muttered as he looked at Senju Nawaki in the crystal ball. Yes, it's indeed too restless. Jiraiya answered with a lewd look on his face while staring at Tsunade's breasts. At this time, Tsunade had already taken shape and was very attractive. He didn't even look at the crystal ball. Boom! After a loud bang, Jiraiya broke through a wall with his body and flew out, while Tsunade calmly put down his fist. Two Umbu flashed out and repaired the damaged human figure, but everyone ignored it as if it were normal. It seemed that this happened frequently. The Uchiha family is really messing around, right? They let these two brats get into the elite class. What does Uchiha Fong think of the Jonin nomination system established by Konoha? They trample on it so casually. Udatane Koharu, one of Konoha's advisors, said coldly while staring at Kitsurin in the crystal ball. The atmosphere was a little solemn. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the eerie silence. Forget it. There's no need to reject his nomination just for 2 spots in the top class. Besides, Uchiha Fugaku, who was nominated by the Uchiha family in the previous grade, is very good. I think he was number 1 in the grade, right? Udatane Koharu didn't refute what she heard. She just felt unhappy and complained, and she wanted to discuss the Uchiha clan at the same time. As most of the eyes were on Shenlong, who had been listening attentively in the classroom, suddenly turned his head back and looked at an empty corner on the wall. Chapter 8. Coincidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply, and he was in shock and confusion. If it wasn't a coincidence, this was the first time his telescope technique was discovered by a being below Jonin, and this being was only a 5-year-old child. This is not very scientific, and there is basically no possibility, even if the child is a genius. This ninjutsu requires someone with strong mental strength to detect it, and such people are basically at the level of Jonin. The accumulation of spiritual energy requires a long process. It doesn't mean that you will have a lot of spiritual energy if you are a genius. It takes time to accumulate. Fortunately, Shenlong just took a quick look and then started listening to the class again, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen think that this was just a coincidence. Funny little devil. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, remaining calm. Others might think that this was just an incredible coincidence, but Orochimaru was very interested in this kind of magical thing. Is it an illusion? No, it's that peeping jutsu from the third Hokage. Shenlong was stunned for a moment and then ignored it, instead concentrating on listening carefully. He found that the ninja knowledge taught by this teacher was all practical stuff. This is the basic knowledge that Shenlong needs most at the moment. He was fascinated by these valuable experiences, knowledge, and skills. Even Shenlong noticed that most of the students were listening to the class very seriously and were not as casual as Naruto's class in the original anime. Before we knew it, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang, and the quiet classroom became noisy, with most of the children getting to know each other. And soon they formed groups of various sizes. The 2 largest groups are led by Hayashi from the Hyuga family and Nawaki from the Senju family. especially Shinjin Iwaki. He has recruited several younger brothers from Class 1 alone, not to mention that there are many followers from other classes. This makes him look like a big boss, overshadowing the prince of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi. In this class, there were also a few children from small families who were on good terms with the Uchiha family and came to make friends with Shenlong, but they were directly angered by his words. Go play in the sand. Are you kidding me? How can a grown man in his 20s or 30s hold a conversation with a group of 5 or 6-year-old kids like you? Can you get along? Uchiha Makoto looked at him curiously when he saw this scene. Shenlong took out the dried snake meat, took a bite, and chewed it hard. He had no intention of paying any attention to her at all. Uchiha Makoto, who had asked for trouble, took out his lunchbox, and the sumptuous lunch immediately attracted Shenlong's attention. Although he didn't stare at her enviously, he would sneak a glance at her from the corner of his eyes from time to time. It's so G rich. The smell of this fragrance made Shenlong, who had been biting the stiff dried snake meat for a week, cry inside. Hey, this one is for you. Uchiha Makoto said with a smile after handing over a bento. Mine. Shenlong was surprised and puzzled. Just as I was about to refuse, I heard Uchiha Makoto blushing softly and saying, I heard from Sister Josie that the adults in your family are no longer around. I don't know where they went, but there shouldn't be anyone to cook for you, so I asked the servants to prepare an extra lunchbox. Shenlong was silent, looking into her bright black eyes without saying a word. Uchiha Makoto's cheeks turned red when he looked at her, and she quickly turned her head away. Thanks, but don't bother me next time. I've brought my own food. It's not a bother. It's not a bother. Grandpa said you're my bodyguard, so how can it be a bother for me to bring a lunchbox for him? Besides, I didn't make the lunchbox. Uchiha Makoto said with a smile, then wiped her chopsticks and prepared to eat. After hearing this, Shenlong pretended to be fierce and snatched her chopsticks, glared at her, and then started eating voraciously. Makoto once asked her sister Josie why Shenlong looked like that. She was just skin and bones a week ago. Her sister Josie told her that she was starving, and the kind-hearted Makoto remembered it. Makoto squinted his eyes and chuckled as he started eating his bento. Shenlong's mouth corners slightly raised after swallowing a piece of braised pork. As expected, she is the most perfect wife and mother among the Hokage ninjas. She is truly a gentle and kind person. Before they had even finished their lunchboxes, a large group of elementary school students rushed into the classroom, led by a man named Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing that they were coming with such a fierce momentum, Shenlong quickly picked up his lunchbox and ran away. Makoto was stunned when he saw this scene. Her grandfather had instructed him to help him hold back Uchiha Fugaku, so that the Fugaku wouldn't harass him all the time. It would be fine if he couldn't handle it, but he actually left so abruptly? It would be fine if he just left so abruptly, but he even had the nerve to take away the lunchbox? He just ran away like that? He just ate my lunchbox. How could he be so shameless? Makoto muttered and stood there in a daze, ignoring Uchiha Fugaku's flattering questions. Are you kidding me? I can't resist. What can I do? I've only been training for a week and you want me to do a bunch of elementary school students? Second graders at that. Shenlong squatted in a corner and ate his lunchbox, thinking speechlessly. After finishing his lunch, Shenlong burped and walked towards his camp. He had been attending classes all morning, and he wanted to continue exercising during the 2 or 3 hours of break at noon. While others are resting, he cannot rest. While others are playing, he is exercising. Since he has made up his mind to return to Earth, he needs the strength to go back. He understood that in this ninja world, the dead could be resurrected, the moon was created, and nothing was impossible. Although returning home was harder than climbing to heaven, Shenlong would not give up. In the days that followed, Makoto never said a word to Shenlong. Every time he saw him, he would pout, look angry, and turn his head away, which made Shenlong scratch his head and smile bitterly. What made Shenlong laugh and cry even more was that she still prepared lunchboxes for herself every day. Even if I didn't fulfill my bodyguard duties. While eating the lunchbox she prepared, Shenlong looked at the back of her head and smiled. Give me another 20 days, and I'll help you get rid of that fly Fugaku. Makoto shuddered at the words and finally looked at Shenlong. She rolled her eyes and glared. Forget it. I can't save you if you get beaten. It's better not to do it. After hearing Shenlong's words, she forgave him. After all, she was still a simple and kind child. Otherwise she would not be angry and would still prepare lunchbox for Shenlong. What? Don't you believe me? Shenlong laughed again. Real. 20 days was enough for him. Just rely on his perverted chakra refining speed, precise kunai throwing accuracy, extraordinary reaction ability. All of this comes from his powerful mental power. 20 days is just for him to exercise his body well, at least, to be on par with his peers. Chapter 9. 5 days after Shenlong made his promise, he walked up a towering tree with his feet attached to chakra. 6 days later, he stood on the water, and his powerful spiritual power gave him extraordinary chakra manipulation ability. 10 days later, while watching a mouse being frightened to death in front of him, he mastered the first illusion since he had chakra. It took him less than 2 hours to learn this illusion. Possessing powerful spiritual energy, he has an unparalleled advantage in chakra control and illusion. 15 days later, he stood on the grass, looking at the dense clusters of fire in front of him. His chakra was exhausted, and he nodded with satisfaction. He had mastered the first ninjutsu since he had chakra. These 2 techniques were the legacy left by his father, and were 2 of the only 3 ninjutsu that Uchiha knew. The scroll left by his father not only recorded the hand seal method, but also his own understanding and experience. It is not difficult for Shenlong to learn, but he does not have that much chakra for him to learn. This is why it takes several days to fully master a C-level ninjutsu. On the 20th day, Shenlong still had no intention of learning the 3rd ninjutsu. With his current chakra level, even if he learned it, he would not have enough chakra to cast 3 jutsu consecutively. Especially the 3rd ninjutsu, although it is very powerful, it consumes a lot of chakra and is not very useful in actual combat. After 20 days, he finally made up for the nutrition he had lost before, and his health improved greatly. At least, he could be said to be no weaker than his peers. With several pounds of tight muscles on his body, he is no longer that weak skeleton kid. He showed off his eye-catching armed chicken in front of Mikoto, making her blush and almost unable to eat due to embarrassment. He was leisurely eating his lunchbox, watching another group of primary school students rushing into the classroom. This time, he rarely chose to hide. Instead, he continued to sit next to Mikoto, leisurely eating his lunchbox bite by bite. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. A lackey saw the boss frown and immediately stepped forward and said, "Brother, can we eat somewhere else? My eldest brother is here to see Miss Mikoto. Please make room for us." He knew more or less what Class 1 represented. Anyone who could study in this class had a jonin protecting him, so he did not dare to act too arrogantly. "This is my position. What position are you asking me to give up? I don't need to give way to you even when Laozi is here, let alone when you are just the boss." Shenlong said with a chuckle. He ate without stopping, which immediately angered the group of people brought by Fugaku. "What are you talking about? Hole. So arrogant. I'm afraid you've never been ed before, right?" The shouting of a group of younger brothers immediately attracted the attention of many elementary school students who were just watching. They had just finished their meal and were bored, so they started to watch the fun. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shenlong and asked uncertainly, "Are you from Uchiha too?" Although Katsura's black hair and black eyes do look like a member of the Uchiha clan, there is no reason for him not to recognize him. More importantly, Katsura is a student in Class 1, so it is even more impossible for him not to recognize him, even though he is 1 year younger than him. As the grandson of the Uchiha's highest authority and the great elder of the Uchiha clan, he was on good terms with the descendants of most of the jonin in the clan, so it made no sense for him to miss out on a peer who was in the same class as him. "Uchiha Katsurin," Shenlong said calmly. "Uchiha Katsurin?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned in thought. Obviously, he had never heard of this name. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was lost in thought, an elementary school student from another class squeezed through the crowd and shouted, "Shenlong? Brother Fugaku, I know which Shenlong it is." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and let the student in. Walking out of the crowd and feeling everyone's gaze, he suddenly felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. It was such a great feeling to be the center of attention. The elementary school student walked up to Shenlong, looked at his face carefully, and said firmly, "That's him, for sure. He looks very much like his mother. His father is a chunin, and his mother used to be a nanny in my house." The elementary school student said excitedly, "Chunin? Just a chunin? The nanny's son? Stop talking nonsense and beat him up." Seeing the excitement among the crowd, the elementary school student excitedly said loudly, "Yes, he is indeed the nanny's son. His mother used to live with me because she was sick and always coughing. Once, I even saw her spitting up blood. My father was afraid that she would infect my sister with the disease, so he fired her. Her son is called Shenlong, Uchiha Shenlong." Snap. Upon hearing this, Shenlong stopped eating and a pair of chopsticks were broken without him noticing. "I see, my mother. Is this the straw that breaks the camel's back?" Shenlong stood up with a sad and painful expression. After a long while, he uttered these words in a trembling voice, which made everyone feel puzzled. She was already weak and sickly, And then she heard the bad news about her husband, was fired from her job, and was harassed by Uchiha Kari. Finally, all these factors came together to completely break down this young and unfortunate mother. I didn't expect that. The elementary school student who revealed Shenglan's life story could not continue speaking and let out a shrill scream. Shenglan punched him in the mouth. The punch was very heavy. Not only did the elementary school student lose 2 teeth and his mouth was full of blood, but Shenglan's fist was also scratched. If his body wasn't too small and his strength wasn't too weak, it wouldn't just be 2 teeth lost. Shenglan used all his strength in this punch. Ignoring the surprised crowd, Shenglan kicked him in the abdomen. The huge force threw him more than 2 meters away. At this moment, he attacked without mercy. Before he could make any move, Uchiha Fugaku also took action. He kicked Shenglan in the chest, who was a head shorter than him, but he didn't expect Shenglan to block it with his hand. A huge force came from his arm, and Shenglan was forced to retreat several steps away, and then looked at Uchiha Fugaku opposite him solemnly. My health is still not good, he thought to himself, shaking his aching arm. As a fellow Uchiha, isn't it a bit excessive for you to kill me like this? Uchiha Fugaku said with a cold expression as he looked at the elementary school student lying on the ground vomiting. This statement won him the favor of many Uchiha people present. Chapter 10. Shenglan didn't beat around the bush as much as he did. He patted the dirty footprints on his arm and said calmly, "Just because he described my mother in that way, I'd be kind not to kill him." The calm and indifferent words made the large group of people on the opposite side dare not act rashly. It was the first time for them to see someone of their age attack so ferociously. That punch, seeing Shenglan's fist bleeding, was an injury in exchange for an injury. His cold tone made them doubt whether this was a joke. The people watching outside also felt the cold chill and couldn't help but breathe heavier. "Makoto, come here," Shenglan said softly while looking at Uchiha Makoto, who was still in a state of shock. When she came to her senses, she looked at Shenglan and tears came to her eyes. She didn't understand why things had become so serious. She was really afraid that Shenglan would have a conflict with Fugaku and the others. She was about to ask Uchiha Fugaku not to take action, but was interrupted by Shenglan's order. "Makoto, come here," Shenglan suddenly said in a deep voice. Hearing him repeat it again, Makoto didn't dare to think about it anymore. She could tell that Shenglan was unusually serious at this moment. She didn't dare to refuse. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she didn't obey, but she didn't dare to try. Even though it would make Uchiha Fugaku even angrier and make things worse, she was more afraid that Kitsurin would be angry. There was no reason, and it was even a little confusing, but she was so frightened at the moment that she just listened to Shenglan's words. "It has nothing to do with you. This is my business. There's no need to blame yourself or feel sad. I don't even care about these flies." After looking at Makoto, who didn't dare to cry out loud and disturb him, Shenglan glanced at the group of people opposite and said softly. The voice was calm as water, and the strong self-confidence made Makoto stop her tears and forget to cry. She looked at the unique boy in front of her in a daze. But his voice made everyone on the opposite side explode. Especially Uchiha Fugaku. His face became unusually pale and ugly after Makoto left, but after hearing this sentence, he smiled instead. "Court death. K him. Go ahead. I won't be called Uchiha unless I beat him so hard that he can't take care of himself." Among the crowd outside who were qualified to watch closely, Senju Nawaki exclaimed, "You're so brave. So G tough. After this battle, no matter how badly he's beaten, I'll definitely recognize him as the boss." The first half of the sentence made the Hyuga family's prince nod in agreement, but the second half of the sentence made him silently remind him. "He's from the Uchiha clan. Are you sure you want to recognize him as the boss? What's wrong with the Uchiha clan? Don't you see that the ones who want to kill him are also Uchiha? It's obvious that he doesn't get along with the other Uchiha people, and he's different. But he's still from the Uchiha family." Hyuga Hayashi said, rolling his eyes. "It doesn't matter whether he rolled them or not." I know, Senju Nawaki roared. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to take the lead, he was stunned after taking just one step. "This is constructing hand seals? How is this possible?" Seeing that Shenglan was really making hand seals, Uchiha Fugaku was shocked and had no time to remind the people around him. All he could do was stop and react accordingly. He couldn't retreat because the person behind him was about to overtake him. Shenglan quickly formed seals with his hands, and in less than 3 seconds, a sea-level group attack ninjutsu was formed. Fire style, impatience technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fist-sized fireballs were spit out of Shenglan's mouth and quickly hit the people who rushed forward. My face. What is this?" Fire, such a big fire. Ah, I'm on fire, save me quickly. Murder. Monster, monster. In the relatively narrow classroom, the impatience technique played its 200% role. Not only did more than 10 flames ignite in front of the eyes, but it also triggered the most serious trampling and panic incident in the history of the ninja school. Because it happened during the lunch break, the school's teacher, Mr. Chunin, was unable to arrive in time. There were wailings everywhere, and Shenglan's face remained calm as he watched many elementary school students fall to the ground and scream in fear. Most of the onlookers were scared away, leaving only a few brave children from wealthy families, who were shocked by the scene before them. Is this a ninjutsu? So powerful. Senju Nawaki said with envy, his eyes wide open. Hyuga Hayashi was surprised, but he quickly reacted and shouted to Senju Nawaki, "Don't just stand there, save people." Shenglan looked at Uchiha Fugaku, the only one standing in the crowd, and walked towards him step by step. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was trembling all over. Although his hair was only slightly burned, he lost his courage in the face of this vicious incident that he had never seen before. Every time Shenglan took a step forward, he took a step back, step by step, until there was no room for retreat. At this time, Shenglan just walked to the side of the elementary school student who revealed his identity, and he stopped. The condescending and cold look frightened the boy so much that his face twisted. He was G and shitting. His eyes were wide open, and he fainted from fright. This will probably become a nightmare for the rest of his life. It stinks. He frowned and waved his hands vigorously, trying to dispel the disgusting smell, then looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who had no way to retreat, and slowly raised his hands. He is making seals. Stop! A loud shout came from outside. The teachers are here. Looking at Shenglan's hands still forming seals, Uchiha Fugaku leaned his back against the wall, roaring in fear in his heart. How? How dare he? My grandfather is the great elder of Uchiha. No, don't. In reality, Uchiha Fugaku completely lost the courage to fight back and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. At such a close distance, if another ninjutsu was released, Uchiha Fugaku would think that Shenglan was going to kill him. A huge sense of fear surrounded him, making him unable to muster the desire to resist. Shenglan frowned at his miserable appearance and hesitated whether to cast the illusion. After all, Uchiha Fugaku looked like he was scared. But then I thought, my pants are already taken off, so I can't just do nothing. Since she has offended the prince of the Uchiha family, she might as well become a shadow in his heart and make him stay away from Uchiha Mikoto completely. Fire style. Hearing these two words, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. Naruto sees technique, Shenglan said mischievously. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku collapsed to the ground. He was completely frightened and fainted, and Shenglan also exhausted his chakra. This ninjutsu does not consume much chakra and mainly relies on mental energy to drive it. One impatience technique used up 3/4 of his chakra, and one Narukami technique used up the remaining quarter. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku lying on the ground, Mr. Chunin Shimada from Class 1, Grade 2, rushed over with a grim face. You did all this? Why didn't you listen when I told you to stop? Chapter 11. Looking at the students of Class 2 wailing all over the ground, his expression was cold. Although the students whose bodies were on fire had been put out by Hayashi and Nawaki, most of them had serious burns on their bodies. If they were not treated in time, these scars might follow them for the rest of their lives. Look what you've done, you damned little brat. Shimada Chunin said angrily, striding towards the silent Shenglan. Shenglan reached out to his waist, where he found a kunai left by his father. Shimada was very fast, but there was someone who was not slow either. He was Shenglan's homeroom teacher, Aoki, the teacher of Class 1, Grade 1. He stretched out his hand to block Shimada's way. Shimada, calm down. How can I stay calm? Look at what he has done, such a vicious incident. Shimada roared angrily, but he was interrupted directly by Aoki. Shut up, he's just a child, and you still act like a teacher? Humph, that's a nice thing to say, but these injured children are all from my class. Look carefully whose class this is. If I were you, what I should do now is to help take the injured to get treatment. Aoki said calmly. Humph, I will report this matter to the Hokage. Shimada said unwillingly, but agreed with Aoki's statement. Yeah, Aoki nodded. This matter had caused too much trouble. Class 1, Grade 1 and Class 1, Grade 2 would probably have to suspend classes. The Hokage had to be informed of these things. Even if Uchiha wins over Lan, the decision will still be made by the Hokage. Aoki looked at Katsulan's calm expression, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't ask any more questions. He decided to leave the matter to the Hokage. He walked past Shenlong and went to Mikoto. At this time, Mikoto's eyes were dull and he stood there motionless, obviously frightened. Aoki sighed, took her hand, and walked out of the classroom. Not long after, 3 figures flashed out. After receiving the order, they rushed to the scene. Hokage takes the affairs of the ninja school very seriously. In his heart, the ninja school must not be lost, and in his eyes, even less room for any sand in the sand. Uchiha Kitsuren was arrested. The Sannin attacked, and he had no power to resist. He was roughly lifted up by Tsunade and brought in front of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely stopped smoking and looked at Shenlong seriously. After a long while, he shook his head and asked softly, "Kid, who taught you ninjutsu?" "Ninjutsu? Are you talking about the impatience technique?" "I taught myself by looking at my father's scrolls," Shenlong said with a smile, his expression extremely proud. "You little b*****************, D, still laughing? Do you know how serious what you did is?" "Huh." The hot-tempered Tsunade came up and gave him a slap. Shenlong rubbed his head and muttered, "What's the big deal? A group of people are coming to beat me up. Can I fight back? You're the only one who's stupid. I'm not stupid." "What did you say?" "B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** with one hand and yelled at her, but she rarely took action, obviously thinking that Shenlong had done nothing wrong. As for not being able to fight back with ninjutsu, they're your classmates. Classmates should be friendly. She couldn't say any nonsense like that. They are ninjas. Unity and friendship are enough. Ninjas are bloodthirsty wolves, not docile sheep. A group of second-grade students were beaten by a first-grade student, and they still have the nerve to blame the first-grade student? Although, in the case of Shenlong, they did not think he did anything wrong. However, they will not condone it. According to our second-year homeroom teacher, Shimada, Uchiha Fugaku was already too scared to resist and had no power to fight back. He showed up and told you to stop, so why did you still attack? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. How could I have done anything? I just glared at him. He fainted from fright, so you blame me. Glazed him? More than that. From what I understand, he suffered a serious mental trauma. This was obviously caused by the illusion, right? Orochimaru gloated. Everyone in the Hokage's office fell silent. After a long time, the hot-tempered Tsunade got angry again. You liar. You little brat. Why don't you tell me the truth? If you resist, I will punish you severely. If you confess, I will punish you leniently. Aha. I just learned a C-rank illusion not long ago, so I thought of trying it out on someone. Shenlong touched his nose awkwardly, and he looked quite cute when he was shy. Hiss. Someone in the Hokage's office gasped, and they fell silent again. They didn't think Shenlong was lying or hiding anything, because these words are very consistent with a child's thoughts. The difference is that it is basically impossible for children with ideas to have the ability to act like Shenlong. For example, the biggest reason why ninja schools don't teach students ninjutsu beyond the three-body technique is that they are afraid of incidents like Shenlong. It is more than 95% likely that a child will suddenly master a powerful ninjutsu and can't wait to show it to others or use it on hostile classmates. At this time, a masked Umbu appeared instantly and handed Sarutobi Hiruzen a report. This was Shenlong's personal information, including his parents' information, clearly written on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a look at it before casually handing it to Orochimaru and lighting up the cigarette. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that his teacher had relaxed and probably would not do anything to Uchiha Kitsuren. He knew his teacher very well. After Sannin finished reading it, the report was sent to the two consultants at the back and the man in the shadows. Sure enough, it was just as Orochimaru expected. The third generation first severely criticized Shenlong, and then promoted the will of fire. Recalling his father, Uchiha Osamu, the third generation praised him as a great ninja who inherited the will of fire, was selfless and unafraid of sacrifice. He also claimed that his father named him Uchiha Kitsuren in the hope that he would surpass his father, inherit his unfinished career, and become an outstanding ninja. Third generation also stated that since Katsura's parents are no longer with us, he intends to pay out of his own pocket to compensate the students injured in the incident for their medical expenses, commensurate with the selfless spirit of Uchiha Osamu's death in the line of duty. Moreover, he also claimed that he would apologize to the injured students and their families on behalf of Shenlong. Faced with such a pretentious Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shenlong was naturally grateful and sad, and cried bitterly while hugging Tsunade's white and delicate thighs. Jiraiya was filled with resentment, envy, and jealousy. Seeing Shenlong crying bitterly, Tsunade couldn't help feeling sad, but didn't push away his arms. After all, he was just a poor child who lost his parents and blamed himself for doing something wrong. He is only 5 years old. At this time, another Umbu flashed out and whispered a few words in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. The third generation nodded, and after giving another order to the Umbu disappeared instantly. Chapter 12. After a long silence, third generation coughed and said, "Ahem. Child, your family's third elder is here to see you. Do you want to go back with him?" Shunlan wiped his nose and flicked it at Jiraiya, who was gritting his teeth and looking jealous. Ignoring his flaming eyes, he nodded at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Katsura's eyes were red as she was led out of the room by Tsunade. Two people just came downstairs. One wanted to arrest him with malicious intent, and the other seemed to want to protect him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. One is a Jonin sent by the Uchiha Great Elder, and the other is the third elder of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Phone wants to protect him. Teacher, what do you mean? This kid is a real genius. He actually learned a ninjutsu and an illusion with just 2 scrolls. That's an illusion, Jiraiya said seriously, no longer with that hip-hop and obscene look. Everyone present understood what Jiraiya meant. It was not terrible for a 5-year-old to master 2 C-rank ninjutsu. It was not unheard of. Sasuke learned Great Fireball at the age of 6, and it was not impossible. However, it would be too terrifying and impossible for a 5-year-old child to learn a C-level illusion. Imagine how much experience, knowledge, and spiritual energy a 5-year-old child could have to use illusions. Is spiritual energy so easy to generate? In short, in their understanding, a 5-year-old child can have the chakra to release C-level ninjutsu, but will definitely not have the mental energy to cast C-level illusion. Shunlan is an incredible miracle. A true genius? No. Anything that goes against common sense is a demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said solemnly, "Monster? Even more evil than Orochimaru." Jiraiya was serious. Haha. He currently surpasses everyone of the same age. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. He is from the Uchiha family. Hiruzen, what do you think? The Uchiha family can't have another Uchiha Madara. Udatain Koharu said with a frown. The Uchiha family is from Konoha too, isn't it? Besides, this child is obviously ostracized by the rest of the Uchiha family. That's a good thing, isn't it? The man in the shadows said calmly. Danzo, don't have any bad intentions. He's only a 5-year-old child. I won't allow you to do anything reckless, even if he's from the Uchiha clan. But don't forget, Mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. The Kagami he was talking about was also from the Uchiha family and was his and Danzo's best friend. So, how are you going to handle this? The head elder of the Uchiha family is not easy to deal with, even for you, Hokage-sama. Danzo closed his eyes and sneered. There's no need to do anything. Although Uchiha Fong doesn't have much influence in the Uchiha clan, he can still save a child who has done something wrong, especially since he comes here in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long puff of his cigarette. You're really insidious, Hiruzen. You take care of the good guys, and let Uchiha Fong do the hard work. Shut up, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Terrifying chakras surged out, and the entire Hokage building shook slightly as his voice fell. At this time, he was in his prime, not the old third-generation guy in the future. After exiting the Hokage building, the Jonin sent by the Uchiha clan's head elder had already left, leaving behind only a skinny old man with gray hair and a slightly hunched back. You little b****************** D. You only know how to cause trouble for me. Uchiha Fong glared at Shunlan and left immediately. Shunlan bowed to Tsunade and quickly followed. When he was out of everyone's sight and didn't feel the third generation's peeping ninjutsu, he raised his head, which had been lowered for a long time. Good acting. Uchiha Fong sneered. What's the drama? I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't you ask me to teach Uchiha Fugaku a lesson? Katsurin said calmly, his expression no longer the childlike look he had in the Hokage's office. Haha, you be *************** D. I told you to teach me a lesson, but I didn't ask you to use such harsh blows. Uchiha Fugaku's spirit has been severely traumatized. He's still lying in bed and can't wake up. In the original novel, the teenage Sakura was stunned for a long time by the Narukami technique. At that time, her mental strength was much stronger than that of the 6-year-old Fugaku now, and she could withstand it. There are 6 or 7 other Uchiha with minor or moderate burns, and 3 or 4 injured in the trampling. Your actions are far too cruel. If we don't use force, how can we make them afraid? If we don't use force, how can we keep them away from Mikoto? As for those losers, aren't they ashamed? Uchiha Fong stopped and said seriously, I know everything about what happened at school. Mikoto wasn't a big part of it. The biggest reason is still your mother, right? Your case is very serious. More than a dozen members of the Uchiha family have reported it to the Great Elder, asking him to severely punish you. Uchiha Fong said this, then turned his head to the side and continued. Uchiha Fugaku is the Great Elder's favorite grandson. I saw him narrow his Sharingan, and I knew he had murderous intentions towards you. Shenlong stopped when he heard that. He closed his eyes and said without a trace of fear, the fact that you came to me in person means that the matter is still within your ability to resolve, isn't it? You're so confident, but you're wrong. I came to see you for Josie and Makoto's sake. I came to see you only because I wanted the Great Elder to show leniency to you for my sake. Whether he will give me that favor or not is still uncertain. Uchiha Fong sighed and confessed to Shenlong. This is indeed all he can say and do. You will help me. Shenlong was firm. Uchiha Fong frowned and was about to refuse Shenlong's request. But when I turned my head, at this moment. But he exclaimed and lost his composure. How is this possible? He saw an incredible scene that completely subverted his cognition. A pair of scarlet magatama looks extremely enchanting in the sunset. The thin and short figure blocked the afterglow of the sunset at this moment and was reflected in Uchiha Feng's pupils. Recalling the first words he said when we first met a month ago, Jonin, this will not be the end for me. He saw it. This is a child with terrifying potential, the first child in Uchiha history to open his eyes. It seems that when I opened my eyes, I saw the terrifying double magatama. This seriously overturned his decades of cognition. You know, his youngest son only awakened the 2 Magatama Sharingan when he was in his 20s. A 5-year-old 2-Tomo Sharingan owner who also knows illusions and ninjutsu. Who would believe this? Uchiha Fong didn't believe it at first, until he felt the power emanating from Shenlong's eyes. He could not help but believe it. You're scary, Uchiha Fong said fearfully, and a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan opened unknowingly. Among the Uchiha I've met, you are the one most likely to become the second Madara. No, maybe I can surpass him. I'll help you with the Great Elder's matter. Chapter 13. Shenlong is so stunning and far surpasses his peers. Whether it was talent or mentality, this kind of existence made Uchiha Fong make the second big bet in his life. In the first round, he had made a choice between the clan leader, Uchiha Madara, and the Great Elder, Uchiha Zong 20 years ago. That time, he gave up his faith and pride and chose stability and wealth. At that time, Uchiha Madara was too extreme and conceited and attempted to break away from the Fire Country, Konoha village, and become independent from the 5 great nations. He believed that the Uchiha clan did not need partners and could still stand proudly at the top of the ninja world with the strength of one clan. He wanted to take his people and leave Konoha, but was stopped by the Great Elder with a few questions. Clan leader, our Uchiha clan, under your leadership, can certainly stand proudly in the ninja world right now. But what about the future? The Mangekyō Sharingan is too difficult to awaken. In the past few hundred years, only you and the late Izuna-sama have ever awakened. What if you, clan leader, are no longer around? Without the power of Mangekyō, can the Uchiha clan continue to stand firm in the ninja world? Think about the 5 huge ninja villages. Our power not only scares them, but also breeds greed in them. By then, will our eyes still belong to us? What will protect our lives, the lives of our parents, wives, children, and brothers? Will we rely on God to give us another pair of Mangekyō? Rather than being a displaced mouse wandering between great powers, it is better to lean on Konoha and be the tiger that everyone fears. Master, have you ever thought about the future of the Uchiha? Have you ever heard the Uchiha's longing for stability? The Uchiha is and will always be Konoha's largest clan, isn't it? Facing Uchiha Zong's question, Uchiha Madara sneered, with obvious sarcasm in his laughter. A tiger lying in the shade of Konoha's trees? Konoha's largest clan? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara smiled and gradually became serious. His eternal Mangekyō eyes looked at all the tribesmen indifferently. You? No one wants to leave? No one wants to go with me? Wherever Uchiha Madara looked, the tribesmen there lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Only a few people were willing to follow in his footsteps and leave, but they were rejected by the arrogant Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, that's good too. I don't need anyone standing behind me. Uchiha Madara looked lonely. Izuna, I can no longer fulfill your promise to protect the Uchiha clan. The people I wanted to protect no longer trust me. Uchiha Fong originally agreed with the words of the Great Elder, Uchiha Zong, and the facts also prove that his original choice was correct. Because, look at the Uzumaki clan that was recently exterminated, and think about the Uzumaki clan during the Sengoku period. The Uzumaki clan not only has a strong physique, but also has terrifying vitality and chakra. Its members are generally long-lived, and their sealing techniques are unparalleled in the world. Most importantly, they are extremely low-key, basically non-confrontational, and rarely active in the ninja world. However, they still could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Facts have proved that it is difficult to survive in the ninja world relying solely on the strength of one clan. When the news of the Uzumaki clan being exterminated came, Uchiha Fong couldn't help but be glad for his decision. However, he had discovered in recent years that the Uchiha clan was also in danger. This was not an exaggeration, but he had already seen the signs. He saw the declining Uchiha clan, and perhaps the Uchiha clan was not far from decline. He discovered that not only had the Uzumaki clan been destroyed, but even their old rivals, the Senju clan, had fallen. The Uchiha clan, arrogant and blindly conceited, lacking soul and faith, severely corrupted internally, severely marginalized and suppressed by Konoha's high-ranking officials. Are they still far from destruction and decline? What will it take to save Uchiha? Uchiha Fong thinks the best way is to train another Uchiha Madara for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha urgently needs a hero, a soul figure, and even more urgently needs a common belief. The Uchiha clan now has too many people in power, with 6 elders in total. Various factions are fighting openly and secretly, and each is acting independently. Although the Uchiha are numerous, they have never been able to unite. Uchiha Fong feels that the Uchiha clan only needs one voice. Uchiha Shunlan may become the master of this voice in the future. As long as he grows up smoothly and doesn't die prematurely, he will have a place in the Uchiha clan in the future. Uchiha Fong firmly believes. You haven't been back to the tribe for a month, right? Shunlan nodded. It's too remote and inconvenient. He didn't intend to tell Uchiha Fong about Uchiha hunting. He wanted to kill him with his own hands. He felt that it wouldn't take long for him to deal with a Chunin with 2 Tomo Sharingan. 1 to 2 years should be enough. All right, Uchiha Fong nodded. Anything else you want? Upon hearing this, Shunlan grinned. It seemed that the 3rd elder of the Uchiha family had already seen his value and decided to bet on him. Can I borrow 1 or 200,000 taels to spend first? Shunlan asked with a calm face. Are you trying to rob me? Or do you think I'm a banker? You're asking for 1 million or 800,000 right away. Besides, why would a kid like you need so much money? Uchiha Fong was stunned for a moment and then cursed excitedly. Although he was in charge of household registration and real estate in the clan, he had strong capital and a net worth of more than tens of millions. But Shunlan asked for 1 million or 800,000 in one breath, as if he really didn't think money was money. Besides, he was also curious about what this kid wanted so much money for. Shunlan fell silent after hearing this. Although he can now support himself by hunting, butchering and cleaning the prey, cooking, making jerky, etc. are too time-consuming. If possible, he would like to use this time to practice. I must have owed you this B***************** D in my past life, and you're here to collect the debt. Seeing Shunlan silent, Uchiha Fong rubbed his temples and cursed, then glared at him fiercely and left with a flick of his sleeves. Looking at Uchiha Feng's back, Shunlan bowed and said loudly, "Thank you." After parting with Uchiha Fong, he returned to his camp, ate something quickly, and then began his night training again. He felt that although his physical condition was comparable to that of his peers, it was still far behind that of top students like Hogyoku. The biggest reason why Hogyoku lost so badly today was because of their mentality. After all, they are just a group of 5 or 6-year-old kids, and it is very easy to deal with them. Of course, if he hadn't learned the impatience technique, he would have died miserably if he had relied solely on hand-to-hand combat. Even one Uchiha Hogyoku is enough to beat the shit out of him. He doesn't know any so-called physical skills now, and what he practices is just to strengthen his body. When fighting in close combat, all you can rely on is the sharp reaction brought about by the powerful mental strength. Physical skills need to be taught by someone and are learned through repeated battles. As far as Katsura knew in his previous life, the 2 most representative physical techniques of Konoha were Gentle Fist and Gukken. The former, Gentle Fist, requires the cooperation of the Byakugan and is a physical technique that mainly attacks meridians and internal organs. The most representative of these is naturally the Hyuga clan. The latter's hard punch is mainly used to cause fractures or surface injuries. Currently, the most representative figure is Tsunade. As for Emperor Guy, he hasn't been born yet. I don't know if old Dai has finished building the 8 inner gates in this period. I'll have to go look for him when I have time and try to keep in touch with him. It would be great if we could become sworn brothers or something. Shenlong muttered to himself. He was very envious of Might's 8 inner gates formation, even though the conditions and cost of using this technique were extremely harsh. Just as Shenlong was exercising and thinking about something, a ninja from the Uchiha family appeared beside him. This is a jonin. Duh. Chapter 14. This is what the third elder asked me to bring you. It contains 100,000 taels. Looking at the bulging wallet handed over by the visitor, Shenlong nodded and took it. Thank you very much. What's your name? Uchiha Spring. Uchiha Izumi replied with a forced smile, and then explained the purpose of his visit. I am under the orders of the third elder. From now on, I will be responsible for supervising and guiding your growth, as well as your personal safety. Shenlong was shocked when he heard this. He was delighted and bowed slightly, saying, Then I'll leave everything to you from now on, Teacher Quan. He now desperately hopes that someone can guide his training. The knowledge taught in the ninja school every day is limited and too simple for someone like Shenlong who has adult consciousness. Having a jonin specifically to guide one's training is something Shenlong couldn't even imagine. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart and thank Uchiha Feng for his generosity. You're welcome, Lord Shenlong. The third elder has told me everything about your situation. It's my honor to be able to mentor a super genius like you. Uchiha Izumi said with a smile that for his first contact with Shenlong, he felt that he should not treat him the same way as a kid. Shenlong's words and deeds gave him the feeling that he was facing someone of the same age. This surprised Uchiha Quan, and at the same time, his doubts about the third elder completely disappeared. After all, according to the description of the third elder, Shenlong was stunningly stunning, with great talents in ninjutsu, illusion, and physical arts. At the age of 5, he could pin a group of 6 or 7-year-old Uchiha top students to the ground. When had the Uchiha children ever been abused like this? How talented were the Uchiha children? Which one wasn't a renowned top student in class? How could a group of people not be able to defeat one? If the other party was not also a child of the same clan, these children would never be able to hold their heads up in the Uchiha family again. The Uchiha clan will become the laughingstock of the entire Konoha, and the pride and dignity of the Uchiha family will be gone. This kind of thing made those far-sighted senior executives break out in a cold sweat. They were even feeling lucky that Katsuro was born in the Uchiha family. Even if he beat his fellow tribesmen to death, he was still a member of the Uchiha family, and his surname was still Uchiha. So, in the eyes of many people, although Shenlong made a serious mistake, he was only a 5-year-old child. Although there are many tribesmen who value talent, there are very few who actually stand up and speak for him. It's fine if you beat up a group of people, but you actually beat the great elder's most beloved master Fugaku to death? He's still lying in bed, unable to wake up? The great elder is the actual ruler of the Uchiha family. The power he possesses is enough to compete with the other 5 elders alone. It can be said that he holds more than half of the power of the Uchiha family. This is a major factor that leads to no one being willing to speak up for this super genius. But in this atmosphere where everyone was silent, the third elder of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Feng, stood up despite the gloomy face of the first elder and spoke a fair word for Shenlong. He flatly rejected the decision that the great elder had just made regarding the punishment for Shenlong. Originally, the great elder had charged Shenlong with the crime of disregarding the feelings of his own people and maliciously harming his own people. But considering that Shenlong was only 5 years old, the elder surprisingly forgave Shenlong and did not intend to pursue his fault. But the 6th elder, who was on good terms with the 1st elder, suddenly proposed. At such a young age, he's already killing his own people. There's no guarantee he won't do more harm to his people when he grows up. I'm afraid he won't be able to get along with them anymore. Instead of leaving this unstable being alone, why not destroy his chakra meridians? Letting him live like an ordinary person would be an explanation to the families of the victims, providing them with justice, upholding the dignity of the law, and removing an unstable factor from the family. After hearing the 6th elder's proposal, the great elder sighed deeply. Then, as expected, he agreed with the 6th elder's opinion, and the two of them teamed up to stage a wonderful drama of shedding tears and killing the genius. But this time, it was firmly rejected by the 3rd elder, an old man who values talent. By the way, he criticized the proposer of the 6th elder harshly and even called him a beast worse than pigs and dogs. Many people in the family knew that Shenlong did not belong to the 3rd elder's lineage, and no one had ever heard of any interaction between the 3rd elder and him. In the eyes of 99% of the clan members, the 3rd elder's strong support for Shenlong was just a simple old man who valued talent. Looking at the white-haired, excited and angry 3rd elder, many members of the clan sincerely advised him to take care of his health. Most of them were not blind, and they also understood that if the third elder did such a thing, he would definitely become enemies with the first elder. But he still went ahead without hesitation. What does this mean? This shows that he no longer cares about power. He did this to protect the true genius of the Uchiha family. This is the kind of broad-mindedness that the Uchiha clan, as a great clan, should have. By strongly condemning the lackeys of the great elder through this incident, he won the respect of more than 80% of the tribesmen. A 5-year-old child and an old man in their twilight years. Both of them are synonymous with respecting the elderly and loving the young. Many jonin who are qualified to participate in the clan meeting stepped forward to mediate, and they basically did not agree with the proposal of the sixth elder. Even the powerful elders can only compromise under the combination of public opinion and justice. He is not a fool. He can clearly perceive the psychology of his tribesmen. That is why, even though he was offended by Uchiha Fong, everyone knew that the sixth elder was his man. He could not get angry. After all, Uchiha Fong criticized the six elders from a moral high ground. The great elder could only forgive Sheng Lan's fault with hatred, and gritted his teeth and pretended to be generous to pardon the minor punishments proposed by the third elder that were not very painful. Is Uchiha Fong the kind of good guy he is? Does he have the generosity of a great clan? Instead, he treats me and the families of the victims as villains? As narrow-minded villains. Good, very good. You old B*****************. D. I will let you know the consequences of being the first to speak out. The great elder Uchiha Zong gritted his teeth and said secretly, among the 6 elders of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Fong is the oldest. The third oldest elder is the one who truly understands for the first time what it means that old ginger is still wise. In Uchiha Izumi's cognition, logically speaking, a 5-year-old child would only be slightly injured or hurt by any beating, and there was no need for adult intervention. Unfortunately, there was a monster like Sheng Lan who beat the pride of the great elder's family and the little genius of the Uchiha family, leaving him mentally traumatized and unconscious. The group of children also suffered serious injuries, which he found incredible. But if that were all, it would at most make Uchiha Izumi exclaim in amazement at what a true genius he was. But are there not enough geniuses in the Uchiha family? The Uchiha family has never lacked geniuses. This is a fact recognized by every member of the clan, and it is also recognized by Konoha and even the ninja world. What really shocked Uchiha Izumi was this child from the same clan who caused a stir in the family, this true genius that everyone was curious and surprised about, actually hit a pair of 2 Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 15. Apart from him and the third elder, it is unlikely that anyone else would know about this. Let this child become a genius in the eyes of others. Geniuses have never been a scarce commodity in the ninja world. Although I'm not sure if this child can stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world in the future, if he only wants to cover the sky of the Uchiha clan, he can definitely do it. I'm convinced of it. A solemn tone, a positive assessment, an unquestioning belief in a 5-year-old child. Uchiha Izumi immediately thought that the third elder, whom he respected the most, had gone crazy. It was not until he saw Uchiha Katsurin still working out hard in the dark night by the soft light of the campfire that he felt that this was indeed a unique outlier. Teacher Quan, from now on just call me Shenglan. Shenglan scratched his head and laughed, saying that adding the word June at the end always sounded extremely awkward. Uchiha Izumi was obviously stunned when he heard this, but then nodded. Although he thought Shenglan's words were strange, he didn't ask any more questions. I just saw you doing push-ups and other exercises. Are you exercising? Shenglan nodded and said, since I don't know any physical skills, I can only do these ordinary exercises to improve my physical fitness. Teacher Quan, do you have any good training methods? The kind that are effective and have quick results. A cultivation method that's effective and quick to show results. Uchiha Izumi shook his head. I don't have this method. The path of cultivation should be gradual, one step at a time. Don't dream of reaching the sky overnight. Otherwise, you will destroy your foundation, leaving behind hidden injuries and inability to continue in the future and regret it too late. Uchiha Izumi gave a serious warning at first, then asked curiously, how much time do you spend practicing every day? He needs to understand Shenglan's training mode first. Shenglan thought for a while and then replied, after deducting the 7 hours of school, 4 hours of cooking and other trivial matters, and 5 hours of sleep, there are only 8 hours left for cultivation. In just 8 hours. Uchiha Izumi was shocked. What on earth was this guy thinking? He was only 5 years old. At least he could have some time to play house. According to Shenglan's calculations, Uchiha Izumi's remaining time for cultivation is less than an hour a day, apart from eating, sleeping, and completing tasks. He couldn't help asking, "What are you trying so hard for? You're only 5 years old." Uchiha Izumi doesn't understand why Shenlong is working so hard, what he is pursuing, and what is the reason that causes him to work so hard. He couldn't believe that a 5-year-old child would practice so hard for no reason, relying on maturity and understanding. Then, am I mature enough now, even though I'm in my 20s? I still only practice for an hour a day, and oftentimes, I'm so exhausted from completing tasks that I have no intention of practicing anymore. Shenlong fell silent after hearing this. He shifted his gaze from Uchiha Izumi, looked up at the starry sky, and whispered softly, "What I want to do is difficult. Even if I obtain the ultimate power in this world, I may not be able to do it. But I will definitely do it. I must do it, no matter how difficult it is." Shenlong looked back at Uchiha Izumi. "Teacher Quan, I need your help." Uchiha Izumi still has many questions to ask, such as what exactly does Shenlong want to do? What is the ultimate power he is talking about? But all the questions, when they came to my lips, turned into 4 words: "At your service." Putting his curiosity aside, Uchiha Izumi asked seriously, "You spend so much time practicing and exercising every day, and so little time sleeping. Do you wake up feeling tired and stiff every day?" Although Uchiha Quan was asking a question, his tone was very certain. He was an experienced person and knew that Shenlong's desperate practice had great disadvantages and risks. However, Shenlong's answer embarrassed him. "No, I don't feel anything unusual when I wake up every day," as Teacher Quan said. "I feel pretty good, except that I'm hungry. I feel super hungry every morning when I wake up." "Hungry? Are you sure this little sleep is enough to cope with such intense daily exertion? You won't feel tired." Uchiha Izumi felt Shenlong was just being bravado. How could such a life not be tiring? It was easy to accumulate hidden injuries and illnesses. Fatigue and exhaustion could accumulate, and over time, it would form a terrible hidden illness, thus affecting future strength and achievements. Shenlong was obviously stunned when he heard this, and then explained with a smile, "I understand what Teacher Quan means, but I really don't feel tired. My daily exercise is divided into 3 time points. One is morning exercise when I wake up, one is training during lunch break, and one is exercise after dinner at night. These 3 time periods, 8 hours, are not accumulated together, so I don't feel that tired." "So you're just using class time to rest and sleep? That would be a waste of time and effort. The knowledge and experience taught in the ninja school are very valuable, especially for your class. You have to study hard." Uchiha Izumi said this seriously, but Shenlong's next words once again broke his cognition. "How could I possibly fall asleep during class? The stuff taught in school is indeed very important, but the amount of knowledge learned each day is too limited, and there's too much water." "Moisture? What moisture?" Uchiha Izumi asked in confusion. "There's just too much nonsense. The whole course is about teaching harmony between companions and partners, teaching the will of fire, teaching teacher-student interaction, and teaching the principles of being a human being." Shenlong frowned and complained that the education in the ninja school was almost brainwashing. More than 90% of the teaching every day was about loyalty to konoha and emotional bonds, but there was very little real dry goods. For this less than 10% of the dry stuff, Shenlong could only listen patiently. "Forehead, is this the moisture you mentioned?" After Uchiha Izumi understood Shenlong's meaning, he did not blame Shenlong for not agreeing with these teachings. Instead, he laughed and praised Shenlong for being different, saying that the word water was an apt description. Compared to the ninja knowledge and experience taught in school, these emotional brainwashings are indeed some useless water education for Shenlong, a mature and eccentric person. But as he was laughing, Uchiha Izumi was stunned. He realized he had gone off topic again. Cole, is that what I meant? I want to ask you, even if your exercise time is not stacked together, the physical aspect can indeed be digested, but what about the spirit? How can you be in such good spirits after only 5 hours of sleep? It's enough for you to study, practice, and spend 19 hours a day, especially at your age. How is this possible? Uchiha Izumi asked out his doubts in one breath. He would not allow the knowledge he had acquired over the past 20 years to be shattered so easily. "Is it impossible?" Shenlong asked back with a smile. Uchiha Izumi was about to yell, "Absolutely not," when the third elder's introduction of Shenlong emerged in his mind. A 5-year-old child with 2 magatama, who can perform ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Double magatama, can perform illusion. Uchiha Izumi murmured. Sharingan represents In-Dan, which is the embodiment of spiritual power. Illusion is a mental attack launched with chakra. All signs indicate that Shenlong indeed possesses spiritual strength far beyond his peers. Okay, I got it. Uchiha Izumi took a deep breath and said, giving up the idea of reminding Shenlong to combine work and rest. I'll teach you for an hour every day. You can set a stable time. Shenlong thought for a moment and said, let's do it at the time we meet. Uchiha Izumi nodded. I will be teaching you how to exercise in the near future. Your current physical condition is too poor. Shenlong nodded when he heard this. He agreed with Uchiha Quan's idea. Uchiha Quan was secretly surprised. Shenlong was surprisingly easy to get along with. He didn't have any weird ideas, nor did he have the childishness and arrogance of a child. If it were any other kid of his age, with Uchiha Izumi as his mentor, he was sure that most of them would clamor to learn powerful ninjutsu, or at the very least, the so-called taijutsu. It is impossible to be like Shenlong, who patiently polishes the basics and knows what is the foundation. The body is the foundation. Taijutsu, the body is the foundation. Only with a good body can you perform the technique. Actually, to put it nicely, it's called taijutsu, but in reality, it's just a combination of physical strength, speed, and reaction, plus some special techniques. That's the essence of taijutsu. At the beginning of Uchiha Izumi's teaching, he directly stated the key points of taijutsu. He also wanted to use this to tell Shenlong that a strong body is the essence, and one should not be obsessed with technique. Shenlong was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge quickly. He was fascinated by what he heard, and his meticulous and serious attitude made Uchiha Quan secretly praise him. A night of pleasant communication ended. Uchiha Izumi stayed in the tent for much longer than an hour. Shenlong lay in the tent with his eyes wide open. He was savoring the knowledge taught by Uchiha Izumi, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The road ahead has a direction. Chapter 16. Early in the morning, before the sun rose, Shenlong finished washing up, stretched, did some simple warm-up exercises, and then clenched his fists and started running. Run around Konoha 100 times first. He roared and set a small goal for himself of 100 million. However, at his current speed, he might not be able to complete 100 laps even if he ran for 10 days. The cool breeze in the early morning was very comfortable. Katsuragi observed the buildings in Konoha while running. Some of them were unfamiliar, but some made him feel very familiar, especially the Hokage building and the mountain wall with the portraits of successive Hokage carved on it, Hokage Cliff. As he observed his surroundings, his ears moved slightly, and he slowed down his pace. He heard footsteps behind him, and judging by the sound, it was someone jogging in the morning, so he turned around curiously. When he turned around, his whole body stiffened, and his ecstatic expression made the middle-aged man who was running happily stop. Since Shenlong crossed over, the man he had been thinking about day and night, the man he often thought about, the man he wanted to contact the most, now appeared in front of him. Wearing a green leather tights, with extremely thick eyebrows, sexy beard, and a handsome face that looks a little weathered and sloppy, Shenlong immediately identified the other party's identity even though it was the first time they met. He is the Guy Emperor Laozi Might Do Wei. The man who has mastered the 8 inner gates formation is also the only man who has learned this technique so far. In the later stages of Hokage life, in battles with Kage-level warriors, ordinary ninjutsu and jinjutsu are completely incapable of inflicting any damage. Even the Mighty Tail Beast Bomb is merely a larger firecracker, a useless skill that can do absolutely no harm. Except for 10 Tails, looking at the entire Hokage, it is basically a history of the struggle of the Otsutsuki family. Without the blood and eyes of the Otsutsuki family, it is basically difficult to get ahead. Apart from the Otsutsuki family, is there any other powerful force worth mentioning? I'm afraid that only the 8 inner gates formation, which is known as the strongest physical skill, is inferior to even the immortal skills of the 3 major training holy places. In the later battle against Uchiha Madara, except for Sasuke and Naruto who have obtained Yin-Yang release and can fight Madara together, the only one is Might Guy after opening the 8 inner gates Death Gate. Shenlong doesn't want to use Sharingan as his trump card, nor does he want to rely too much on the power of Sharingan. The only power that is qualified to be his trump card is the 8 inner gates technique. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can learn this forbidden technique from Might Do Wei. Brother, are you jogging in the morning? Huh. Shenlong walked up to him and said some nonsense like a fool. His silly expression made Lao Dai confused. Although he was a stranger they met for the first time and was just a little kid, old Dai looked at his sincere smile and greeted him with a smile. Yeah, little brother, are you jogging in the morning too? Just by yourself? He felt it was not good for a little kid like Shenlong to run away. Haha, the burning of youth knows no distinction between men and women, young or old. Don't look down on me just because I'm a child. Let's feel youth together, embrace youth, and burn youth. Brother die. Shenlong was so immersed in the role that he accidentally called out the 3 words, brother die. You know, every ninja is very vigilant. How did Shenlong know his name when these 2 people had never met each other? When Shenlong thought of this, he froze. Damn, this is getting a bit difficult. I originally wanted to use the name of youth to build a good relationship, but now people probably have to be wary of me. But Shenlong was overthinking it. Old Dai didn't think about it at all. He just trembled all over. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he hugged Shenlong and burst into tears. That's so well said. Have you felt it too? That feeling of burning youth. My soulmate is actually a child. Youth. Woo woo woo. In fact, he was looked down upon because he only knew physical skills, and was excluded because of his overly passionate personality and thick nerves. Basically, no one wanted to be friends with him, and no one recognized his youth until he was recognized by White Fang. However, that was what White Fang said to Kakashi behind his back. On the surface, no one recognized his so-called youth, until now when he met Shenlong. Heh, bro, put me down quickly. Watch out for your snot. It's about to rub against me. After struggling to get off Old Dai, he couldn't pat his shoulder because of his height, so he patted Old Dai's thigh and said, Men don't shed tears easily, brother. Shenlong immediately poured a mouthful of poisonous chicken soup into his mouth, trying to prevent Lao Dai from bursting into tears again. Sure enough, after hearing Shenlong's words, Lao Dai wiped his eyes and a toothy smile appeared on his face without any sense of incongruity, almost blinding his Sharingan. Little brother is right. Let us embrace our youth together. Suddenly, Lao Dai dragged him up and ran excitedly. Burn, youth. Regardless of Shenlong's corpse-like expression, his body was dragged off the ground and flew, and Shenlong was completely stunned. First, run 10 laps around Konoha. If you can't finish, do 10,000 push-ups. Hearing Lao Dai's cry, Shenlong almost fainted. Walking on the way to school, Shenlong was feeling drowsy, but compared to the physical discomfort, he was in a very happy mood. Old Dai was unusually easy to talk to, and Shenlong was so flattered that he immediately became sworn brothers with Old Dai, who was more than 10 years older than him. They promised to call each other brothers from now on, and made an appointment to meet in the early morning of the future to continue the romance between men. After he said his first and last name, Lao Dai was surprised. He obviously took a look at Shenlong's appearance. He looked like a little boy with black hair and black eyes. He was indeed a descendant of the Uchiha family. If we were to say which family mocked and despised Lao Dai the most, it would probably be the Uchiha family. After all, most of the men in the Uchiha family have a high opinion of themselves and look down on others. They like to attack the weak to show off themselves. In the final analysis, most of the male members of the clan have a very strong sense of inferiority. But Lao Dai didn't care about these things. Shenlong left a good and deep impression on him. He was a warm and cheerful man and didn't care about Shenlong's identity. Haha. First I'll build a good relationship with Brother Dai, and then I'll find an opportunity to trick him into teaching me 8 inner gates. Huh. Shenlong was laughing like a pig, but he found that as soon as he stepped into the school, most of the students on campus focused their attention on him. What's going on? Shenlong was confused when suddenly a loud voice rang out. Boss! Senju Nawaki came running over happily, shouting boss, which made Shenlong feel even more powerful. You're calling me? When did I become your boss? From the moment you defeated the Uchiha prince, you became my boss. From now on, I will follow you and follow your lead. Senju Nawaki grinned foolishly, and the younger brothers beside him called Shenlong boss, in unison. As soon as they finished shouting, people around them started talking. Their eyes were filled with admiration, fear, and some Uchiha people even looked at Shenlong with hatred. They all looked at Shenlong at the same time. Shenlong was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled softly, touched the back of Nawaki's head, and then pushed forward with a little force. Nawaki immediately staggered and rolled to the side. Go over there and play in the sand. And you guys, go play somewhere else too. I don't have time to play with you little brats. What a joke, calling me boss all the time. I don't have time to be the boss among the kids. Shenlong complained inwardly. Waving his hand as if waving away a fly, Shenlong entered the classroom and walked straight to his seat. After glancing briefly at Uchiha Makoto, who was lowering her head beside her, Katsurin sat down next to her. Chapter 17. Sorry. Uchiha Makoto blushed and whispered. Her self-blaming look was very cute. Her face shape at this stage was similar to Ming's mother's when she was a child. Both of them had a round face with a little baby fat. Shenlong looked at her in confusion and said nothing. Aren't you afraid anymore? Shenlong asked curiously. He He saw that Uchiha Makoto looked like he was scared silly. I'm afraid you'll get beaten. There are so many of them. But I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder Grandpa asked you to be my bodyguard. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's expression of sudden realization, Shenlong stretched out his sinful hands without saying a word. He stretched out his hands and pinched Makoto's fair face, pulling it left and right, then put his face in front of Makoto and said, "Haha, you really think of me as your bodyguard?" Shenlong's actions at this time seemed very intimate, and he didn't use any force on his hands. Makoto blushed and struggled. "Remember to bring a double lunchbox next time, and also some fruit after the meal. This is the protection fee you should pay." Shenlong glared at her fiercely. Makoto was stunned at first, then smiled slyly. "No money. You are so shameless, eating for free, and yet you still ask for so much. You definitely don't have money. Your grandfather does. Go ask him for it, and tell him that it was me who told you to do it." Shenlong smiled confidently, not feeling ashamed at all. "I don't believe you. Grandpa was so angry about you yesterday that he started cursing at me. How could he possibly listen to you?" Makoto said with disdain. Shenlong first gave a wicked smile, looking extremely lewd, and then said something that Makoto couldn't understand yet. "Just tell the old man that if I'm not full, I'm going to eat you." "Eat me? You are not a fox. How can you eat people?" Makoto asked innocently with a smile. "Haha, of course I'm not a fox. I'm a wolf, a big bad wolf." Shenlong grinned evilly, scanning Makoto's body with malicious eyes, as if he was considering where to start. She was grinning from ear to ear when she heard Shenlong call himself the big bad wolf, but when Shenlong glanced at her, an unknown strange feeling arose spontaneously. She shuddered inexplicably, feeling as if she was not wearing any clothes. Her smile suddenly stopped, her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Shenlong again. But the strange feeling did not subside. Shenlong looked at her quail-like appearance, chuckled, and looked away. Can't I handle a little girl like you?" He practiced making seals with his hands, waiting for the class to start. After waiting for a long time for class to start, he found out that today's course was about liberal arts such as literacy. Shenlong felt very bored. Although he also needed to recognize the characters here, with the consciousness of an adult, he felt that learning was simple and boring. Ring, ring, ring. As soon as the get out of class was over, Makoto ran out. Shenlong stood up, stretched, and walked out of the classroom. He planned to take a walk and have a look. But as soon as he walked outside to the playground, he suddenly felt that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Many people's eyes were focused on him, and they were talking about him, just because what he did yesterday was so shocking. This feeling of being watched made him lose interest in continuing his walk. After all, if his mother had not been involved yesterday, he would never have made such a big fuss. After all, he is still just a weak man and should not be so conspicuous. This is not what Shenlong wants. He is not a high-profile person. At least he should not be high-profile when he does not have absolute strength. This is his idea. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the classroom, a blond boy on the playground caught Shenlong's attention. After briefly comparing him with the figure in his mind, Shenlong roughly guessed his identity. Is it really him? The future fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Shenlong was surprised for a moment, then walked up to him. Namikaze Minato. Shenlong smiled at him gently and asked uncertainly. The blond boy opposite was visibly stunned, then nodded with a friendly smile. "Hello? Who are you?" Namikaze Minato asked in confusion. After confirming the other party's identity, Shenlong stretched out his hand and said, "My name is Uchiha Katsurin. Nice to meet you." "Hello." Although Namikaze Minato was a little confused, he still extended his hand and shook hands with Shenlong out of politeness. The two men smiled sunny smiles at the same time, and the friendship between the men was established so simply and casually. "What grade are you in? Which class?" Shenlong asked with a smile. The ninja school is similar to the elementary school in the previous life, with the same 6-year system, but in addition to teaching basic knowledge, it also teaches knowledge about ninjas. Each grade has nearly 7 or 8 classes, and each class has 20 to 30 students. The ninja school is bigger than Shenlong imagined, and only a corner of it is occasionally revealed in the anime. "I'm from Class 2, Grade 1. Thank you for your guidance." Minato replied friendly. "Grade 1, Class 2. Katsura was secretly stunned, but after thinking about it, he understood that in the original work, apart from Uzumaki Kushina, there were indeed no children from wealthy families among Minato's classmates. Minato was from a common family, and it was true that he did not attend the top class in his first year of school. Perhaps he would be a member of Class 1 next year. After all, he was the leader of the future young generation, the so-called descendants of a powerful family. In the end, They could only be enveloped by this golden light. You're welcome, boss. Shenlong was just about to chat a little more with his future boss to improve their relationship, but unexpectedly, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Seeing Senju Nawaki running to him inexplicably excitedly, Shenlong was furious and kicked him with a flying kick, and Nawaki rolled to the side. Brother is busy now. Before Shenlong could start cursing, he suddenly felt a strange feeling of being spied on. He stopped talking, and his expression changed like a magic trick. He hurried to Nawaki's side, helped him up with a look of concern on his face, and patted the dust off his body. Why are you so careless? Did you break something? Get up quickly, Shenlong said gently, as if kicking Nawaki over just now was just an illusion, and everyone around him was confused and bewildered. Nawaki, Minato, passerby. Shenlong ignored everyone's reaction. He touched the back of Nawaki's head and said softly, "Be careful when walking next time." After saying that, he nodded to the confused Minato, turned and left the playground, and returned to his classroom to read a book. It was a long time, until the feeling of being watched disappeared, that he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 18. Damn it, it's the third generation's telescope technique again. Why is this old idiot staring at the school, and me instead of peeping at women taking baths? Shenlong gritted his teeth and muttered. He already felt that someone was watching him, and it was undoubtedly that peeping maniac again. I wonder if anyone saw me kicking that brat Nawaki just now, and if Tsunade was there. According to Tsunade's Brokon, if Shenlong had seen what she did just now, she would probably be skinned alive. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who was in his prime, and his three favorite students were peering into the crystal ball. They had just seen Katsurin helping Nawaki up after he fell, his expression of concern and care for his brother making Tsunade nod secretly. She couldn't help but smile. This little devil is quite good, completely different from the other members of the Uchiha family. His personality is similar to that of the late Uncle Jing. You can consider focusing on training him. Her simple words can directly affect Shenlong's future. Humph, compared to Jing, he's far behind. Third generation exhaled a puff of smoke, smiled, and said disdainfully. He did not object to Tsunade's subsequent words. It's too early to tell now. Whether it's a dragon or a worm is still unknown. Orochimaru said with a chuckle. His words were the most realistic and consistent with the third generation's thoughts, although he was very interested in Shenlong. As for Jiraiya, his mind is not on a brat like Katsura at all. Apart from Tsunade, the people he pays attention to are always other women. Whether you're a genius or a loser, just don't cause me any trouble. In the ninja school, even if you're a dragon, you have to coil around me. The third Hokage said confidently. He was confident in his own strength. He was currently at his peak, and his strength had almost reached the peak of Kage level. How's Kushina's resettlement going? She's been properly settled in now. She lives with Grandma. We're both from the Uzumaki clan, and we get along very well. Will we arrange for her to attend ninja school? Tsunade responded to the third generation's inquiry. The third generation was silent for a while, and then said, "Wait a minute. She's come to such a strange place alone. Let her feel at home first. I'll leave this aspect of the work to Master Mito." Tsunade curled her lips and said coldly, "Grandma knows without you telling her. They are my grandma's people, and they are also my people." After saying this, Tsunade turned and left. As soon as she left, Jiraiya followed suit, mocking third generation before leaving. "Who are you showing off to, old man?" The third generation stared at the two men's backs, stunned for a moment before erupting in curses. "You two bastards. Why am I so arrogant? You two bastards who don't know how to respect your teachers." Orochimaru shook his head and chuckled, turning away without paying any attention to the angry third generation, who looked at Orochimaru's back with a dark expression on his face. "Orochimaru, even you. How could I have taught three such D disciples, you beasts?" At night, Uchiha Izumi arrived on time. In addition to teaching some application knowledge of Sharingan, he also specifically reminded Shenlong not to refine chakra excessively to avoid affecting the normal development of the body. In addition, he also taught Shenlong a lot of ninja knowledge. In just 2 hours, he learned much more ninja knowledge than he learned in school in one day. He knew that Shenlong planned to graduate early, and he also agreed with Shenlong's idea. A fulfilling day has come to a successful conclusion, and Shenlong is working hard to thrive. The next morning, Shenlong arrived as promised. On the street where he met Might Due yesterday, Lao Dai was doing push-ups waiting for Shenlong's arrival. "Brother Dai, good morning. I'm late." Shenlong greeted him with a smile. He felt inexplicably happy to see old Dai. "Good morning, brother Shenlong. I just arrived too. Without further ado, let's get started. Youth should not be wasted. Old Dai was full of energy and said with a guy-like smile. Seeing the vigorous and energetic Old Dai, Shenlong was also infected by his spirit. He nodded and shouted, "I am ready." He didn't get excited for long before Old Dai dampened his enthusiasm. "Very good. We just ran around Konoha yesterday, so we won't run now. Today we'll walk upside down to the back mountain of Konoha, then do 1,000 squats, and then—" Old Dai stood upside down without saying a word, and what he said made Shenlong sweat profusely. "But I've never practiced walking upside down before. I'm afraid I'll fall after just a few steps. Besides, the distance to the back mountain is half the length of Konoha." Shenlong took a few steps back and said that what he said was indeed the truth. He would never be able to complete Lao Dai's training targets. "What's the big deal? Brother, I've thought about it. Let me help you." Old Dai patted Shenlong's little shoulder enthusiastically. Then, before Shenlong could ask how he could help, he was roughly lifted up and turned over. Shenlong was so scared that he quickly supported himself on the ground with his hands, and Lao Dai's voice rang out at this time. "Well, isn't this enough? Let's go, brother." After hearing what Old Dai said, Shenlong froze. He felt like a complete idiot. As for Old Dai, he has always been an idiot. From the street where they met to the end of another street, more and more pedestrians who got up early to buy vegetables appeared on the road. Shenlong was lifted up by his feet, with his hands supporting the ground, walking like a corpse, with an expressionless face. The eyes of countless passers-by fell on Shenlong, and they all looked at him with pity. Old Dai was completely unaware of this and spoke to Shenlong in a serious tone. "Brother, let's practice like this today. Once you get used to walking upside down, you won't need my help anymore." Shenlong nodded numbly. He couldn't see other people's gazes. He could only see Lao Dai's big feet and the legs of the people standing around him. Luckily, today was Sunday, and Shenlong didn't have to go to school. This handstand walk lasted almost half the morning, and not only was Shenlong exhausted, but Old Dai was also exhausted. Since Shenlong was too short, it was difficult for Lao Dai to lift him. He had to walk with his waist half bent, which was not an easy posture. But he just loved to be tortured. He managed to walk the whole way while half lifting Shenlong. Even though most of Shenlong's body weight was supported by Old Dai when he was walking upside down, his wrist was swollen. He lay on the ground in an utterly ungraceful manner. Standing upside down for a long time had deprived his brain of oxygen. His thoughts were a little confused, and it seemed that his consciousness had not yet returned to his body. After Lao Dai recovered a little, he pulled up Shenlong down. "Okay, buddy, we're done with the arm workout. Let's do 1,000 squats first." Shenlong remained motionless like a corpse. He said expressionlessly, "Brother, I feel like my hand is useless." Not only did he feel his hands were useless, he also felt that if he continued to train like Old Dai, he would eventually become useless as well. "Don't worry, my little brother, this little injury is nothing." Old Dai said this proudly. Then he suddenly looked around and whispered mysteriously into Shenlong's ear. "Brother, I have a medicinal wine for injuries and sprains. It's a secret recipe passed down from our ancestors. It's specifically for this kind of injury, and it works wonders." Shenlong was shocked when he heard this, and immediately recovered to full health. He was excited. Could this be the reason why Guy and Xiao Li in the original novel underwent such morbid and hellish training? But miraculously nothing happened to them, and their bodies became stronger and healthier. Sure enough, according to the training methods of the master and apprentice in the original novel, they should have been exhausted long ago. How could they be so lively and energetic every day, and their health is getting better and better? They are not Jinchuriki, nor do they have any special bloodline constitutions. So how can they do high-intensity exercise from morning to night? Thinking of this, Shenlong jumped up, tugged at Lao Dai's clothes, motioned him to squat down. He was too short now, and whispered mysteriously, "Brother, tell me quickly, besides the ancestral bone-setting wine, does your family have any other secret bodybuilding methods passed down from generation to generation? For example, medicinal baths or something like that?" Shenlong asked anxiously. He had read many fantasy novels in his previous life and knew that there were such things. He didn't know if the Dai family had them. Suddenly, Old Dai looked at Shenlong in shock and said incoherently, "How did you know there was something like that in my house?" "Sure enough, it really exists." Shenlong exclaimed in surprise, his voice raised a lot. Old Dai quickly covered his mouth and spoke in a low voice. "Come to my house in 3 days. I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you. But this is just between you and me. Don't let anyone else know." Okay. Well, let's continue practicing. Youth cannot be wasted, and the goals we set for practice cannot be easily given up. "Yes," Shenlong roared after a brief silence. In order not to disappoint Might Dai's expectations, for that unknown medicinal bath, and to become stronger. He tried his best. As he squatted and stood up, he kept muttering about getting stronger. He didn't care about the stinging and soreness in his wrists. He repeated the same movements mechanically. Before he had done 300 strokes, he was almost exhausted. He lay on the grass, gasping for breath, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He was almost at his limit. He had even used up all the strength to stand. "Is this your full strength?" "Too weak." Old Dai shook his head and said that he felt Shenlong was too newbie. He was too thick-skinned to notice Shenlong's age. "I feel like I've reached my limit," Shenlong said while panting. At this moment, he couldn't feel his hands and feet because they were numb. "No, you don't. Youth has no limits." Old Dai suddenly said seriously. "After training our arms and legs, let's train our waists. 500 sit-ups." After Old Dai finished speaking, he reached out and pressed Shenlong's calf. After hearing what Lao Dai said, Shenlong's eyes turned black. Duh. Chapter 19. Just when Shenlong wanted to give up and take a breath, he looked up and saw Lao Dai's serious expression and attitude. He suddenly understood. Isn't it all about gaining power? The power of transcendence, the power to break free from this world, the power to return home. You're giving up now, even before you've gained power? You can't even endure this little hardship, and yet you still want to be a strong person? You're coveting the 8 inner gates formation, but are you qualified to control it? He recently played Uchiha Fugaku and activated the 2 Tomo Sharingan, and knowing that he has powerful psychic powers, he felt a little inflated. I am just a weakling after all. Shenlong understood in his heart. At this moment, he saw himself clearly and couldn't help feeling extremely panicked. It is not scary to be weak, just work hard to become stronger. The scariest thing is spiritual weakness. Recently, all my cultivation problems have been focused on my body. Now I have finally met a master of body training and a master of physical techniques. It's always right to listen to him. I must keep doing it even if I die. If I don't die, I will always succeed. At this moment, Shenlong looked at Lao Dai seriously and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Dai. I shouldn't have gotten so lazy. You're right. Youth shouldn't have limits. Limits are meant to be broken through." After he finished speaking, he began to do sit-ups with all his might, one after another, each time slower and more difficult than the last. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Old Dai remained silent, looked at Shenlong and nodded. At this moment, he suddenly had the urge to accept him as a disciple. He saw a certain quality in Shenlong, a familiar trait, a trait of the strong, a trait shared by all who have mastered the 8 inner gates. That is a trait that requires madness and inability to survive. Just like the characteristics of the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates, even though it is known that the body will be damaged or even die if opened, everyone who practices this forbidden technique will not be afraid of the side effects of this technique, nor will they regard this technique as a forbidden technique. This is a divine technique that only the strong can control and master. The prerequisite for learning this forbidden technique is not physical strength, but the courage to open the door, tenacious perseverance, and unwavering will. Shenlong has this trait and is qualified to learn 8 inner gates. Lao Dai secretly thought that this was a test for Shenlong, and also a test for him to consider whether to continue playing around with this little boy. Don't think that just the word youth will make Lao Dai open his heart, and that just calling him brother means we are really sworn brothers. You have to know how long they've known each other. Even though Shenlong is still young, and people wouldn't be wary of him and wouldn't think of any ulterior motive, that doesn't mean Old Dai has to play with him or guide him through training. It was not until this moment that Old Dai realized that this little guy was serious. Why would a 5-year-old child practice so hard? Seeing Shenlong gritting his teeth and perspiring profusely, Old Dai asked seriously, "Why do you want to become stronger? I see eagerness and desire in your eyes. You are longing for power." Shenlong stopped when he heard that. For the first time, he felt that he had underestimated Might Du Wei. It turns out that the man in front of him is not only powerful in physical skills, but also has the ability to see through people's hearts. Shenlong approached Lao Dai with a purpose, but it turned out that Lao Dai had been on guard and just didn't want to ask. Although Shenlong did have an unknown purpose, Lao Dai did not sense any malice from him. Instead, he felt a little close to him because he saw full respect and an indescribable admiration in Shenlong's eyes. That is worship of oneself. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever seen anyone look at him like this? This was a silent recognition of him, the highest recognition. "Oh, I just want to go home." Muttering softly, his eyes went dark and he passed out. Old Dai was visibly stunned at first, then he chuckled softly. Although he didn't understand Shenlong's words, he thought Shenlong just wanted to go back home. Reaching into the ninja tool bag, Lao Dai took out a bottle of yellow-brown potion, poured out a little and rubbed it in the palm of his hand, then applied it evenly to Shenglan's swollen wrist, smoothed it with a little force, and Shenglan immediately woke up from the pain. Ah! Shenglan cried out in pain, then looked at his wrist and asked, "What is this?" "This is my family's ancestral medicine wine. How do you feel about it, little brother?" Old Dai asked. "It feels prickly and cool, very comfortable," Shenglan said in surprise. Old Dai really didn't lie to him. Handing the remaining half bottle of medicinal wine to Shenglan, Old Dai said proudly, "It's for you." "Ah, thank you." Shenglan was overjoyed. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of gurgling sounds came from Shenglan's stomach, making him very embarrassed. "Ha ha ha. Come on, brother will take you to dinner." Old Dai laughed and patted Shenglan on the back, then pulled Shenglan up. Looking at Shenglan's wobbly walking posture, he leaned down and motioned Shenglan to get on his back. Shenglan quickly refused. His feet were very sore now, so he could only hold Lao Dai's hand to walk. Two figures, one big and one small, set out on the road to look for food. The reason why Shenglan didn't want Lao Dai to carry him was because the age difference and body size difference always made Shenglan feel like he was Lao Dai's son. Little did they know that in the eyes of passers-by, this is a father and son, with the father holding his son's hand. Both have black eyes and black hair, but the obvious difference is that the older one has really thick eyebrows, and his clothes are also weird. The two of them slowly came to a high-end barbecue restaurant. At first, Old Dai was very resistant and wanted to refuse with his mouth open. There was no other reason. He just couldn't afford it. He was just a genin, and he had no family. All his expenses were earned by completing missions, and most of them were D-level missions. He was always short of money and really couldn't afford such high-end barbecue. But after Shenglan's earnest persuasion, the two finally entered the store and sat down. "Brother, regardless of anything else, I must treat you to this meal. Do you have money?" Old Dai said shyly. The money he had on him was not enough for a barbecue meal, and now he was sitting in the store, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. He didn't think that a little kid like Shenglan had much money on him. He thought Shenglan didn't know the prices. After all, barbecue was really not cheap, especially at Akamichi's barbecue restaurant, a famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha. "Don't worry, brother. I have a little money, so feel free to eat as much as you want. Let's have a drink today, bro." Shenglan waved his hand and said proudly, then called the waiter to start taking orders. First, barbecue for 10 people, and then 4 jugs of good wine. 10 servings? Too much. Old Dai stuttered. He was sweating profusely. "Hello, little brother. Konoha has a rule. Minors under the age of 16 are not allowed to drink alcohol, and restaurants are not allowed to sell it," said a waitress from the Akamichi family with a smile. "My brother wants it. Hurry up and prepare it." "Okay, then would you like sake or fruit wine? We only sell these 2 types here. If you need anything else, we can ask someone to buy it for you." The fat woman asked Lao Dai, 2 pots of sake and fruit wine, please." Shenglan replied. The fat woman was confused when she heard this, but after a while, she nodded and smiled. "Please wait a moment." Soon, the wine and meat were served, filling up the table. The fat woman thoughtfully gave the 2 of them an extra pot of sake, and then found 2 screens to separate them. She was afraid that others would see Shenglan drinking. She didn't need to ask to know that this greedy kid was trying to steal alcohol under his brother's name. Although Konoha has banned it, who would resist money when opening a business? Seeing Old Dai looking constipated and at a loss, Shenglan sighed and stopped the waitress who wanted to leave. "Wait a minute, could you please order? This money is enough for several servings of barbecue." The waitress was stunned when she heard this. Then she took Shenglan's wallet, counted it, and said, "That's probably enough for 30 meals like this." The fat woman pointed to the 10 servings of barbecue on the table and said seriously. Shenglan had just taken a sip of sake when he choked and started coughing violently after hearing the words. "Nah, this meal is almost 3,000 taels. In my previous life, it would have cost more than 3,000 yuan. But then I thought about it. The average price of beef hot pot in my previous life was about 100 yuan per person, which was reasonable. I ordered a portion for 10 people, so the price was not expensive. Look, brother, why don't you believe I have money? This is just my pocket money. I get this amount every month. Just feel free to eat it." After Shenglan finished speaking, the fat woman was suddenly shocked. "Oh my God, I've met the rich second generation." After being secretly surprised, she smiled and said, "Hey, little brother, are you in need of a girlfriend? Annie can introduce you to my daughter. My daughter is so cute." Shenglan rolled his eyes and smiled. "Okay, but this meal has to be treated by Auntie." "That's impossible." The fat woman chuckled. She wouldn't be fooled. "I don't like strong girls." Shenglan waved his hand. It was just a harmless joke. He knew that the Akamichi family didn't like being called fat. The fat woman snorted and left, but she was not angry about it. After seeing Shenlong's money ability, Lao Dai began to eat voraciously. After all, the barbecue was so tempting, and he was not a pretentious person. Being entangled was the most annoying thing for someone like him. He was a straightforward and wild man who hated procrastination the most. After consuming a few portions of barbecue and 2 jugs of wine, Lao Dai's face flushed red, he completely relaxed, and his voice became a little louder. Shenlong drank the fruit wine leisurely. This stuff was almost like fruit juice. Shenlong could drink 1,000 cups of this kind without getting drunk. At first he thought the barbecue restaurant was fooling him, but when he asked old Dai, he found out that this was the way fruit wine was, including sake, with low alcohol content, not comparable to the alcohol on Earth in his previous life. Seeing that old Dai seemed a little drunk, Shenlong asked him about the knowledge of body training in confusion. "Brother, why do we have to practice walking upside down like this? It feels weird." Shenlong almost said, "This behavior is too shameful." Originally, Shenlong was just asking casually, but old Dai stopped eating, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, lowered his head, and whispered mysteriously, "I stole this from the Hyuga family. You should know the Hyuga family, a great family of body refinement, the pioneers of the gentle fist school of magic." "I see," Shenlong said in surprise. It seems that Lao Dai learned this trick from Hyuga. The Hyuga family's gentle fist is more like a soft palm than a fist. Besides using palm strikes and acupressure, they rarely use fists. Walking upside down can indeed exercise the wrists and palms well and condense the palm strength. After figuring out the reason, Shenlong's face flushed red. He couldn't tell if it was because he was drunk or because he was ashamed of questioning Lao Dai. From then on, he would no longer question Lao Dai's training instructions, and he would no longer feel ashamed of this kind of practice. Chapter 20. At night, Shenlong was holding the half bottle of medicinal wine given by Lao Dai in his hand, secretly praising the magical effect of this thing. This thing is simply a super enhanced version of the relaxing and activating wine he used in his previous life. Not only is the effect dozens of times better, but according to Lao Dai, this thing seems to have no side effects. The only drawback is that the raw materials for the medicinal wine are a bit expensive, but this is not a big deal for Shenlong. After all, he has financial support, quietly waiting for the arrival of Uchiha Spring. Tonight, Uchiha Izumi brought a little animal, a slightly chubby little ninja hawk. Different from other eagles, this ninja eagle is not only more ferocious, but its eagle eyes are also sharper. It's small in size, but very ferocious. "Teacher Quan, what is this?" Looking at Shenlong, who was full of doubts, Uchiha Izumi chuckled and said, "This is our Uchiha clan's treasured ninja beast, specially trained for eyesight. It is also a good partner who can help us obtain intelligence. It is our Uchiha clan's exclusive ninja beast. Oh, by the way, it can also be used for transportation when necessary. Of course, you have to wait for it to grow up first." Recalling that Sasuke in the original work did summon a ninja eagle or eagle, Katsura was wondering at the time, isn't this guy's summoning beast the giant snake in Ryuchi Cave? How could he summon a ninja eagle? Shenlong was confused at that time, so this was the perfect time to ask. The answer he got made Shenlong visibly stunned. "Who told you that you can only form a contract with one type of summoning beast?" After Shenlong was embarrassed for a moment, Uchiha Izumi chuckled and shared some knowledge about summoning beast. Not all beasts are qualified to be summoning beasts. Beasts that possess chakra and can be tamed, understand human language, and possess a certain level of communication intelligence, all these combine to form the foundation for becoming summoning beasts. Some of the more intelligent summoning beasts even have their own civilization, and communicating with humans is nothing special. Shenlong nodded when he heard this. The 3 major holy places for training in Hokage are all controlled by these summoning beasts. Mount Myaboku, the Wetbone Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. That which of these 3 sacred sites isn't brimming with rich, natural energy? Yet, the masters of these 3 places are 3 different species of summoning beasts. Shenlong currently knows more about some of the secrets of summoning beast than Uchiha Izumi. For example, the immortal arts controlled by the 3 sacred places, and the incident 1,000 years ago when the summoning beast Gamamaru instigated a feud between the mother and son of the Sage of 6 Paths. Although he knew more than Uchiha Izumi, he was unaware of the specific details, so he silently memorized the knowledge taught by Uchiha Izumi. Speaking of the palm-sized little ninja hawk in front of Shenlong, Uchiha Izumi introduced, "Don't underestimate this little creature because it's small. It's incredibly wild. What you need to do now isn't to establish a contract with it, but to endure it, Fight it and control it. Stay up to stay awake for a long time. Shenlong tilted his head and asked in confusion. It's not the traditional way of keeping a hawk awake. It's not about not letting it sleep. Everyone knows that eagles are proud and difficult to tame, so they keep them awake all night to destroy their pride and will, so as to achieve the goal of controlling and taming them. All you have to do is make this young eagle submit based on its physical and mental health. As for how to do that, first take a close-up photo of it. This kind of request, is it to be tamed by force? Shenlong was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then looked at the cute, silly fat eaglet and slapped it on the head. Hiss! The innocent young eagle screamed, its eyes widened, and its feathers stood on end. It looked like a fluffy, fighting chicken, which made Shenlong laugh. Hee hee. Looking at the spherical eaglet, Shenlong poked its belly with a dark face and shamelessly pulled off a feather. The back of my hand was poked several times by the eagle's beak and scratched several times by its claws. It doesn't hurt much. The resistance of the young eagle only makes Shenlong more playful. Holding the young eagle's head down, no matter how it struggled, Shenlong wanted to let it feel the darkness of the world and teach it what it meant to cover the sky with one hand. This kind of ninja hawk is very vengeful. Uchiha Izumi grinned. Hee. Shenlong chuckled, as if asking, so what? Just this little thing? Can't you see that I've already pinned it to the ground, just about to rub against the ground? The little thing was struggling desperately, trying to pull back its controlled head. Shenlong chuckled and let it go. Shenlong didn't use much force, but gentle force. He was afraid of pressing the little thing to death, so he let it go. Pulling the head back, the little guy rolled twice on the ground because he used too much force. His angry look made Shenlong laugh evilly. Is it fun? Uchiha Izumi asked with a malicious look on his face. Unfortunately, Shenlong didn't look at his expression. He teased the little guy without turning his head and answered directly. Fun. It's fun. It will follow you from now on. For the next period of time, it will help you train your eyesight. When Shenlong reacted, his face was full of question marks. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. You heard right. Your training for the next period of time will be supervised by it. Without waiting for Shenlong to ask again, Uchiha Izumi continued. Like I said, this is our Uchiha clan's exclusive ninja beast. It has some amazing abilities. It holds grudges. It will remember every person or animal that has bullied it. It will stare at you with sharp eyes and hate you. If you retreat, it will advance. If you are timid, it will attack. What you have to do is look it in the eye at close range, use your eyesight to coerce it into submission, and use your will to make it yield. Do not use the Sharingan during this time, and ensure the little guy's health. Don't let it starve, don't let it get trapped, and don't abuse it anymore. Shenlong was stunned and silent for a moment, then asked seriously, Teacher Quan, are you going to torture the hawk? Or me? Shenlong felt that this kind of inexplicable practice was meaningless. Don't think this is a joke. This is one of the ways our Uchiha clan trains their eyes, improves their vision, and strengthens their will. It's also a very important secret. The vast majority of our clan members don't have the authority to know about this special training method, let alone be allocated this kind of ninja hawk. In the ninja world, there are very few methods for cultivating the iris power. This was created by our ancestors through their wisdom. This kind of ninja beast has been domesticated for hundreds of years and is specially cultivated for the development of our clan's eyesight. Uchiha Izumi said against his will that he only knew that this kind of ninja eagle was very vengeful, and that the rest was just what someone taught him to say. If you can complete this step of eye development training, not only your eyesight, but also your vision, concentration, and even observation skills will be significantly improved in all aspects. It's common sense in the ninja world that when fighting the Uchiha clan, it's best not to look them in the eye. One reason for this is because of our Sharingan, and they're afraid of being caught in our illusions. In fact, they're even more afraid of our clan's eyesight. Legend has it that decades ago, Uchiha Madara's eyesight had been developed to the ultimate level. Enemies who looked him in the face would become timid before the battle even began. They knew Uchiha Madara's strength was one thing, but his terrifying eyesight was even more important. Hearing this, Shenlong was shocked. Recalling the original work, tens of thousands of ninjas faced a reincarnated dead man, Uchiha Madara. Before they even started fighting, the fear enveloped and infected everyone. Almost no one dared to underestimate him. Even the most proud and arrogant ninjas were sweating profusely. If it weren't for the huge momentum of tens of thousands of troops and the courage given by shouting, it can be said that not many people dared to charge at him. In the later part of the original work, little Sakura, whose strength was no weaker than Tsunade, and she was a Kage-level strongman, Faced with Uchiha Madara, who had gathered a pair of eyes, she almost didn't even have the courage to fight back. She was frightened and took several steps back. She just simply looked into his eyes. You have to know that Madara didn't take her seriously at that time. Otherwise, she would never have adjusted her mentality so easily. Uchiha Madara's eyesight was so sharp that even a veteran strongman like Kakashi was frightened, and he could understand the cowardly behavior of little Sakura, who showed weakness before the battle. It's just because Madara's eyesight is too sharp and too terrifying. So, for the time being, you'll be practicing your eyesight. When you stare closely at this little creature, the minimum time limit is 10 minutes. During this time, try not to blink, avoid, or show any weakness. This is the key to this practice. Just like when someone comes towards you, you will instinctively avoid them and close your eyes. You have to overcome this instinct and, more importantly, overcome your fear. Fear? Would I be afraid of it? Shenlong chuckled in disdain. But next, he will pay the price for his arrogance. In that case, let's begin. You must show your strength and focus on it, treating it as an enemy. And remember, you cannot cheat and activate the Sharingan. How disrespectful. Do you need to use a Sharingan to treat this little thing? Do you think I'm going to cheat? Shenlong sneered again and went straight to the little eagle, staring at it with a sharp and ferocious look. Uchiha Izumi suddenly pressed the back of Shenlong's head and instructed again. Remember, you can't dodge. If you do, you won't get hurt, but you'll lose the fight. If you keep doing this, you'll never become a strong person. A person who harbors fear is doomed to fail and is destined to be a weakling. Cut. Shenlong became serious. He felt that Uchiha Quan underestimated him too much. Did he really treat him like a child? His face was fierce, and he tried to scare the little eagle away by intimidating it. However, the little eagle still looked like a fighting chicken, not afraid of Shenlong's feigned ferocity at all. A minute passed, and nothing happened. The little eagle's eyes were as sharp as ever, staring at Shenlong with the ferocity of a wild beast. It stared intently at the human who bullied and ravaged it without blinking. 3 minutes passed. Shenlong's eyes began to feel sore, and he could no longer maintain his fierce expression, but he still stared at it. 5 minutes later, Shenlong began to cry, and his eyes began to tremble. He could hardly keep his eyes open. Seeing this, the little eagle actually made an attacking posture. Shenlong clearly saw its black pupils sway slightly, and then slowly shrank a little, because it was looking at it closely, and Shenlong watched carefully. People may be able to go for a long time without blinking. Shenlong remembers that there was a Wuxia girl who could do it for 2 hours without blinking. She even applied for the Guinness World Record for this. But Shenlong believes that it is absolutely impossible for her to stare at someone intently for more than 5 minutes. Because he felt so uncomfortable even though he had the blessing of Sharingan. Even if he didn't activate Sharingan, the condition of his eyes would still be far better than that of ordinary people. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are their greatest innate gift. 7 minutes passed. Shenlong felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyeballs were covered with bloodshot. Shenlong felt as if his eyeballs were going to bulge out. Stinging pain began to occur and gradually became like burning fire. Since I can't stare continuously, I'll just stare without blinking. Just as he had this thought, he suddenly discovered that the eaglet extremely retracted its head and raised its head slightly backward. Oh no, if I get pecked at this close, my eyes might be completely destroyed. Shenlong was shocked and was about to step back to avoid it, but he found that Uchiha Quan was holding the back of his head tightly. In Shenlong's eyes at this moment, this little eagle was no longer so weak and could be bullied. At this moment, he even had an illusion. He felt like a prey with nowhere to hide under the circling giant eagle, or a desperate insect under the beak of a rooster. Instinctive fear arises. Bang! A slight pecking sound was heard. Ah! A heart-wrenching howl suddenly rang out, and Shenlong covered his eyes and sat down on the ground. How rampant he was at first, how miserable he is now. Chapter 21. A long time. Uchiha Izumi's eyes showed some pity, but her voice was cold and reached Shenlong's ears. Get up. Our Uchiha clan's eyes are not as fragile as you think. We can't go blind. Enduring the immense pain, Shenlong struggled to get up, covering his left eye with one hand. He looked miserable, with snot and tears streaming down his face. It wasn't that he was crying, but it was the side effect of the continuous stimulation of his eyeballs. Are you scared? Uchiha Izumi asked with a serious expression and a cold voice. No. Look at it and say that. Uchiha Izumi said coldly, pointing at the little eagle. No. Open your eyes and speak. Uchiha Izumi showed no mercy. Shenlong put down the hand that was covering his eyes. With a firm will, he ignored the eyeball that was red and painful from being pecked, opened his eyes wide and looked at the little eagle, and said loudly, No. In the days that follow, you must keep repeating this practice until it surrenders. Don't worry, our eyes are very powerful. If your left eye is pecked today, your right eye will be pecked tomorrow. Repeat this process until you complete the training mission. Of course, you don't have much time left. It's still a young bird, so it will naturally grow day by day and at a very fast pace. This means that if you fail to complete the task, the pecks you receive will become increasingly severe. Also, the third elder has issued an order. If you fail to complete this training mission, he will abandon you. Because within our clan, if one cannot complete this training, they are not qualified to become a jonin. Their lifetime achievements will not be great, so naturally they are not worth cultivating. Shenlong was shocked when he heard this, and then he was silent for a moment and asked, Teacher Quan has also received this eye training? Uchiha Izumi answered without hesitation. Nature. Shenlong lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Looking at Shenlong, who showed no reaction, Uchiha Izumi suddenly snorted coldly. You don't want to continue? Are you scared? Shenlong didn't answer. He shook his head in denial. Weaklings waste. Those who start but never finish will never achieve anything, let alone possess power. Uchiha Izumi directly trampled on Shenlong's ambitions and goals. He changed his usual gentleness, and his expression and attitude suddenly became extremely cold. He used words that could hurt Shenlong's heartstrings the most to attack him at this moment. He even went so far as to activate his 3-tomo Sharingan, an invisible oppression wantonly crushing Shenlong's spirit. The atmosphere became extremely solemn, even a little tense. Shenlong lowered his head. His eyes were red. When he raised his eyes, a pair of 2 Magatama Sharingan appeared unconsciously. The 2 Magatama were slowly rotating. The Uchiha Izumi hit his sore spot, which was more painful than the injury to his left eye. In Uchiha Izumi's eyes, the bloodshot 2 Magatama Sharingan was filled with ferocity and hostility, as if they were the eyes of a wild beast. Although this terrifying look was already extremely terrifying, what shocked Uchiha Izumi even more was this kind of rotating posture of the Magatama is clearly a phenomenon that will only appear when breaking through to 3 Magatama. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi suddenly cried out. His voice seemed to awaken Shenlong from a special state. Shenlong suddenly closed his eyes without any warning, put away his Sharingan, and his pupils turned into normal black pupils. If others can do it, I can do it too. His voice was soft, but it contained an unwavering conviction. Uchiha Izumi finally came to his senses. Looking at Shenlong's black eyes, he felt that he had seen it wrong. Shenlong did not break through to the 3 Magatama level. I'm making too much of a fuss. This is really impossible. Very good. This is a special medicine needed for cultivation. In addition to easily healing bite wounds, applying this medicine also has many benefits for the eyes. You will experience these later. I won't be here recently. I have a mission that requires me to go out of the village. You can practice with this little fellow at night. Remember, you can only do this kind of training trial once a day. Although our eyes are powerful, they are still fragile and important parts. Remember not to act recklessly. Also, the key to this practice isn't to glare at it, nor is it about who can outlast it. The key is to make it wary, to intimidate it, so that it doesn't dare to attack you easily. Because wild animals know how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. For example, when facing a carnivore of similar size in the wild, the more you run, the closer death will be to you. The correct approach is to face it head-on. The more resolute you are, the more alarmed they will become, and the further away the danger will be. Even the slightest movement from you will cause them to flee with their tails between their legs. Shenlong listened to Uchiha Quan's words and nodded seriously. He had seen this kind of wilderness survival knowledge in his previous life and understood what Uchiha Quan wanted to express. Uchiha Izumi looked at Shenlong, who nodded in thought, pointed at the little ninja hawk with satisfaction, and continued. It will react in the same way as the will in your eyes. I've told you before, it's a very special ninja beast. It can see into your heart, and fear is untouchable in its presence. I've finished what I'm saying. I don't have any theories to teach you recently. Your main focus of cultivation is still physical training. You're doing very well in this area, but remember that physical training must be done in moderation. He wasn't worried about Shenlong not working hard. He was just worried about this little guy working too hard, and that he might accidentally ruin his skills. Shenlong nodded in response. In that case, that's it for tonight. I'm leaving first. Before Shenlong could reply, Uchiha Izumi used a standard body flicker technique and disappeared. Shenlong stared at the empty place, stunned for a long time before muttering. Uchiha Izumi has never received such training, and it doesn't appear in the original novel. What should I do? He was certain that Uchiha Izumi's answer just now was a lie, because such a special way of training, the pain of being pecked in the eyeballs, would definitely be hard for anyone who had experienced it to forget. At the very least, they would think about it once or twice instead of answering without thinking. But knowing that all this is meaningless, Shenlong thought that since this kind of practice exists, it has its meaning and value. Uchiha Quan will not harm him, and he is not worth being murdered. Since that's the case, then just believe him. If Uchiha Madara can do it, Shenlong thinks he can do it too. At this point, he believed without a doubt that Uchiha Madara had practiced this kind of training. A few kilometers away, Uchiha Izumi and the third elder, Uchiha Foam, walked side by side. Uchiha Izumi asked, "Third elder, does this kind of practice really exist? How come I don't know about it?" Uchiha Izumi feels that Shenlong was badly betrayed and is competing with a beast. Does this make sense? It does exist, and it was indeed discovered step by our ancestors of the Uchiha clan. However, it is normal that you don't know it. Uchiha Quan felt that the third elder's words were a bit contradictory. If this kind of practice really existed, there was no way she didn't know about it. Could it be that my authority is really too low? The reason you don't know is because this method of cultivation has been eliminated because it has too many restrictions, is too dangerous, and is too difficult. The one who abandoned this training method was none other than Madara-sama. Chapter 22. Uchiha Madara? Did he really practice cultivation? Uchiha Quan was shocked. He thought that the third elder's words about giving Shung the blue belt were a lie. He did practice cultivation. He practiced twice. The first time was when he was about 10 years old. He was pecked so hard that he started to doubt his life. After several pecks, his eyes were almost pecked off. I heard that his eyes were full of blood, and the old patriarch stewed the ninja eagle directly. The second time was when he first became the clan leader. He faced his own summoning beast ninja hawk, adult stage. After a period of abuse, he faced it eye to eye, and with a simple glance, he successfully completed that training. I guess he's practicing again to make up for the trauma he suffered in his childhood. It succeeded with just one glance. Uchiha Izumi asked in surprise. Well, I remember what he said. There are 3 keys to this practice: an unwavering will, an indifference more rebellious than that of a wild beast, and a deadly lock of intent like an eagle hunting a rabbit. The combined power of these 3 skills can bring this kind of ninja eagle to its knees. It will make the enemy tremble even more. Uchiha Phone looked into the distance and said, "If that's the case, why abandon this practice? Such a precious practice is rare." "Because it's meaningless," Madara-sama said. "Why is it meaningless?" Uchiha Izumi asked hurriedly. Madara-sama said that willpower is forged through hard work. He doesn't believe it can be cultivated this way. Killing intent is forged through fighting on the battlefield, so it has nothing to do with it. Madara-sama not only abolished this harsh training method, but also called the predecessors foolish for creating such a foolish training method. Uchiha Izumi was silent. After thinking carefully, he felt that what Uchiha Madara said was indeed reasonable, and he could not refute it. If that's the case, then why do you still let that little fellow practice? Besides, this little guy has never seen blood. How can he be so cold and murderous without seeing blood? He has no way of controlling that ninja hawk. Uchiha Quan felt that the third elder was confused. It was completely meaningless to let Shenlong do such an impossible training task. He really can't control it now, but he can get more. You are right, and what Madara-sama said is also correct, but Madara-sama's words are too arbitrary, but it is consistent with his character. Why do you say that? Uchiha Izumi found it increasingly difficult to understand what the third elder said. Because I have also practiced that method. Ignoring Uchiha Izumi, who stopped in surprise, he continued. That training method is useful and progressive. It would be foolish to simply use that special ninja hawk with the summoning beast. Madara-sama's words are correct, but I cannot fully agree with them because he does not understand the true meaning and value of the ninja hawk and the training methods left by our ancestors. He is always so arrogant. This practice does have 3 steps. The first step is, as Madara-sama said, an unwavering will. If you can complete the first step, Ninja Eagle will never hurt anyone again. However, that's all. If your willpower slackens, then I'm sorry, but punishment will come. I see. So this is how the 10-minute time limit you mentioned is used. Why don't you explain it more clearly so I can tell that little guy, so that he won't suffer less? Uchiha Izumi first pounded his palms with a look of understanding on his face, and then rolled his eyes. There's no need to explain it so clearly. He's smarter than we thought, Uchiha Fong said with certainty. Recalling the resolute willpower shown by Shenlong when he opened the 2-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi seriously affirmed. The first step wasn't difficult for him. because he had clearly felt Shanglan's will just now. However, that kind of shock was not as great as the Sharingan's breakthrough to 3 Magatama. Uchiha Izumi thought that the 2 Magatama spinning phenomenon of Shanglan just now was just his own illusion, so he didn't intend to say anything. I know this. This is the key to the first step, but it is not the reward of the first step. You, like Madara-sama, have been trapped in a misunderstanding, which is, this is a training for the eyes. It's not a training for the will. The purpose of this training is to place the will in the eyes. When the eyes are open, every glance is a manifestation of the will. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, who was speechless with shock, Uchiha Fong continued. Although this practice completely prohibits the use of the Sharingan, its true manifestation and effect will be exerted on the Sharingan. This is the most brilliant aspect of this practice. You may not know that the most suitable time period for this practice is actually when Shanglan is at his age. Take Madara-sama and us, for example. At the age of 20, there is no point in him practicing this method anymore. But for Shanglan, a firm will is the foundation of his strength. Although he is different, he is still too young. Children are arrogant and lack restraint. Over time, their will inevitably wear down and become slack. Therefore, it is very necessary for him to practice like this at this time. After all, he still underestimated Shanglan. What he feared most was that Shanglan's so-called efforts were just a whim of a 5-year-old child, just for fun. At that time, the investment he made in Shanglan would probably hardly yield a satisfactory return. There is no free lunch in the world, and Uchiha Fong is not a good person who does things without asking for anything in return. He has his own ideas and purposes for everything he does. Uchiha Fong explained the significance of this practice, and Uchiha Quan nodded repeatedly, secretly sighing that the third elder was indeed very far-sighted and had a much longer-term vision than his own. Also, you should know that a lot of ninja knowledge must be memorized through action. No matter how much theory you learn, you may not be able to apply even a little bit. What he needs to focus on most right now is still physical training. In a word, Uchiha Fong hit the point, and he agreed with Uchiha Izumi's opinion. There's nothing much to teach right now. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Just play the staring game with that little chick for a while. Shanglan, in the camp, was doing push-ups with his eyes closed. His eyeballs were still burning with pain from the peck he'd just received, but he didn't immediately seek revenge on the young eagle. Instead, he focused on exercising. He didn't look at the little creature, fearing he'd crush it to death out of anger. Shanglan didn't look at it, but that didn't mean the little guy would just let it go. The little creature's eyes were still fixed on Shanglan, and its head even swayed up and down with Shanglan's ups and downs, push-ups, looking extremely funny. Before they knew it, Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Quan had returned to the clan territory. Uchiha Fong drove him away and came to the compound where the great elder lived alone. After being informed by the guard at the door, Uchiha Fong successfully entered the compound and met the great elder, Uchiha Zong, who was waiting for him in the room. Chapter 23. Uchiha Zong was kneeling on the ground with a serious expression. He exuded the aura of a person who had been in a superior position for a long time. His posture of closing his eyes and resting carried the majesty of a superior. Sit. Uchiha Fong was calm and leisurely knelt down opposite him. His movements were slow and cautious, and at this moment he seemed like an old man in his twilight years. Tea. The maid entered with tea and carefully placed it on the low table between them. Uchiha Fong was silent for a moment, picked up the tea and took a sip, then looked at Uchiha Zong's serious and indifferent expression and asked softly, "Does the great elder think that what I did was inappropriate?" His inquiries were direct and pointed directly to the incident that had gone against him last time, without even dragging his feet. Seeing Uchiha Fong being so direct, Uchiha Zong sneered directly, but still did not immediately turn hostile because he was a little confused about the purpose of this old man coming here tonight. It seems that he is not here to beg for mercy. It seems you misunderstood me. Don't you think Fugaku is too bad? What do you want to say? Uchiha Zong suddenly opened his eyes and asked. He was really angry at this time. The person he valued most was his grandson. He didn't expect that this old guy would be so direct. Not only did he lose face last time, but he was also chasing him to slap him in the face. You really are taking advantage of your age and seniority. If he doesn't explain clearly, it won't be easy for me to leave tonight. Does he really think I have no temper? Grand Elder, please be patient and let me tell you slowly. The slow and old voice sounded again. Uchiha is growing impatient. He laughed secretly twice, mocking the poor cultivation skills of Uchiha Zong in his heart. Then Uchiha Fong said leisurely, "Great Elder, you should know that the guy who knocked out Fugaku is a very talented guy. He is even a year younger than Fugaku. Are you saying that my grandson is not as good as him? Uchiha Mune's expression was a little scary, almost on the verge of exploding. He is definitely not as good as me at the moment. Before Uchiha Zone could explode, Uchiha Fong quickly continued. Don't you think it's necessary to create an opponent for Fugaku? Uchiha Zong's anger subsided when he heard this, and he thought seriously about what Uchiha Fong said. Without waiting for Uchiha to think more, he said again, I have some impression of that kid. He's a very withdrawn child, but he works very hard and has the potential to become a jonin. But what about Fugaku? Fugaku has excellent qualifications and extraordinary talent, but he's too lazy about training. He spends all day having fun with a group of his peers. It's only a matter of time before he suffers. Rather than falling flat on his face and being unable to recover later, it's better to let him suffer a little now. After all, children's fighting won't cause any serious harm. If he continues to behave like this when he grows up, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle important responsibilities in the future. Besides, no matter how amazing that wild boy is, he is still a member of the Uchiha family. As a member of the Uchiha family, he will obey the orders of the Uchiha family. He is a good sword embryo. After slowly tempering and polishing, he can become the sword of the Uchiha family, and even the sword in the hands of the future Fugaku. You don't want Fugaku to be without a sword in the future, do you? It's a precious sword. We shouldn't break it, but polish it well. Uchiha Zone was silent for a long time after hearing this. During this time, he nodded unconsciously, obviously agreeing with Uchiha Feng's meaning, although Fugaku was not in good condition at this time. After all, he was in a coma for a day and had a headache for 3 days. But overall, this can only be considered a minor inconvenience. After all, Fugaku did not suffer any physical injuries. Seeing that Uchiha Zone didn't say anything, Uchiha Fong felt that these words were not enough to completely impress the old man. So he had to speak again. You know at least a little bit that your boy has always been eyeing my girl. I don't want my girl to marry a weak man in the future, no matter how powerful he is. In order to win over Lan, Uchiha Fong even dragged his most beloved granddaughter into the trap. What he meant by these words was a naked show of weakness and flattery. Ahem. Uchiha Munamasa was sipping his tea when he choked on the words. Uchiha Fengdu had said this much and made such a gesture of goodwill, so he was no longer silent. Haha, how could that be? What the third elder said is indeed reasonable. I have been pampering Fugaku too much lately, causing him to become lawless and slack off in his cultivation. I will send someone to supervise his cultivation later. As for that brat, I'm not angry with him at all, let alone holding a grudge against him. After all, he's just a child. Isn't third elder thinking too harshly of me? Yes, I was worrying too much. Uchiha Fong hurriedly explained. In that case, I feel relieved and can sleep peacefully. Uchiha Fong nodded and stood up tremblingly. Great elder, please rest early. I'm leaving now. I'm old, and I feel sleepy even before the night is deep. Third elder, take care of yourself. Someone, come and see him off for me. Uchiha Mune stood up to show respect, and like a junior, he supported Uchiha Feng's arm and called a maid over. Up to this moment, Uchiha Feng had achieved all of his goals tonight. On the one hand, he wanted to make that be ********************* D. Fugaku stay away from his granddaughter. He was sure that *************** D would suffer for a long time. Tonight was his revenge. On the one hand, it is to rescue Shenlong, so that the little guy will not be unable to return home and will definitely be troubled by his own family in the future. It is a good way to give him a shot of prevention first. On the other hand, he wanted to paint some big rosy pictures to feed the Uchiha clan, so that this mean-spirited younger generation would not suppress the people and interests of his own clan. After Uchiha Feng left completely, he asked into the empty room, "What do you think is Uchiha Feng's purpose in coming here tonight? Give me some advice." As soon as Uchiha so asked, 2 jonin came out from behind a hidden sliding door beside him. They were his trusted guards and advisors. After all, he is not young anymore. His strength has declined seriously and he needs protection, and his brain and thoughts have also regressed. If there are any special and difficult problems, he will ask his confidants for advice. The 2 were silent for a moment, and then one of them said, based on what the third elder said, he did it for Master Fugaku, but from an objective perspective, he was actually trying to protect that kid. Perhaps, the third elder wants to refine that wild boy into his own sword? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zone frowned and looked very unhappy, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. At this time, the other jonin of the 2 spoke. Yuan Fong, don't think the third elder is so dark. Don't you think that at his age, he probably won't be able to see the sword when it can leave his body? Even if he can see it, he will definitely not be able to do it. I think we really misunderstood the third elder. He was indeed thinking about Master Fugaku and making plans for his future. I'm afraid he did all this for Miss Mikoto's future. We all know that Master Fugaku likes to be around Miss Mikoto. We know this, and the third elder knows it too. Judging from the third elder's last words just now, he didn't intend to interfere with the two of them. He just didn't quite approve of Master Fugaku. He's probably worried that Master Fugaku won't be able to protect his precious granddaughter in the future. That's right. You're right. I love Fugaku so much. Shouldn't I be worried about Mikoto's future? Yuan Fong, you really misunderstood the third elder. The jonin named Uchiha Motoyoshi bowed and admitted his fault. If Uchiha Fong were present at this moment, he would definitely say thank you to the jonin who defended him. Little did he know that he even sold out his most beloved granddaughter tonight, just to buy time for Shenglan to rise and grow. In his heart, Shenglan at this moment is countless times better than Fugaku, and all his bets have been placed on him. Chapter 24. It was late at night, and Shenglan lay exhausted in the tent. He reached into his pocket and took out the medicine that Uchiha Kwan had given him tonight, and then dropped a drop into each eye. It was extremely cold to the eyes, and the eyeballs felt extremely comfortable. The pain in the injured eye suddenly decreased, and a light and itchy feeling of comfort gave Shenglan goosebumps. One hand touched the bottle of medicine, which was a very small bottle. He had seen the bottle before, and it was very exquisite. This bottle of liquid medicine must be very expensive, right? No wonder the Sharingan in the original story was so easy to dig up and even passed around. With this magical potion, no wonder the Sharingan is so durable. Shenglan was lost in thought. This kind of eye drops is indeed very precious. A small bottle is worth no less than 10,000 taels. Moreover, this thing is not available on the market. It was specially developed by the Uchiha family and is specifically developed for blind eyes. Although it cannot achieve the purpose of restoring sight, this medicine has a great warming and healing effect, and its efficacy is extremely gentle. Why do people go blind? Besides the blindness caused by excessive use of Mangekyō, the main reason is actually Izanagi. It can be said that this medicine was originally created to cure the blindness caused by Izanagi, but unfortunately, this thing can only cure the pain caused by the forbidden technique, but cannot restore the eyesight. Otherwise, Izanagi would not be a strictly forbidden technique. Holding the sky blue eye drops in one hand and half a bottle of golden brown medicinal wine in the other, Shenglan smiled lightly. The daily progress made him feel satisfied and at ease. This world may seem peaceful on the surface, but war will soon come. Strength is the only thing I can rely on. Shenglan remembered that the Second Ninja World War seemed to have started around the 30th year of Konoha, which meant that he would have to be strong enough to deal with this brutal war within a few years. Because this war lasted the longest of the 4 world wars, and it can be said to have the greatest impact. Its brutality was even more cruel than the 4th World War. At least in the 4th World War, children under the age of 12 were not required to participate. During World War II, Konoha fought so hard that even children from the ninja school had to go to the battlefield. You can imagine how difficult Konoha was at that time. It can be said that they had gambled everything. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in a flash. During this period, Shenglan worked hard to develop himself, and in the confrontation with the little eagle, he finally realized the preciousness of this practice. At first, after 3 or 4 painful lessons, Shenglan realized the vague concept of will for the first time, and he initially identified a phenomenon. That is, when you are determined, this little ninja eagle will not attack you. However, it will pretend to attack. When Shenglan sees that the little ninja eagle wants to launch an attack, his will waver in an instant, and the little ninja eagle's feint will immediately turn into a real attack. Because of the little ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** month. After all, it's because my will is not strong enough. The little eagle grew rapidly, and it grew a whole circle in half a month. Its pecking became heavier and heavier, and Shenlong became more and more unable to cope with it. He even almost gave up this practice. It was not because he was afraid, nor because he was shaken, but his eyes were almost at their limit. As the pecking became heavier, his eyeballs were bleeding. Even Uchiha Izumi came forward to stop the training because he knew Shenlong had failed. After the 15th peck, Shenlong covered his bloody left eye with one hand, his face ferocious. A right eye full of violence once again stared at the ninja eagle. He chose to fight it again. He couldn't wait until the next day. After a long confrontation, Shenlong's right eye was covered with bloodshot, and combined with his hideous face, it looked like a devil's eye. It showed an unyielding, ferocious, an unwavering will to advance without retreat. No matter how the ninja eagle bluffed, its almost blood-red eyeball remained motionless, not even blinking. 5 minutes passed, and Ninja Hawk stopped bluffing. 10 minutes passed, and Ninja Hawk's swollen fur subsided. 12 minutes passed, and Ninja Hawk finally blinked. This means that it has made a concession, and Shenlong's first step of eye training has been successfully completed. However, Shenlong did not close his eyes because of Shinobi Hawk's concession. He entered a special state at this time. 2 Magatama appeared uncontrollably in his blood-red eyeballs. Shinobi Hawk immediately closed his huge eyes in fear. As soon as the 2 Magatama appeared, they began to rotate slowly, and then faster and faster. After a brief high-speed rotation, the 3rd Magatama suddenly appeared from nowhere, and the 3 Magatama were arranged neatly and orderly around the pupil. The moment the 3 Magatama appeared, Shenlong felt his spiritual energy suddenly fluctuate violently, and his eyes immediately went dark and he passed out. The next day, after being unconscious for several hours, Shenlong slowly woke up. His face and the exposed parts of his hands and feet were covered with mosquito bites, and his whole body was wet with dew. He felt itchy and uncomfortable. Shenlong slapped a bunch of greedy mosquitoes to death and quickly got up. He walked to a small ditch not far from the camp, took off all his clothes and jumped in. The cold river water immediately made him shiver, and he became alert. After changing into clean and dry clothes, Shenlong looked at his reflection in the ditch and turned on Sharingan. Sharingan, open! A pair of strange blood-red pupils appeared in Shenlong's eye sockets, with 3 dark Magatama neatly surrounding the pupils. 3 Magatama. Feeling the increase in pupil power brought by the 3 Tomo Sharingan, his own already powerful spiritual energy also saw a substantial increase. The 5 senses, especially the inside of the eyes, have been greatly enhanced. In his eyes, the night is now as clear as the day, and the thick fog in the forest cannot hinder his vision at all. How did you break through so quickly? Shenlong himself couldn't believe it. How long had it been since he traveled through time? Those time travelers in Hokage novels who used cheats and systems probably couldn't do it this fast, right? Could it be that this training is the cause? The absolute will fused in the eyes is the key to unlocking the 3 Magatama? Shenlong widened his eyes and looked at the little eagle involuntarily. Their gazes collided again in the dark night. In fact, he guessed correctly. His 3 Tomo Sharingan was indeed due to the confrontation with the Ninja Hawk, but that was only a small part. The biggest reason was his own abnormally huge mental power. In the confrontation with the Ninja Hawk, his will pulled the spiritual power and concentrated it into his eyes, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan was easily conceived. This little guy is such a thief. Doesn't he need to sleep? Looking at those bright eagle eyes, Shenlong smiled slightly. What he didn't know was that the little eagle had woken up because of Shenlong's awakening. Shenlong had been furious about his training failures recently and had beaten it frequently, so it was already a frightened bird. After twisting his waist and doing some simple exercises for a while, Shenlong entered the dense forest, harvested a few small snakes from the trap, crushed the snake heads, and threw them at the little eagle. Not caring about the little b***************, D, who was frightened and turned into a fighting chicken, he trotted out of the camp and started a new day of training. Lately, he's been hanging out with Old Dai, who prepared a medicinal bath for him to cultivate his body. It's called a medicinal bath, but it's actually just a diluted version of medicinal wine. With his whole body soaked in the potion, Shenlong felt as if his whole body was on fire, and the flow of blood and chakra in his body became surging. The injuries he had suffered from excessive training were immediately revealed by the high-speed flow of chakra, and then, after being flushed by the high-speed flow of blood carrying medicinal power, they were miraculously healed. Shenlong paid for Lao Dai's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so whenever the two of them were together, Shenlong paid for their meals. Old Dai is not well off as a genin, not to mention that the medicinal wine is also an expensive consumable. Shenlong is a big eater, and Lao Dai is an even bigger eater. Shenlong's wallet is quickly drying up, so he borrows money from the third elder again through Uchiha Spring to maintain his image as the rich, negative, second generation in Lao Dai's eyes. The enthusiastic and simple Old Dai carefully guides Shenlong's physical training, and everything is moving in the right direction. Chapter 25. Half a year later, in the classroom. What? You want me to go find Grandpa again? This is the nth time. My grandfather said he has no money. During lunch break, Uchiha Makoto shouted in contempt at Shenlong, who was eating and drinking. How could your grandfather, the elder of the clan, be without money? Just go get it and tell them I told you to. Get lost. How much money have you borrowed from Grandpa? He has already said that you can't pay it back even if he sells you. Every time I go to him, he gets furious. I don't dare to borrow from him anymore." Makoto rolled his eyes. "Are you going or not?" Xianglong stopped eating and looked at Makoto with lustful eyes. Hey. It was that kind of gaze again. Makoto's face turned red. This kind of special gaze full of infatuation made her extremely uncomfortable, but she didn't know why. No, Makoto struggled to escape from the classroom. She was most afraid of Xianglong's gaze. This feeling made her inexplicably ashamed. Xianglong quickly reached out and grabbed Makoto. I secretly sighed that Makoto's resistance was getting stronger. Well, after racking his brains for a moment, Xianglong said helplessly, "Tell Grandpa I want to see him." Feeling the hot and powerful palm, Makoto's little face turned red, and he nodded in agreement hurriedly, then ran out of the classroom. Xianglong picked up a large spoonful of rice with a large spoon, put it into his mouth, chewed it, and murmured indistinctly, "This rice is so soft." "Boss, what's really soft?" Senju Nawaki ran over happily. "Nothing. Have you collected all the salary for this week?" Xianglong asked arrogantly while picking his teeth. No. Nawaki was a little scared when he saw Xianglong's gangster look. I've almost collected them all, but because Hayashi led the resistance and refused to hand them over. Many people who had joined him refused to hand them over. I was just about to take my brothers to kill him. Hyuga Hayashi is leading the resistance? You're looking for death." Xianglong flicked the toothpick away with one finger and shouted viciously while slamming the table. Nawaki was startled at first, but then immediately became excited and added fuel to the fire. "Boss, you don't know how despicable that guy is. He even complained to the teacher, causing me to get scolded and even have to clean the toilet as punishment. You didn't give me away, did you?" Xianglong was shocked. "No. How can that be? I can handle it myself," Nawaki said immediately. Upon hearing this, Xianglong patted his shoulder and praised and comforted him. "Good brother. Lead the way, I'll help you." "Okay, boss." Nawaki was shaking with excitement and hurriedly took Xianglong to find Hayashi. During this period, Nawaki was not afraid of trouble and called on a group of his brothers to go to Hayashi in a threatening manner. Hayashi was originally playing ball with a group of younger brothers, but he stopped immediately when he saw Nawaki coming at him aggressively. Nawaki, the lackey, ran over happily, snatched the football, and put it in front of Xianglong. Xianglong looked at him with admiration. He found that Nawaki had an absolute talent in being a lackey. He controlled the chakra to flow to his feet, just like his daily practice of treading water, but this time it was not for balance, but to increase strength. He kicked the football away. Swoosh bang! The extremely fast speed and power acted on the football. In the blink of an eye, it brushed Hayashi's hair and hit the middle of a tree as thick as an adult's calf. Bang! The whole ball was kicked to pieces. The tree was also broken in half. The terrifying power displayed by Xianglong frightened the many elementary school students watching and made them scream in surprise, their mouths wide open involuntarily. Even in Hayashi's camp, a 6-year-old elementary school student suddenly burst into tears. Afterwards, everyone in Hayashi's camp immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The only ones left on the football field were Hayashi, who had a stiff face and was trying to remain calm, and Hizashi, who was hiding behind him with a terrified look on his face. Tap, tat, tat. Xianglong slowly walked towards the two brothers. Every step he took seemed to step on Hayashi's heart, and with every step he took, Hayashi's face became paler. When they stopped in front of Hayashi, their faces were less than 20 centimeters apart. I asked Nawaki to collect the money. "Anyone who dares not to pay it is making things difficult for me," Xianglong said softly with a calm expression. Nawaki's face flushed red as he heard this, his brain congested. Looking at the growing number of elementary school students gathered around him, he shouted out as if possessed by a ghost. "You're also making things difficult for me." Hayashi's face froze at first, then turned red. Why? He tried hard to overcome his fear and roared with all his might. "Just me, Uchiha Kitsuren." Xianglong's voice was not loud, but everyone present widened their eyes in shock. His eyes opened slightly, and the power of his will was concentrated in his eyes. Looking at those unblinking, calm eyes, Hayashi felt the real brutality and indifference in them. He felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Fear surged from his heart like a tide, and his legs trembled as he stepped back unconsciously. There is no way he can win by fighting. Hayashi will never take the initiative to attack unless Xianglong makes the first move. However, Xianglong's use of this kind of pressure makes him more uncomfortable than beating him up directly. Hayashi retreated again and again, instinctively wanting to stay away from Xianglong. However, those eyes were still staring at him. with such unblinking silence that it was like a precursor to a ferocious beast's attack. Moreover, this feeling became even more obvious after Hayashi took the first step back. Okay, we'll give it to you. We'll give you as much as you want. At this time, it was Hisashi who withstood the pressure, holding up the retreating Hayashi with one hand and shouting loudly. Hearing this, Shenglan nodded, looked at the pale Hayashi, and said softly with a meaningful tone, "You have a good brother who is more courageous and responsible than you," Shenglan said, ignoring Hayashi's changing expression, and turned to walk towards his classroom. But just when he was halfway there, Shenglan's voice rang out again. The Hyuga family, 2 people, have to pay for 4 people. The Hyuga brothers collapsed to the ground upon hearing this. If for no other reason, this brother's family is rich, even richer than the Hokage's family. How many branch houses in Hyuga are serving the main family? The main family directly controls everything in the branch houses. Not to mention money. Even the lives of the branch houses are in the hands of the main family. As the crown prince of the main family of Hyuga, how could his monthly allowance be small? He, Hyuga Hayashi, is the real rich second generation. So handsome, a girl among the elementary school students murmured. All the onlookers present, regardless of gender, suddenly nodded in unison as if possessed by some mysterious force. Such a domineering aura is overwhelming. Hayashi-kun can't resist it at all. Namake's Minato sighed. He and Katsura had a good relationship and rarely spoke out loud. Who is this? So arrogant. A round-faced girl with long blood-red hair shouted. Although her tone seemed disdainful, her eyes were full of admiration for Shenglan. When people nearby heard her question, they all moved away from her, fearing that they would be implicated. His name is Uchiha Katsurin, a classmate in Class 1. He's a very nice person and also my friend. Namake's Minato shyly introduced him to the girl. You? How could such a hockey guy be friends with a sissy like you? The girl scoffed in disbelief. Minato looked embarrassed, but he wasn't angry either, because he had been hit and teased by this girl so often recently that he was almost used to it. I don't know how I offended her. He's still hockey. He's a gangster, a scoundrel. Yes, a scoundrel, said Uchiha Makoto next to the girl. She was also deeply immersed in her admiration for Shenglan and couldn't extricate herself. Only then did she come to her senses and cursed with a smile. Her voice was loud and many people heard it, even Nawaki. Nawaki was just getting angry, but when he looked closely and saw that it was Makoto, his face changed and his anger immediately subsided. He nodded and greeted Miss Makoto and ran to blow T-shirt. Ah, rogue. Makoto, do you know him? The girl said in surprise. Namake's Minato said with a frown on his face. They're both from the Uchiha clan, and they're in the same class and sit at the same table. Even though Shenglan had introduced himself just now, the girl was still unable to react. It was not until Minato explained it clearly that she suddenly realized what was going on. Ah, Makoto, he actually has this kind of relationship with you, the girl exclaimed. What's the relationship? Kushina, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Makoto said hurriedly, his face flushed with shame. It doesn't matter? I just talked about your relationship with him, but I didn't say what kind of relationship it was. Why are you blushing? Could it be? Is it that kind of relationship? Kushina said with suspicion at first, and then with shock on her face. Ah, are you looking for a fight? Makoto's face flushed red, and she pinched Kushina's waist directly. Kushina quickly dodged with a laugh, and the two of them played happily, chasing and escaping. Chapter 26. After a class, Hyuga Hisashi handed 8 100-tael notes to Shenglan, who nodded and said, "Just give it to Nawaki from now on. He will collect it for me." No, Hisashi didn't dare to say much. He was an honest and timid person, so he paid the money and ran away in a hurry. Hey, little money. Shenglan smirked. Haha, enough money to buy a special edition pepper smoke bomb. Nawaki smirked. He also had a share of the money. He took 30%, and Shenglan took 70%. Originally, Nawaki was supposed to get 240 silver, but Shenglan rounded off the change and cut off 40 taels of change. Shenglan smiled as he touched the $600. All of them were children of wealthy families and had no shortage of pocket money. Shenglan saw this and unscrupulously charged each of them $200. The main reason for letting Nawaki collect the money was to let him bear the pressure from the teacher. After all, he was the prince of the Senju clan. The teacher would at most scold him a few words and give him a symbolic punishment. They would never dare to do anything to Nawaki. Of course, even if Nawaki was not there, it would not be a big deal if Shenglan did this. Every child in the first grade has a backer, and it is not something that the teachers of these schools can easily control. Let Nawaki bear the pressure from the teachers, and Shenglan will bear the pressure from the students himself. I have already communicated with Nawaki before. If anyone disagrees, just say his name. Looking for trouble? Then find Shenlong. That night, Makoto brought Uchiha Fong to Shenlong's camp. UB D. Don't you have a place to live in our clan? You insist on living in this shabby place like a wild child, bringing shame to our Uchiha family. Uchiha Fong looked at Shenlong and cursed. Shame? What shame does the Uchiha family have for me to lose? Even if they have shame, they are still shameless. Of course, except for Mr. Quan and Sister Josie. Shenlong curled his lips, but when he saw Makoto's murderous face, he immediately reacted and said, Of course not Makoto. Makoto is very different tonight. Makoto pouted when she heard that, a playful smile on her face mixed with pride. Seeing this, Shenlong quickly moved closer to her, observed her carefully, and sniffed with a hint of lewdness. You're dressed so cutely, and you even seem to be wearing perfume. Tell me, what's your purpose? Shenlong had just finished teasing Makoto and looked at her at a loss. Before he could laugh out loud, he saw Uchiha Fong gritting his teeth and staring at his palms. Seeing him stretching one hand into a palm and pinching the wrist of the other hand with the other hand, Shenlong became alert. He frowned and asked, What are you doing? Uchiha Fong looked at Shenlong and said seriously, I'm trying to control myself. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will kill you with one blow. Shenlong's forehead was sweaty and he smiled awkwardly. UB D. Why did you call me here? Let me make it clear first. No money for you. Uchiha Yutaka asked directly. Grandpa, you are not allowed to keep scolding him. Didn't you say that we are an ancient clan in the ninja world and should abide by etiquette? It is wrong to swear like this. Uchiha Fang's leaky little cotton jacket frowned and said dissatisfiedly that she felt that her grandfather didn't seem to like Shenlong, and he seemed to get angry every time he was mentioned. Of course, she had no idea about money. But when she grew up and found out how much money Shenlong had borrowed from her grandfather, and how much he had never paid back, she finally understood why her grandfather was angry. Winking at Makoto teasingly, and then looking at Uchiha Fong with a gloomy face, Shenlong quickly said, Well, I already have the strength of a genin. I think I can graduate. What did you say? Uchiha Fong asked uncertainly. He had only been in school for more than half a year, and he was already thinking about graduating? Even though he knew that Katsulan was a genius, now that he heard with his own ears that Katsulan wanted to graduate, the thought that he might become the youngest genin in Konoha's history, breaking the record for the youngest genin to graduate from the ninja school, made the corners of his mouth twitch unconsciously. He didn't think that Shenlong didn't have the strength of a genin. After all, with a pair of 2 Mangekyō Sharingan, plus 2 ninjutsu, 1 jinjutsu, and 1 ninjutsu, he already had the strength of a chunin. After all, one only needs to master the 3-body technique to qualify as a genin. In the original work, the genin graduation exam for Naruto's class, who was 12 years old, was just a simple clone technique exam, which shows that becoming a genin is not difficult. If there weren't still a lot of knowledge that needed to be learned, or that had to be learned, in the ninja school, I believe many people would choose to graduate early. Although Shenlong is fully capable of graduating, Uchiha Fong cannot allow Shenlong to graduate like this. Geniuses like Shenlong fear fame the most. Once they become too famous, they will most likely die prematurely. Konoha is a cradle of geniuses. In Konoha, there are spies from various ninja villages operating secretly. Among these, collecting intelligence on geniuses below Konoha Jonin is one of the most important tasks of these spies. There are even some ninja villages that have set up assassination teams specifically to eliminate geniuses from other ninja villages. They specifically target and assassinate geniuses from various countries to prevent them from rising up one day and threatening their own country. For someone like Shenlong, if he were to reveal his strength, Uchiha Fong was sure that there would be no need for ninjas from other villages to take action. There would probably be many people in his own village who would not be able to tolerate him. No, as long as Shenlong reveals his Sharingan, it will be difficult for him to grow further. No one among the older generation in Konoha would like to see another Uchiha Madara emerge from the Uchiha family. Hearing Shenlong's answer again, Uchiha Fong neither agreed nor refused. He just faced Shenlong, raised his hand, and said, Come on, attack me and let me see if you have what it takes to be a genin. This is not good, after all, at your age, Shenlong said with difficulty. Hurry up, little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** phone, was a little annoyed. He was actually looked down upon by a little kid. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Although his strength was indeed not as great as before, he was still an elite jonin in his youth. Although his strength has indeed declined seriously, resulting in him now probably only at the level of Chunin, his experience from decades of fighting is not comparable to that of ordinary Chunin. After all, he is one of the few people who survived to witness the end of the Sengoku era. A more accurate estimate is that he currently has the strength of an elite Chunin, but with the Sharingan activated, he can still maintain the level of a special Jonin, less than a Jonin, for a while. At his age, his eyes have actually been cloudy for a long time, and the three Magatama can only bring him minimal strength. "Teacher Quan, why are you here?" Katsurin exclaimed as he looked behind Uchiha Fong. "Call out." Uchiha Fong just glanced behind him and immediately heard a gust of wind coming from the front. A fist came towards his old face with great force. Chapter 27. Insidious. He only had time to curse before he was shocked by Shang Lan's speed. So fast, the fist just grazed Uchiha Feng's old face, and he grabbed Uchiha Feng's wrist with his backhand, used the force to pull Shang Lan over, and threw him to the open space on the side. Shang Lan somersaulted in midair, landed smoothly, and rushed towards Uchiha Feng at full speed. Leaf Hurricane. Shang Lan jumped up and kicked him hard in the head. Bang! Uchiha Feng raised his hand to block, his feet motionless, and one palm grabbed Shang Lan's ankle. However, Leaf Hurricane was a two-kick combo, and after one attack was blocked, Shang Lan stood firm and kicked away Uchiha Feng's grabbing hand with his other kick. Konoha Bad Rock Rising. As soon as he landed, Shang Lan elbowed him in the chin. Uchiha Feng took a step back and smashed down with his right fist. Shang Lan groaned and quickly stepped back, his face turning red from the severe pain. Seizing the opportunity when Shang Lan revealed a flaw, Uchiha Feng launched a series of attacks. In an instant, Shang Lan fell into a disadvantage and was kicked far away by him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was a bit faster than the elderly Uchiha Feng, so he blocked the kick and only suffered minor injuries. "No big problem. You're still a little naive, kid." Uchiha Yutaka scoffed. Shang Lan remained silent. He knew what the old man meant. His strength was indeed too weak. Due to his physical and age limitations, Shang Lan was currently unable to do anything. How shameless. Shang Lan suddenly smiled and tapped his right cheek with his finger, mocking directly. Feeling a burning scratch on his right cheek, Uchiha Feng said gloomily, "Mikoto, stay away." Looking at Mikoto, who was stunned by the shock, Shang Lan chuckled. "Mikoto, stay away. Don't worry, I'm just sparring with your grandfather. I won't actually hurt him." Hearing this, Uchiha Feng's face twitched. After enduring to watch Mikoto go away, Uchiha Feng took action directly. He couldn't bear it anymore. Fire style, great fireball technique. An Uchiha family's signature jutsu came out of his mouth. Shang Lan widened his eyes. He didn't expect that this old guy was serious. "Aren't you afraid of hurting me?" Laozi is only 5 years old. Shang Lan cursed inwardly, exerted force on his feet, and rolled several times on the ground in a way that minimized damage but was ugly. He chose to rely on his speed advantage to avoid Uchiha Feng's great fireball. With a loud bang, a huge fireball passed by. Before Shang Lan could steady himself and stand up, the sound of a hidden weapon breaking through the air was heard, and a stone shot towards him head-on. Ding! Without even raising his head, Shang Lan took out a kunai, sensed the direction of the flying stone, raised his hand and swung it, knocking the stone away accurately. This was the benefit of his strong mental power and magical five senses. Its powerful perception ability is comparable to the 360-degree visual perception of the Byakugan. In fact, his mental perception is all-round and has no blind spots, although the current sensing distance is still too small, that is, within a radius of 3 meters. The brain can sense it without seeing with the eyes. If it is more than 5 meters away, the eyes are needed to see it. When the first attack failed, Uchiha Feng quickly shot out 3 shurikens, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Watching the 3 shurikens split and change exponentially in the blink of an eye, in an instant, the shurikens in the sky flew towards Shang Lan. After swinging the kunai and knocking down the shurikens in front of him, Shang Lan had chakra attached to his feet, and he used his hands and feet to roll and crawl behind a big tree. K, old man, are you serious? Shang Lan shouted, not waiting for Uchiha Feng to respond to him. As soon as the shuriken completely missed, Shang Lan flashed out and rushed towards Uchiha Feng. Fire style, impatience technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dense small fireballs spewed out of his mouth and hit Shang Lan head-on. This time he had no way to avoid it. As Uchiha Feng showed his joy, he found that Shang Lan, who was hit, turned into a piece of wood with a bang. Body replacement technique. When Uchiha Fong was surprised, but in a flash, he knew that Shenlong was still behind the tree. He cast the spell first, but delayed the activation. This is a common method used by those who are proficient in the body replacement technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A great fireball, one size smaller than the previous Uchiha Fong, came towards him head-on, and Shenlong began to exert his strength. After the fireball was thrown quickly, Shenlong followed closely, raised his hands and shot 2 kunai to the left and right, and turned his hands, and 2 shurikens appeared in his hands. He was ready to block Uchiha Feng's escape route. Uchiha Fong frowned at the precise kunai throwing technique. His chakra was depleted too much. Although he sensed Shenlong's intention to consume him, he continued to form seals quickly with his hands. Water Style, Water Barrier. It is recognized by the ninja world that every owner of the 3-tomo Sharingan is a master of ninjutsu, and copying ninjutsu is the unique ability of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Although there is no water attribute chakra, it does not mean that you cannot cast water-style ninjutsu, although the consequence of doing so is that the power of the jutsu is small and the damage caused will be greater. However, this water style is more than enough to resist Shenlong's great fireball. Bang! Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a brief collision, water and fire were incompatible. The two canceled each other out, and thick steam gushed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Through the smoke, small fireballs broke through the thick fog and hit Uchiha Fong head-on. At this time, Shenlong's voice was heard faintly. Fire Style, Impatience Technique. This time it was Uchiha Feng's turn to flee in panic. Hiding behind a big tree, Uchiha Fong was panting. The battle had lasted neither long nor short, and he was beginning to run out of energy. After all, he is really old. He hasn't really fought for at least 10 years. At his age and status, he doesn't need to do anything himself. He has subordinates and juniors at his disposal. Horrible. Is this guy really only 5.5 years old? Who taught him this kind of combat experience and ninjutsu? And how can this guy have such a high amount of chakra? Uchiha Fong looked incredulous. He was the one who sent Uchiha Izumi to guide Shenlong, but he knew that Uchiha Izumi had never had a real combat sparring match with Shenlong. Because although they all knew Shenlong's terrifying talent, they subconsciously thought that Shenlong was still a child and not worthy of practical guidance. Uchiha Izumi also thought so. Therefore, in addition to teaching Shenlong the theory and techniques of combat, as well as guidance on cultivation, they have allowed Shenlong to train on his own. Was it that genin named Might Dewey who gave the instructions? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't they say that genin only knows taijutsu? Uchiha Fong is self-denying. Although he pays close attention to Shenlong and knows that he always practices with Might Dai, he does not know the specific details. In fact, his guess was correct. Shenlong's combat effectiveness was indeed due to the help of Lao Dai. In Lao Dai's eyes, he would not treat Shenlong as a child. After all, they were already brothers, so naturally he treated him as an equal. Discussing and fighting are the training tasks that Lao Dai has asked for recently. Lao Dai's physical skills are very powerful. When Shenlong competed with him in physical skills, he was not only beaten badly, but he couldn't even touch his kakuzu. He could only rely on the use of ninjutsu, the assistance of illusion, and the shuriken throwing technique he learned from Uchiha Izumi to barely hold on for a while and avoid being defeated too quickly. Therefore, through repeated battles, Shenlong's combat experience improved quietly and rapidly. Listening to the fireballs hitting the tree trunks, Uchiha Fong leaned against the tree, breathing heavily and trying to recover some chakra. However, Shenlong was relentless and kept pressing forward. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A loud roar was heard, and Uchiha Feng's face changed drastically with fear. He rolled on the ground without thinking. He knew that the tree where he was hiding could not block the great fireball. As a result, the expected explosion did not sound, but instead, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. I've been fooled. Shenlong's roar just now was just an act. Uchiha Fong was fooled again. But come to think of it, how could a child under 6 have so much chakra and release it one after another without stopping? It was impossible, but Uchiha Fong didn't dare to take the risk. After all, Shenlong had scared him too much. If he really came with a great fireball, that little tree would be no match for it. In the final analysis, he is still a coward. The older he gets, the more he cherishes his life. As he was old and frail, it was difficult for him to dodge the sound of breaking air. Chapter 28. Bang! A small stone hit his chest. You've already lost. Shenlong gasped and said, if this stone was replaced with a kunai, Uchiha Fong would be dead, so he was really defeated. His chakra was actually only enough to perform one great fireball technique and one impatience technique. and using one more body replacement technique was already a breakthrough for him. After all, even though he could refine chakra very quickly, he was still too small, and his body couldn't hold much chakra. This was also the reason why his chakra hadn't changed much in the past 6 months. The body's capacity is limited, and he can't increase it just because he wants to. He can perform 3 ninjutsu in a row thanks to the daily treading water training. More than half a year of persistence and his strong spiritual power have given him an excellent control over chakra. Uchiha Fong was furious. He felt that this little b*** d was too insidious, and that his loss was too unfair. Losing to a child who was not even 6 years old made him feel unbelievable, and his face felt hot and dry. Being a ninja isn't a glamorous profession. Do I need to teach you this? Shenlong chuckled and waved to Mikoto in the distance. Uchiha Feng's face changed when he heard this, and then he gradually became a little lost. He thought to himself that he was getting old and confused, and at the same time he felt great shame and sadness. I'm truly old. Not only can I not defeat a child, but my inner strength has also decayed. Politics and power have seriously poisoned his body and mind. You guys are awesome, Grandpa. Tell me who won. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was the first time she had seen such a proper and complete ninja duel. She was also surprised that Shenlong was so powerful that he could fight with his powerful grandfather like this. You know, there are many powerful jonin in their clan who respect her grandfather very much and are even willing to obey his orders. She didn't understand politics and power. She just thought her grandfather was more powerful than those jonin, so those people would listen to him. I lost. Of course, I only lost by 1 move, so it's a close defeat. Shenlong smiled at her. My grandfather couldn't even defeat the clan's jonin. It's normal for him to lose. You're already amazing. Mikoto consoled with an innocent smile. Uchiha Fong felt embarrassed when he heard this, but he looked at Shenlong with undisguised admiration. This kid is so precocious. Whether it's IQ or EQ, he's far superior to his peers. It's hard to believe he's not even 6 years old. It's like an old ghost has taken over the child's body and been reborn. Uchiha Fong suddenly thought of this, then shook his head and cursed himself for having wild thoughts. If Shenlong knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would probably say to Uchiha Fong, as expected of an old ghost, your guess is spot on. I won't allow you to graduate at this time. Let's get back to the topic, Uchiha Fong said directly. I thought Shenlong would make a fuss and refute, but he scratched his head awkwardly and said, well, actually, I don't want to graduate early, but if I don't graduate, I won't be able to make money, and without money, I won't be able to survive. After all the fuss tonight, Shenlong's real motive is still money. Bullshit. The money Lousy gave you is enough for you to live comfortably for 10 years, and you're still pretending to be poor for Lousy. Uchiha Fong cursed angrily. I don't want to either, but in the path of cultivation, it's inevitable that the cost of cultivation is high, especially in martial arts. After hearing this, Uchiha Fong couldn't help but ask, where did you learn all this? Did Mike teach you? Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. This is such an appropriate adjective. Lousy has lived most of his life and still can't use it. Yes, Teacher Dai said that meat is essential for strengthening the body, and we should eat more of it. Uchiha Fong said in disbelief, don't lie to me, an old man. The money I give you is enough for you to eat delicious food every day for 3 to 5 years. You know, Teacher Dai wastes so much time and energy on me every day. I can't just go out to dinner with him and ask him to pay, right? It's hard to repay a debt of gratitude, but every bit counts. Shenlong told the truth because he knew that Uchiha Fong had always arranged people to monitor him, which was a form of protection. Of course, this protection is also just sending people to check on him occasionally when he remembers to. Shenlong is in Konoha and is a student of the ninja school. He is in a safe place and does not need to be monitored all the time. Uchiha Fong nodded subconsciously at first, indicating that Shenlong did the right thing, and then he was stunned. Then, his nose became crooked with anger. He has to pay back his debt of gratitude. What about Lousy's? What about Lousy's debt? Shenlong laughed dryly. When it came to his own debt, he quickly promised, please calm down, don't you think about it? With my level, it's normal for me to become a jonin within 3 to 5 years, right? By then, after completing the mission, the money will just be a number. As for your debt of gratitude, don't worry. I will help you take good care of Mikoto in the future. Shenlong smiled foolishly. He felt that if he waited until he grew up to repay Uchiha Fong, it would be difficult for him to live to that age. Since he couldn't repay him, repaying his granddaughter would be the same. Oh my god, Uchiha Fong couldn't help but swear and punched him in the face. Shenglan was caught off guard and was hit hard by the punch, and he fell into coma. This punch was very heavy. It was his angry blow. Uchiha Phone was about to go over and step on it a few times when he was stopped by his own warm and cozy little cotton-padded jacket, which was seriously leaking air. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Stop it!" Makoto exclaimed. She was still young and didn't quite understand what they were talking about. But when Shenglan said he took care of her, she was actually very happy. So why was her grandfather so angry? She didn't understand. "Damn it. You little b****************** D. You eat my food, or my clothes, and you still want to covet my granddaughter? Can't I take care of my Makoto myself? You call this repaying me? You're clearly hoping for my death. You stinky, shameless, ungrateful b************** D. I'm going to beat you to death." Uchiha Phone was still not satisfied after scolding, so he stepped on Shenglan's handsome face twice. Only then did he control his temper and pulled Makoto away angrily. "Shenglan." Makoto kept looking back, feeling a little uneasy about leaving like this. That night, the friendly and enthusiastic jungle mosquito gave Shenglan a bunch of big red envelopes again. The next morning, Uchiha Izumi brought Shenglan a total of 200,000 taels of silver notes. "It seems that yesterday's efforts were not in vain. I really need to demonstrate sufficient value to make people feel at ease to increase their investment. Blindly hiding my strength is a foolish approach. There's nothing wrong with developing slowly, but if I do it too slowly, I'm afraid I'll be stunted." Shenglan murmured after sending Uchiha Izumi away. Chapter 29. Shenglan's recent high expenses are actually related to his cultivation. The Dai family's medicinal baths are extremely valuable, but the price is naturally also extremely high. He has been a little obsessed with body training recently. He drags his exhausted body home every day. Since he traveled through time, he has almost never stopped exercising. Gradually, he was no longer satisfied with the thin medicinal bath used for body refining in the Dai family. He approached Dai and paid him a large sum of money to make a complete version of the medicinal bath with full medicinal power. Then he immersed himself in it to repair and temper his scarred body. Although old Dai did not approve of Shenglan's morbid body training, he was still very confident in his own medicinal wine. After all, this thing was their family's ancestral secret recipe, which he had verified over many years and was indeed a miraculous body training medicine. Every time after Shenglan was soaked, Lao Dai would add some clean water and then soak himself in it, because Shenglan's young body could not absorb too much medicinal power, and these expensive medicinal liquids could not be wasted. Of course, even if it was the medicinal wine used by Shenglan, after being diluted by Lao Dai with water, its medicinal strength would be 2 or 3 times higher than that of his usual preparation. As a result, the vast majority of Shenglan's money was spent on their cultivation. After witnessing Shenglan's money power, old Dai had always been convinced of his second-generation status. After all, no child could be so lavish. Apart from being second-generation rich, the only other option was to be third-generation rich. The Uchiha were a wealthy family, the second generation of a wealthy family. Old Dai found this kind of spending power normal. Shenglan was also extremely generous and magnanimous. "Meat? We'll eat the best. Medicine? We'll use the best too." Of course, if Lao Dai hadn't kept emphasizing that the effect of soaking himself in the medicinal bath would be minimal, Shenglan wouldn't have let him soak in his second-hand medicinal bath. The daily practice hardly makes old Dai feel tired, which is why he insists on not taking a full medicinal bath. Overall, Shenglan is worth the money. Over the past 6 months, his physical fitness has far surpassed that of most of his peers. If his age had not restricted his growth, his progress would have been much more than this. This is the reward for his daily hard work and practice. On the way to school, Shenglan was thinking about his next course of action. Since he wants to show his own value, Shenglan will naturally not only show it to Uchiha Phone. His current ambitions and goals are all focused on a peeping Tom. The campus riot he had created before was just a bait he had put out. He was waiting for the children of the big families to rise up in resistance, and also waiting for the real big fish to take the bait. Of course, part of the reason was that he wanted to make some spare change so as to maintain his image as a wealthy man who was averse to second generation in front of old Dai. One day at school, right after class, an unexpected person came up to him. "Uchiha Fugaku. What's he doing here?" Looking at Fugaku, who came looking for him, Shenglan scratched his head. After being taught a lesson by him using magic, this guy was in a coma for a day and rested for 3 days. As a result, not only did he not cause trouble for him or seek revenge on him, he even smiled at him every time he met him, which made Shenglan confused. He even wondered if the illusion at that time had caused him too much harm, causing Fugaku to suffer too severe a mental trauma and damage his brain? That shouldn't be the case. Naruto's technique is only a C-rank illusion. Even though my mental power is incredibly strong, it shouldn't be like this. Shenlong thought to himself that he didn't understand Fugaku's behavior. If he knew that Uchiha Fong visited his grandfather and what he said to his grandfather, Shenlong would not be surprised. Fugaku followed his grandfather's teachings and regarded winning the blue as his goal. In his heart, he agreed with his grandfather's advice. No matter how powerful he is, he will eventually become nothing more than a sword in his own hand, because his last name is Uchiha. I will definitely become the future head of the Uchiha family. I should have a longer-term vision and a broader mind. Fugaku warned himself secretly. At this time, Fugaku directly stated his purpose. Hayashi from your class has found some senior students and is planning to cause trouble for you. The purpose of his coming here was to ask Shenlong if he needed help. He planned to lend a helping hand to Shenlong in order to win people's hearts. Oh, how many people did he find? Shenlong asked casually. He became interested. Hayashi is the head of the Hyuga family, so almost all the branch houses on campus obey his orders. There are probably about 20 Hyuga from first year onwards. Add in some of the smaller clans that are vassal Hyuga and some civilians. I estimate there are no less than 50 people in total. Fugaku trembled slightly when he said this. His tone was excited. He was still young, and as the prince of the Uchiha family, the kid's favorite thing was to gang up on others. More than 50. Shenlong's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Damn, I underestimated the Hyuga clan's appeal. He knew Hayashi was not convinced, and he also knew that Hayashi would find someone to take revenge on him. But he really didn't know that Hayashi could find so many people. What does more than 50 people mean? That's almost the same number of people as 2 classes. Looking at Shenlong's surprised expression, Fugaku sneered in his heart, but asked with a smile on his face. Do you need my help? We Uchiha. Unnecessary. Without waiting for Fugaku to say more, Shenlong interrupted him rudely. His face twitched violently, and he froze. Shenlong's words were so decisive that there was no possibility of him mishearing. Suddenly, Shenlong felt a familiar feeling in his heart, a strange feeling of being spied on. Here they come. Shenlong's figure appeared clearly in a crystal ball. Around the crystal ball, the Sannin gathered together. At that time, they were not yet famous and could only be considered 3 jonin with good strength. They spent a long time every day learning from the 3rd Hokage and also worked part-time as assistants to the Hokage by running errands for him. Suddenly, Shenlong in the crystal ball slammed the table and stood up, which really scared Fugaku, who was standing next to him. This sudden scene immediately attracted the attention of 3rd generation and Sannin. It's this little guy again, Tsunade said with a smile on her face. She had a good impression of Shenlong. The others remained silent, but their eyes were still fixed on him, obviously curious about this little guy. In the classroom, Shenlong raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, I want to see who Hyuga Hayashi is. As soon as he walked out of the classroom after making such threats, he saw Nawaki running towards him with a bruised face and nose. Boss, you came just in time. Hayashi is looking for someone to beat you up. I just got beaten up by him, woo-woo. Boss, you have to stand up for me. Looking at Nawaki's bruised and battered face, Shenlong secretly sighed that it was absolutely right to recruit this little brother. Don't panic, Shenlong said calmly, pulled Nawaki over, patted his shoulder, and said comfortingly, Brother will help you. That be *********** D. Hayashi is dead. Ultimate's arrogant words instantly made Nawaki burst into tears, and he was completely devoted to her. He was almost about to offer his tender and precious chrysanthemum to Shenlong. Boss is awesome, Nawaki roared, his face flushed and his expression excited. He felt that hanging out with Shenlong recently was really G exciting. The scene of these 2 little friends living in harmony was reflected in the crystal ball, which made Sannin and 3rd generation watch with great interest. Huh? Looks like my Nawaki got beaten up. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said angrily. Duh. Chapter 30. He was indeed beaten up, but it seems he is looking for someone to help him. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. That was the expression he would show when he saw something that interested him. Did you find that guy? Jiraiya suddenly said that his impression of Shenlong was terrible. He still remembers the last time Shenlong wiped his snot all over his body. At the classroom door, Shenlong asked, Where's that guy Hayashi? As soon as he spoke, a response came from a distance. I'm here. I was looking for you too. The one who responded to him was Hyuga Hayashi. Looking around, Hayashi was followed closely by a group of students, and on his sides, 2 students from the Hyuga branch house, who were a whole head taller than him, stood on his left and right. It was obvious that these two were 6th grade students and were fully qualified to graduate and become genin. There is even a genius among them who is one of the top students in the school. Shenlong crossed his arms across his chest and asked calmly, "Is this your confidence in provoking me?" Shenlong suddenly closed his eyes, chuckled, and shook his head. His expression was proud and elegant, and the curve of his mouth seemed to be mocking, and also seemed to be disdainful. His attitude deeply hurt Hayashi's proud heart, and an inexplicable anger arose. "Katsurin, don't think you Uchiha family are so great. You are just a bunch of hooligans and scum. What right do you have to collect bribes from everyone? What qualifications do you have to bully your classmates in school? This is Konoha's school, not your Uchiha family's school." Hyuga Hayashi spoke righteously and sternly, as expected of a prince from a prominent family who had received a prestigious education. His righteous and stern rebuke caused most of the people present to talk. "Exactly, why do you charge a fee?" "Yes, what qualifications do you have to charge fees? And you charged me $200, when I only get $300 in pocket money a month. If you want to be arrogant, go back to your Uchiha home and be arrogant. Down with Uchiha." Hayashi's words immediately aroused the public's outrage. Many people in Class 1, Grade 1 almost shouted in protest. They only just realized now that everyone had been charged a fee, and that I wasn't the only one who had been wronged. Originally, everyone had endured it. After all, in their eyes, Shenlong was too perverted and powerful. He was a real ninja who could spit fireballs, impatience technique. Even many second-year students were no match for him. The top student in the 2nd grade was even scared to death. How could they dare to resist Shenlong? Moreover, this guy was beating someone from his own clan. He even beats his own people. Who would dare to provoke such a guy? The most important thing is, after he beat someone up and caused such a big fuss, the second Amaterasu went to class regularly, nothing happened, and the Uchiha prince didn't even retaliate. This is scary. They are all children of wealthy families, and have Jonin backing them up at home or behind the scenes. They are not stupid, and they all know that Shenlong is not an ordinary person, so no one wants to be the first to do so. The prince of the Uchiha family endured such harm and insults, but what does it matter if we are charged 200 yuan in bribes? Just bear with it. This is the common idea of almost everyone in Class 1, Grade 1. But Hayashi stood up so stubbornly. He was the prince of the main family and had been pampered since childhood. He received no harm last time, but he could not tolerate the insulting yet extremely strong killing look. Money was a small matter to him, and he didn't care if Hizashi went to pay it, but he wouldn't let it go if Shenlong bullied him like that. Who is he? The crown prince of the main family, the absolute master of the Hyuga branch house, with countless people under his command. In the school, even Nawaki, the prince of the Senju clan, may not be more powerful than him. Moreover, Nawaki was beaten up this time because of his own fault. Because of the protection money, he has already incurred public wrath. A large number of his followers no longer follow him and have gone to Hayashi's side. That's why he was beaten black and blue, and the ones who hit him the hardest were actually the little brothers he had brought with him. Of course, he's also a victim. The real culprit is his boss, Uchiha Katsurin. He is just the boss's little brother. He does whatever the boss tells him to do. He was a naughty kid to begin with, and the thought of doing something as bad as collecting bribes, which gave him the opportunity to show off, made him feel excited. It was his first time doing this, so he had no idea that doing so would lead to a beating and cause public outrage. He always naively believed that the boss would protect him, so he just did it. This is in line with the thinking and style of a 5-year-old kid, and he is also a qualified little brother. Looking at the excited classmates, Nawaki was a little panicked. At this moment, a strong hand rested on his shoulder. "Don't panic." Shenlong comforted him calmly, his face showing no sign of panic, as if he had angered everyone or committed a serious crime. "Who else wants to resist me? Come out together." Shenlong suddenly raised his head and asked arrogantly. His voice was not loud, but the words he said were extremely arrogant. What a man! As expected of the boss of Senju Nawaki. Looking at Shenlong, who remained calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai, and listening to his arrogant words that he was ready to fight to the end, Nawaki suddenly thought of this sentence. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had followed the right person. At this moment, even if he would be beaten again, he felt it was worth it. "It's no big deal." Nawaki roared inwardly. Shenlong's words caused the whole audience to go wild. Too damn arrogant. Beat him. Yes, everyone come together and beat him up. Go. K him. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of him? Go. Many people were shouting, but no one dared to actually rush forward. After all, no one wanted to be the first to stand out, and the real first bird, Hayashi, hadn't even moved yet. At this time, Shenlong took a step forward, His eye sockets slightly opened, and his pair of dark pupils swept over everyone indifferently. His eyesight was cultivated. Even if he didn't activate the 3-tomo Sharingan to bless him, his eyes were still extremely sharp. These were the eyes of the Uchiha clan. When it comes to killing with eyes in the ninja world, no one can compete with him. Moreover, he has been able to initially control his will, and his vision, which is condensed by his firm will unconsciously shake one's beliefs when seeing it. Shenglan's move and look suddenly stopped the originally fierce shouting. Everyone present suddenly became quiet, and many people even took a step back unconsciously. This is how the confrontation of momentum works. You advance and I retreat. I advance and you retreat. There are ups and downs. It was obvious that Shanglan was the more powerful party now. Although the other side had more people and more power, they were still young and inexperienced. They were afraid, and it would be difficult for them to compete with Shanglan. Hyuga Hayashi was very good at judging the situation. When he saw his allies were wary and afraid, he immediately stood up. He wanted to mobilize everyone's emotions and make them muster up courage so that they could defeat this terrible opponent. Don't be afraid, everyone. My Hyuga family is willing to take the lead. Let's defeat the evil Uchiha Katsurin together. From now on, we will no longer be bullied by him. Hayashi was getting more and more excited as he shouted. His face flushed. Obviously, he was already drunk. If he could take the lead in defeating Shanglan this time, then Class 1 would definitely be controlled by his Hyuga family. Moreover, he also attacked the Uchiha clan from the side, which would definitely be of great benefit to him, the head of the Hyuga clan, in the future. After all, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are both families of eye techniques, and are also both famous and powerful clans. They have always been fighting openly and secretly, and neither of them is willing to submit to the other. Think about it. A person who beat up the Uchiha prince was defeated by me. Doesn't this mean that Uchiha Fugaku is obviously inferior to me? I've already outshined Uchiha Fugaku, so who should the various small and medium-sized families turn to and follow in the future? Do I even need to ask? And most importantly, he was the eldest son of the Senju family's princes. Doesn't this indirectly reflect that the Senju family's princes are inferior to him? Which family would dare not give face to Hyuga? Not give face to Hayashi? When he thought of this, Hayashi trembled all over and became extremely excited. Today would be the day when he, Hyuga Hayashi, would become famous. Chapter 31. Looking at the two hostile parties in the crystal ball, the third Hokage frowned and said solemnly, "It looks like a fight is about to break out. It's lunchtime now, and the teachers are also taking a break. I guess it's too late to stop it. Orochimaru, go over there. That Uchiha brat is really rough. Don't let anything serious happen and let the children get hurt. That kid from the Uchiha family knows ninjutsu. This is no joke. The third generation isn't afraid of him being beaten up. They're just afraid of this guy using ninjutsu to hurt people. After all, this kind of thing has happened before, and that was just an attack on people of the same tribe, resulting in such consequences. This time it may even be more serious than before." As soon as the third generation finished speaking, Orochimaru left in an instant, and Tsunade left with him. The two of them rushed towards the school at full speed. "TSK, this guy seems to be an unstable factor in school," Jiraiya said bluntly. "Haha, that's true." The third generation smiled and agreed with him. It would be better to just let him graduate, so he doesn't harm his classmates. Jiraiya crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and said casually. Suddenly, the third generation's expression became extremely serious, and he said to Jiraiya seriously, "Letting him graduate now is harming him. Don't forget his age. He's still a child who knows nothing." Jiraiya suddenly shuddered, and after putting away his cynical attitude, he sincerely apologized to the third generation. "Sorry, teacher. I didn't mean any harm. I just spoke too much." He felt that it was extremely shameful for him to target a 5-year-old child like this. While he felt deeply ashamed, he adjusted his attitude and apologized sincerely, even though the words were unintentional. Obviously, he understood the meaning of third generation's words. "I know." The third generation lit a cigarette and said that he knew Jiraiya's character best, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Suddenly, a change in the situation in the crystal ball attracted the attention of the two. Shanglan suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at the group of Uchiha people who were a little far away from him and said, "Fugaku, it's time for you to show your abilities. You said you would help me." Shanglan's words shocked everyone. With the Uchiha family standing up for him, this battle would be difficult to fight. The overall strength of the Uchiha family would exceed that of the Hyuga family. Suddenly, their attention was focused on Uchiha Fugaku. Feeling everyone's gaze, Fugaku was silent for a while, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons of helping or not in his mind. Originally, he was planning to help Shenlong. After all, in order to win people's hearts, one must first make some sacrifices. However, Shenlong's decisive rejection and his current self-righteous attitude immediately made him feel dissatisfied. Aren't you very capable? Damn, in the end you still have to ask Lousy for help. Fugaku thought with disdain, looking down on Shenlong in his heart, but secretly feeling proud of himself at the same time. He was about to agree, but Hayashi's voice sounded first. You're going to stand up for him, right? Very good. The Uchiha are indeed birds of a feather. They're a group of evil people who only know how to bully the weak. During the days you were in school, you've all been bullied by them, right? To be honest, in school, the Uchiha family is the most arrogant, xenophobic, and extreme. This kind of personality is prevalent in the Uchiha clan. The boys in the Uchiha family are very popular with girls because, apart from their personalities, they are actually very outstanding, handsome, and cool. Most girls like them, but boys will hate them. Seeing the many students whose emotions were stirred up again and who were accusing the Uchiha family of their evil, Hayashi continued excitedly. Today, everyone gathers together, led by my Hyuga family. Together we will defeat this evil clan and beat Uchiha Katsurin hard. Let them know that this is Konoha's school, everyone's school, not his Uchiha family's school. Looking at Hayashi, who ignited the rebellious emotions of many students, Shenlong sneered in his heart. As expected of the future head of the Hyuga family, a renowned politician. At such a young age, he's already mastered his art of persuasion to such a high degree. No wonder he was able to convince his nephew to let go of his deep hatred for his father's death and swear allegiance to his family until his death. So, what will Fugaku choose? In fact, he didn't expect Fugaku to stand up for him. He said that just to see the attitude of these Uchiha people. This would also affect his attitude towards the Uchiha clan in the future. Although Shenlong didn't care, this simple test was very necessary. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed as he looked at the surging crowd. Hayashi is trying to isolate our Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, he immediately broke out in a sweat. If he helped Shenlong this time, he would probably be known as an evil clan from now on. It is inevitable that the Uchiha family will be ostracized and isolated in the future, and it is even possible that they will be suppressed. Although his Uchiha clan was strong and it wasn't difficult for them to fight against one Hyuga, they definitely couldn't fight against everyone. It was a close call. I almost fell into his trap. Hayashi is such a treacherous guy. That's fine. I hate that arrogant guy anyway. He made me so miserable and embarrassed last time. This time I can get revenge. Let's see how he dies. Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced like lightning, weighing the pros and cons in an instant. He suddenly stopped his own people from stirring up trouble, then raised his hands high and shouted to the enraged crowd. Everyone, Katsura-san's matter has nothing to do with my Uchiha family. My Uchiha family is not an evil clan. We all detest such vile behavior as accepting bribes. Please don't let Hyuga Hayashi use you, and let him stir up emotions and misunderstand my Uchiha family. Fugaku directly named Hayashi and bluntly called him a villain. Without waiting for Hayashi to say anything, he led many Uchiha people and walked towards the crowd of onlookers. After all, he still has the temperament of a child, lacks patience, and did not choose to reconcile with Shenlong. It is obvious that the Uchiha clan has no intention of getting involved in this vicious fight, and he did not listen to his grandfather's advice to ease the relationship with Shenlong. Such a scene made Hayashi's face turn pale. Fugaku's action had already made his position clear. He couldn't bring up the Uchiha family anymore. Otherwise he would become the villain that Fugaku pointed out, who used Shenlong to suppress Uchiha. Humph. This brat is unworthy and not worth associating with. A cold snort full of disdain was heard, leaving all the students present confused. They don't have Shenlong's knowledge and obviously can't understand the meaning of this sentence. Of course, Shenlong doesn't expect these people to understand. Shenlong was the only one in the field who still maintained his proud attitude, while Nawaki behind him was becoming more and more panicked and uneasy. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto ran over. Her eyes were full of anger when she looked at Uchiha Fugaku, and then she stood beside Shenlong without saying a word. Shenlong rolled his eyes and just wanted to ask Mikoto to stay away from him, when he saw a yellow-haired civilian student walking towards him with a bit of timidity. Need help? The student asked with an awkward smile. He felt that the matter had gotten too big, and Shenlong would most likely be beaten badly. He couldn't just do nothing. After all, they had agreed to be friends. When his friend was in trouble, he stood up without hesitation, even though he might be implicated by Shenlong and beaten. Seeing that Namake's Minato actually stood up to support him, Shenlong was obviously stunned and then smiled. He could understand Mikoto standing up, but he was very surprised when Minato stood up. The fourth Hokage should still be a younger brother at this age. Shenlong thought to himself. Minato is only 6 years old at the time. He is still in the stage of being soft-spoken, flexible, and easy to push down. Wouldn't it be like asking for trouble if he stood up now? However, the fact that he has this intention proves that Shenlong's friendship with him is not in vain. Fourth generation is indeed a very charming man who is worthy of deep friendship and trust. When Shenlong smiled helplessly, a voice suddenly sounded, which froze his smile and made his face look shocked. He saw a girl with long, fiery red hair walking towards him with her head in her hands. So many of you are bullying one person. How shameless. If you have the guts, challenge him one-on-one. The girl has a delicate face, a fair and tender round face, and thick, long, fiery red hair, which makes her very eye-catching. Although she looks very cute, the words she says are extremely social. Duh. Chapter 32. The girl walked over with a swagger, and then stood beside Mikoto. Her big eyes carried an inexplicable charm, and she observed Shenlong without any hesitation. This sudden appearance made Shenlong feel very familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember the girl's identity. Not long after she joined Shenlong's camp, a student who had joined Hayashi immediately shouted at her. It's not your place as an outsider to dictate what happens in Konoha. That's right, transfer student, outsider, get out of Konoha. Apparently, someone recognized the girl, and what they said was very unpleasant. The girl's face turned red, and she looked very angry. A big part of the reason she stood up was to help Mikoto, her only good friend since she came to Konoha. Because she was a transfer student with eye-catching blood-red hair and a carefree personality, not only did the boys bully her, but even the girls in the class disliked her. Because even the female classmates were afraid of this girl's violent temper. In their eyes, this red-haired girl was a special alien. Only the kind-hearted and friendly classmate Mikoto, unafraid of worldly opinions, saved the girl from being bullied by several boys, and the two became best friends. It is for this reason that she chose to stand up and support Mikoto at this time. Of course, this is also an indirect support for Shenlong. Are you Uzumaki Kushina? Shenlong's doubtful voice temporarily dispelled Kushina's anger. She tilted her head to look at Shenlong again, and then nodded heavily. Shenlong chuckled inexplicably. Then he looked in Hayashi's direction and said, "Thank you for your support, but please step aside. I can handle this rabble by myself." Shenlong's words once again aroused public anger and uproar. But after hearing this, Hayashi had a bad premonition. No buts. Listen to me, or I'll get angry. Shenlong interrupted Mikoto's worries first. Hearing his frivolous yet serious words, Mikoto's head was suddenly filled with black lines. Although they were all worried about Shenlong's safety, after hearing his unquestionable tone and seeing his confident attitude, the few friends finally chose to believe. Don't get beaten to death, brother. Kushina said with a grin as she pulled Mikoto away. Trust me, brothers. Katsurin said to Minato and Nawaki. All right. Come on, boss. Beat them up. I support you mentally and will stand by you. Seeing the two people compromise, Shenlong smiled with satisfaction. This was originally a plan he had set up for Sho, but he didn't expect the situation to develop beyond his expectations and turn out like this. The situation is a bit serious, but it's still within my capabilities. It's time to put an end to this farce. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked at Namake's Minato and asked curiously, "What's the name of this blonde boy?" "My name seems to be Namake's Minato." Third generation exhaled a puff of smoke and gave a brief introduction. He actually didn't know much about this child, but he could accurately say the child's name. That's great. You dared to stand up and face so many people, including those two girls, in such a situation. Hey, isn't that the little girl from the Uzumaki clan? Jiraiya said as he finally realized what was happening. The third Hokage did not answer his doubts, but instead leaned closer to the crystal ball and said in a deep voice, "The fight has begun." That guy started it first. Outside the classroom, Shenlong threw 3 purple smoke bombs into the crowd opposite. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions similar to firecrackers were heard, and the purple smoke produced by the smoke bombs instantly enveloped Hayashi's team. Confidence is one thing, arrogance is another. He is not arrogant enough to face so many students head-on. Even if he had the strength of a Chunin at this point, he was certain that he would be badly defeated in an open fight. After all, not everyone in the ninja school was a loser, and there were many capable people among the children of the big families. To put it simply and crudely, the people on the opposite side could kill him just by throwing stones, not to mention that they had unsharpened kunai and shurikens used for training in their hands. Therefore, if you want to defeat this group of aggressive elementary school students, you need to use extraordinary means. For example, blocking their vision, using one's own spiritual perception to fight against this group of blind people, so as to achieve the goal of defeating them one by one. Bang! Ah! In the thick fog, Hayashi suddenly screamed. Most people coughed in panic. A small number covered their mouths and were secretly on guard, and some simply abandoned the team and ran away, wide eyes open. In the crowd, several senior Hyuga rolled their eyes. In their sight, a figure with Chunin-level chakra was beating Hayashi wantonly. The figure was very close to them, and they knew who it was just by thinking about it. Uchiha Kitsurin, a Hyuga exclaimed. Their young master was being brutally abused, so they had no time to marvel at Shenlon's chakra capacity, nor did they have time to think too much. The three strongest Hyuga instantly stopped the violent Uchiha Shenlon. The three of them were the elites of the Hyuga family in the school. The strongest Hyuga took the lead in attacking. Hyuga Chiofeng slapped Shenlon on the head with a palm. He was ruthless, and this palm was attached with chakra. If this blow hit him, he would at least vomit blood, and there would be absolutely no possibility of a comeback. Gentle Fist has the ability to block the enemy's chakra. If hit head-on, Uchiha Shenlon will definitely be defeated. However, the result before them shocked the three of them again. Shenlon just dodged it easily by turning his head, as if he had seen Hyuga Chiofeng's attack. You know, he doesn't have the white eyes of the Hyuga family. There is no reason for him to be able to see in such thick smoke. Even if he had a Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to see my attack in this smoke. Hyuga Chiofeng was shocked, but the next scene made him believe that Shenlon could really see through everyone's every move through the smoke. After dodging Hyuga Chiofeng's punch, Shenlon elbowed him in the chest with astonishing speed. Hyuga Chiofeng was so frightened that he only had time to raise his hands to block, and the instantaneous collision made him scream. Oh! Hyuga Chiofeng suffered a great loss from the elbow to the arm. Another senior student, Hyuga, also came forward to help. He attacked Shenlon repeatedly. In the smoke, the sound of fists and feet clashing rang out continuously. In terms of physical skills, Shenlon was far superior to him. After just a few rounds, Shenlon found a flaw in him and kicked him. He rolled on the ground, holding his stomach, and fell to the ground. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. A 5th grade Hyuga activated the Gentle Fist Technique after exchanging a few moves with Shenlon. Although it only had 16 palms and was the initial move of the Gentle Fist Technique, he defeated many top students of the same age with this move. Facing this powerful enemy, he used his trump card. But the next moment after he used his ultimate move, he was shocked to find that all of his 16 palms were blocked. But it would have been fine if he had just blocked it, but the enemy's next move left him completely stunned. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Shenlon roared and actually started the Gentle Fist move. Duh. Chapter 33. The 5th-year Hyuga was stunned and received 16 blows in a very short period of time. Palm to the flesh, palm to the face. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten unconscious. In the last moments of his coma, he heard his opponent's complaints. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert with such a fast punch? His Hyuga-style 8 trigrams palms was indeed fine, but it was too immature and he had not yet mastered it. When he met Shenlon, a speed-type opponent who had learned the Might-style Goken and had unique insight, the opponent's loopholes were directly magnified several times. The so-called 8 trigrams 16 palms looked just like a child waving his hands in Shenlon's eyes. Shenlon could see it clearly and copy it. Of course, his 16 palms were physical but soulless, and were merely imitations, unable to achieve the purpose of acupoint blocking and chakra blocking. Another one was dealt with. Shenlon kept moving, beating up anyone he met along the way. He was truly unstoppable. Most people were knocked down with one blow. Only the people from the Hyuga family could see him and fight off a few moves with him. The screams in his hands spread out from the area shrouded in thick fog, shocking the onlookers outside, who could not see the battle situation. Wide eyes open. Hayashi was beaten black and blue, but he recovered a little at this time, and quickly opened his eyes while roaring. He wanted to see the situation clearly. But to his despair, as soon as he rolled his eyes, he was hit hard in the eye. The severe pain in his eye socket made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. But just as he screamed, he was punched again and his front teeth were knocked out. The man's attack was extremely cruel and severe. He only had time to groan before fainting miserably. Hyuga Chiofeng gritted his teeth and rushed to support, and the sound of the physical duel between Gentle Fist and Goken suddenly rang out. Leaf Hurricane. Shenlon jumped up and kicked Hyuga Chiofeng with a konoha-style double kick. Unfortunately, this move was directly blocked. Hyuga Chiofeng's physical skills were not weak, and his speed was much faster than the previous two Hyuga, almost catching up with Shenlon's speed. Gentle fist. With punches and palms, the two fought hard, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. Shenlon even felt indescribable frustration. Even though I was a bit faster than him, I didn't dare to fight him head-on, and I had to be very careful not to get hit by the gentle fist. Because once he is hit by gentle fist, he will be defeated immediately. Gentle fist chakra blockade is not something he can remove at his current level. Gentle fist 0.8 trigrams 32 palms. Hyuga Chiofeng took the 8 trigrams fist starting stance and locked his Byakugan on Shenlon. Retreat. Shenlon suddenly retreated violently. He used all his strength to escape from Hyuga Chiofeng's attack range as quickly as possible. This move, 8 trigrams 32 palms, was performed with Hyuga Chiofeng's strength, and Shenlon would definitely not be able to withstand it. Of course, he had no intention of accepting the attack, because after the previous hard and soft battle, he had already roughly figured out Hyuga Chiofeng's speed and strength. He was very good at it. As soon as Hyuga Chiofeng took the starting stance, he retreated with all his strength and instantly put a safe distance between them. As he backed away, Shenlon noticed that the Hyuga autumn wind was blowing rapidly. While retreating quickly, Shenlon quickly formed seals with his hands and left the area covered by thick fog. His feet rubbed against the ground as he stopped suddenly. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, he opened his eyes, formed seals with his hands quickly, and covered the corners of his mouth. Balls of intense and hot fireballs were spit out of his mouth. Fire style, impatience technique. This time, the fireballs he spit out were large and numerous, several times more powerful than when he attacked Hogyoku and the others before. He deliberately increased the amount of chakra he used. He wants to take down all the hostile personnel in the smoke in one fell swoop. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water appeared out of nowhere, and all the fireballs were blocked. Orochimaru makes a timely appearance. As the sound of TSK was heard, Hyuga Chiofeng's wide eyes could be seen clearly. He breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. If those fireballs had not been blocked, he would probably be injured, and probably seriously injured. Is the teacher here? Hyuga Chiofeng thought to himself. As Orochimaru appeared, another figure flashed out. She raised her hand and waved away the purple fog and white steam that were about to dissipate. This is Tsunade's appearance. As the smoke completely disappeared, all the students witnessed the most shocking scene in their growth so far. Dozens of people were lying on the ground, screaming and covering the parts of their bodies that were hit. Hayashi and a 5th grade student were lying unconscious on the ground. There was even a bloody white front tooth lying next to Hayashi. Hyuga Chiofeng, the famous veteran genius in the school, was actually covering his arm with a frown on his face, obviously injured. Shenlan's elbow strike was very powerful. If his strength hadn't been so immature, that strike would have directly broken his arm. This was the price he paid for underestimating Shenlan. If he had known from the beginning that Shenlan could see through the thick fog and was so fast, he would not have suffered such a big loss. Although he did not underestimate this brother who was several years younger than him before he came. After all, he had the experience of Uchiha Fugaku and had confirmed that the other party was capable of ninjutsu and illusion. A student who knows ninjutsu and jinjutsu is strictly speaking a ninja, which is worthy of his attention and serious treatment. But after seeing Shenlan's strength, he realized that this guy's physical skills were so strong. Is this really only 6 years old? Horrible. This was Hyuga Chiofeng's only thought at this moment. Shenlan had shocked him so much, and there were so many things that were unbelievable to him. Genius? Maybe. Hyuga Chiofeng murmured to himself. He couldn't find a more suitable word than genius to describe Shenlan at this moment. He felt that Shenlan at this moment was worthy of the word genius. His so-called genius was a joke in front of him. He also made up his mind to practice harder in the future. Is that just over? Nawaki asked stutteringly, looking like he had seen a ghost. It seems it's over. Minato replied, his face also full of disbelief. The two girls' eyes flashed with love, and they couldn't take their eyes off Shenlan. Haha, funny kid. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and laughed hoarsely. He arrived before Shenlan made his move, and he also stopped the teacher who came to check, and hid in the dark with Tsunade to observe the development of the situation. After all, if the students hadn't taken action, there would have been no need for the two of them to come out. Moreover, they were just wanting to see how Shenlan could deal with the siege of so many people. Although his vision was obscured by the smoke bomb, Orochimaru knew that this guy's physical skills were very strong, and the physical skills elites of the Hyuga family in the school were no match for him. His ninjutsu is also very powerful. The impatience technique he used just now was very powerful. The number, size, and temperature of the fireballs fully demonstrated that he has mastered this ninjutsu. What a mysterious child. It's incredible that he can achieve this at his age. I really want to dig him open and see why he is so different. Orochimaru suddenly developed a morbid interest in Shenlong. Feeling Orochimaru's weird, perverted, and terrifying gaze like that of a lion majesty, Shenlong trembled inexplicably. It was an extremely dangerous look. His look made Shenlong, who had supernatural senses, have his hair stand on end, his muscles tense, and a warning in his heart. He took out a sharpened kunai with his backhand. His pupils shrank slightly, and he stared at Orochimaru with extreme concentration. That look. It's so similar to the giant eagle hunting the giant snake outside Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru, whose body has already had some snake structure, felt uneasy as if he had seen a natural enemy when facing Shenlong. Orochimaru's smile froze on his face. His brows furrowed, his pupils shrank, and murderous intent unconsciously emerged. Shenlong stared at his every move. His pupils seemed to have eliminated all colors, eliminated the onlookers, and even eliminated the world. At this moment, the only figure left in his eyes was Orochimaru. As time went by, his 3 Tomo Sharingan were about to open subconsciously. Chapter 34. Cole. You've caused so much trouble again. At this moment, Tsunade's loud shout rang out, waking up Orochimaru and also bringing Shenlong, who was concentrating on ultimate, back to his senses. Orochimaru is indeed dangerous. Shenlong had an inexplicable thought in his mind, and the sense of crisis was very clear. Although he didn't know why he had that feeling, he believed in this feeling. I'm talking to you. Tsunade stepped forward and gave Shenlong a hard slap, causing him to cry in pain. What did you say? Shenlong asked hurriedly, covering his head. His attention was on Orochimaru just now, and he didn't pay attention to what Tsunade said, which made this violent cow angry. I say, you're in big trouble this time. Oh. Seeing Shenlong's heartless response, Tsunade's anger surged again. What's your reaction? Tsunade crackled her fingers and leaned closer to Katsurin to ask. Shenlong broke out in a cold sweat instantly and subconsciously took a few steps back. He really didn't dare to provoke this violent man who would attack people at the slightest disagreement and would hit them hard without realizing it. Sister, I'm here. Nawaki ran over happily to rescue Shenlong. You guy, you're always making trouble all day long. Are you trying to S me off to death? Tsunade lovingly ruffled Nawaki's hair and cursed him with a feigned ferocity. Sister, you don't know? Your brother was almost beaten to death just now. Look, my handsome face was beaten like this, and it was my boss who helped me teach them a lesson. Nawaki started to complain, pointing at Hayashi, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Boss? Tsunade stared at Katsuro with wide eyes. The latter laughed awkwardly and dared not answer. I don't care what the reason is. I can't solve this problem. Come with me, and let the teacher worry about this trouble. Tsunade looked at Shenlong seriously and said that although she wanted to protect this little guy, this matter involved the main family of the Hyuga clan and was no longer a problem she could solve. Although she is the princess of the Senju clan, many people will give her face and call her sir, but she has no right to interfere too much. It is most appropriate to leave this matter to the 3rd generation. Just like that, Shenlong was arrested again, and the teachers came out to clean up the mess again. In the Hokage's office, Shenlong was punished to stand for a long time. The 3rd generation lowered their heads to handle official business, occasionally looking up and glancing at him sideways without saying a word. The atmosphere was a little heavy and depressing. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared in an instant, holding a report in his hand and handed it to the 3rd generation. After the 3rd generation read it carefully, they buried their heads in their work again. After a long while Shenlong was waiting impatiently, Jiraiya and Tsunade entered the office together. Has that kid Hayashi been sent back? What did Hyuga say? The 3rd generation asked directly without even looking up, without stopping their hands. Well, he was sent home. The Hyuga tribe leader was very angry. He sent someone to reprimand the school teacher for poor supervision and asked for the name and whereabouts of the attacker. Jiraiya reported. 3rd generation paused their work, looked up, and hummed. I answered his question, and he just nodded, told someone to send the guests away, and didn't say anything else. Tsunade spoke up. Upon hearing this, the 3rd generation frowned and looked unhappy. Chief Hyuga is worthy of being the chief of a large clan. His way of handling things is extremely experienced and wise. Unlike when Uchiha Fugaku was beaten before, where the Uchiha Great Elder immediately came to demand the release of the person, the Hyuga chief's actions caused even more headaches for the 3rd generation. He couldn't even take Shenglan's mischief lightly anymore. Damn it. I shouldn't have intervened in this matter. Whoever takes the initiative will have it much harder. I should have had the school teacher notify the Hyuga leader first, then expressed my concern. I was sure he wouldn't dare to act recklessly, and he would be the one who would handle it with care. Third generation drummed his fingers on the table and cursed himself for being so stupid, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. Sannin has been with him for many years and knows that this is the teacher's physical reaction when he is thinking about something troublesome. Come here, immediately detain Uchiha Kitsurin for intentional injury and fighting. The term is 5 days. The voice of the third generation rang out, startling everyone present, including Shenglan, who was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this operation? I don't accept it. Why are you locking me up? They wanted to beat me up, and I just fought back. It's legal. Why are you locking me up? Shenglan made a big fuss. Protests are invalid. Execute immediately. The third Hokage lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and smiled slightly at Shenglan, who was still struggling and making a fuss after being grabbed by the collar by Tsunade. His expression relaxed a lot. Just because I'm the Hokage, you mischievous monkey, just accept your fate. The third generation's words made the Sannin burst into laughter. They all knew that the teacher was always called a monkey by the second Hokage in the past, and this time, it was his turn to call others monkeys. This seemed to represent how much he valued Shenglan, and Sannin couldn't help but think of it. I don't accept it. I'm only 5 years old. I'm a child. I'm a minor. You can't do this. A white-haired Umbu Jonin suddenly appeared and grabbed his arm, pulling him directly towards the office door. Shenglan suddenly stopped his noisy movements. His expression changed slightly, and he glared at third generation and said, "Just wait for me." He said something harsh, and then meekly followed the Umbu away. Konoha's white fang Hataki Sakumo. Looking at this Umbu's silver-white hair, the short blade on his back, and the well-restrained sharp aura, Shenglan knew his identity. This is also the reason why he no longer resisted or made a fuss, but let him lead him. After watching the two leave the office, third generation puffed out their cigarette, picked up a report, and handed it to Jiraiya and Tsunade. The report records in detail Shenglan's every move for most of the time, the people he came into contact with, and Umbu's independent analysis. The report lists Shenglan's daily life in detail, and most of the records are about cultivation. This is a cultivation fanatic who has no childhood life. He seems to be only keen on cultivation. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spends his days training his body or practicing. This report, provided by Umbu, is clearly organized and meticulously observed. It is a file of long-term surveillance records. Although the place where Shenglan lives is a bit remote, and there are very few people, how could the Umbu ninjas not notice that there was suddenly such a child living there and setting up a camp near the school? Shenglan knew that he could not escape the Umbu's eyes, so he simply let those Umbu monitor him. The report pointed out that although this child had the surname Uchiha, he had never been seen returning to the Uchiha clan territory. This was a child who was suspected to have been expelled from the Uchiha family. Umbu observed that there were a large number of animal bones piled up next to the camp, mostly snakes, and a large number of hunting traps set up in the forest not far away. Therefore, Umbu inferred that the child mostly ate captured prey. Seeing this, Tsunade's mind was greatly shaken, and his fingers unconsciously clenched tightly. A poor child with no family, no money, and no home. How could the Uchiha clan just leave a 5-year-old wandering around like this and do nothing? Tsunade said angrily. Among the three men, Orochimaru closed his eyes and remained silent. Jiraiya sighed and remained silent, and the third generation smoked a cigarette and tilted his head without saying a word. Umbu analyzed that although this child was living outside, he had all the necessary daily necessities. It was suspected that an adult had contacted him behind the scenes and provided him with daily necessities. Suspected to be a disciple of Jinin Might Due, they come into contact every morning and train together. Suspected to have mastered the three-body technique. Confirmed to have mastered fire-style ninjutsu, shuriken throwing, taijutsu, and simple chakra control training, tree climbing, and treading water. Overall strength. Chunin is slightly better. Report summary. An alien without a childhood, a madman who only knows how to practice, and a maniac who practices body training day and night. Umbu knew much of Shenglan's daily life in detail, but he didn't realize that what he knew was only what Shenglan didn't mind letting them know. Because of his surveillance, Uchiha Izumi had already told Shenglan that he knew about it. Chapter 35. It seems that there is indeed a big conflict between this child and the Uchiha family. But what is his relationship with the third elder of the Uchiha family? Jiraiya wondered, trying to understand the boy. Everyone should remember that Uchiha Shenlon's previous nomination for Jonin was recommended by him, Uchiha Feng. So his relationship with Uchiha Shenlon is very clear. What kind of person is Uchiha Yutaka? Tsunade suddenly asked the third Hokage. She wanted to know what the attitude of the third elder of the Uchiha family was towards Konoha. The third generation was about to reply when an Umbu appeared before them. He whispered something, and the third generation nodded before smiling at Tsunade. The person you're asking about is here. After a while, an old man entered the Hokage's office. The third generation exchanged a nod and a smile with him, and then instructed Jiraiya, "Bring a chair for the third elder." Uchiha Feng took his seat calmly, his movements slow and careful. "Thank you, third Hokage." Uchiha Feng thanked him with a smile, and then observed the young Sannin openly. This should be Hashirama-sama's granddaughter, Princess Tsunade, right? He simply ignored the two Sannin and asked with a smile while looking at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and smiled in greeting, only to hear Uchiha Feng sigh. "You're already so old, time flies. Did the third elder come here for that little fellow?" The third generation asked directly. I did come here for that bad boy. I wonder if third generation can give me some face." The third generation nodded slightly and did not refuse. "Third elder, you are too serious. It's just a fight between children. If you want to take him away, you can do so at any time." When the third generation said this, the Sannin all glanced at him sideways, but then the third generation added, "But third elder, you have to teach this bad boy a lesson for me. The key is that this be D was too cruel." The eldest son of the Hyuga clan leader was beaten black and blue, and a front tooth was knocked out. He is still unconscious. The third elder's face changed when he heard this, and he cursed inwardly that his leaky little cotton-padded jacket dared to lie, with its eyes open, and deceive him. Mikoto told him that Kitsurin was arrested. He asked why. Mikoto just said that Kitsurin had a fight with Hayashi from the Hyuga family, and Kitsurin won, and then he was arrested. Uchiha Feng initially thought it was just a small matter. He had nothing to do, and with Mikoto crying and making a fuss, he simply went to the Hokage building. He also wondered if the third Hokage had too much free time lately. Why did he have to interfere with children's fights? Only now did he know what little thing Shenlon had done. This G school is almost destroyed. Is this going to make him the enemy of the whole school? Or the whole village? Even the Hokage wouldn't dare do this. And this D is so cruel and ruthless. Uchiha Feng's face turned pale. He was silent for a long moment, and then asked, "Where is he now?" "Konoha Detention Center." The third Hokage stated bluntly. This shameless D, saying it was just a fight between children, nothing more than a minor matter, yet he detained him. Although Uchiha Yutaka despised the third Hokage's hypocrisy, he did not accuse the third generation of overdoing it. "I could take that bad boy away, and the third generation wouldn't object, but wouldn't I have to bear the Hyuga family's hatred? No, my old bones can't bear the vengeance of this bully." This D has been jumping around a lot lately, and his temper is too impatient. He really needs to be tempered. Well, I respect third generation's decision. I'll let him sit in the detention room, facing the wall, and reflect on his mistakes. Uchiha Feng sighed, then shakily stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the third generation spoke up. "Wait a minute, third elder, I have something I want to ask you." Uchiha Feng sat back in his chair after hearing this. Shenlon has been living near the Forest of Death for a long time recently. You know this, right? I want to know the reason. As the shadow of the village, he has direct access to most matters in the village. Since Shenlon set up a camp in that place, he needs to investigate the reason. Why? Uchiha Feng sighed first, then answered seriously. "I know about this. I also tried to persuade him to return to his hometown, but he felt it was too far away and insisted on living there, saying it was closer to school. I couldn't persuade him, so I just let him go." "What's the relationship between the third elder and him?" Tsunade suddenly asked at this time, and the third generation gave her a subtle look of admiration. "There's no connection. If there is any connection, it's just that we're both Uchiha. Although he's also an Uchiha, he's not from the same lineage as me." "That?" Tsunade was puzzled. Uchiha Feng shook his head, sighed again, and said to himself, "This is a pitiful child. He lost his parents at an age when he needed them most. He is left alone in the tribe, with no relatives or friends. Perhaps this is why he doesn't want to go home. When I first met him, he was emaciated and in extremely poor health. I had no idea what kind of suffering he had endured. Yet, this orphan came to me and asked me to provide him with the opportunity to start school early. He even set a lofty ambition for me. At first I dismissed it as a farce, until I saw his eyes. His bright eyes sparkled with a shocking glint. Pupil light. Orochimaru asked curiously. This was a word rarely mentioned in relation to eyes. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, I have seen countless pairs of Sharingan. I can tell whether a child in the clan can awaken Sharingan by just spending some time with him and observing his pupils. The pupils of that child are extremely bright. I can be 100% sure that his eyes can evolve to 3 Magatama. The third generation and the Sannin were shocked at the same time. 3 Magatama was the standard equipment for Jonin in the Uchiha clan, and it was also the standard equipment for strength recognized within Konoha and even in the ninja world. What exactly is that pupil light? Orochimaru became more and more curious. He was very interested in the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. You're interested? Then I can teach you. Uchiha Fong suddenly looked at Orochimaru, and then said seriously, "Don't ask too many questions that you shouldn't ask." The third generation said in a deep voice, knowing that Orochimaru's question touched upon the secret of the Uchiha family's eyes. There are many families in Konoha, and each family has more or less inheritance and secret techniques. These secrets are not something that outsiders, not even the Hokage, can inquire about. To pay these secret attention is tantamount to declaring war on them, which is something that no family will tolerate. Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this, and realized that his question involved the Sharingan. But despite this, he did not apologize at all. He glanced to the side and said no more. "Is that why you nominated him for a place in the school?" The third generation nodded and spoke again to ease the atmosphere. "I'm old, and my sympathy is overflowing. I can't bear to see the genius of my family buried. That's all." After Uchiha Fong finished speaking, he stood up shakily and left the Hokage's office. His relationship with Uchiha Kitsuren is obviously more than that. Jiraiya spoke up. "I know, but you have to understand, we're not interrogating him. He's already very cooperative by telling us this, so there's no need to make everything clear." Third generation picked up his pipe and said, "Do you believe him?" Jiraiya asked again. A simple search of his connections with Uchiha Kitsuren reveals his lack of need to deceive us. It's pointless and untenable, so his words are trustworthy. Orochimaru answered for the third generation. "This old man thinks highly of that child. He is the one behind that child." Tsunade said affirmatively. Jiraiya and Orochimaru rolled their eyes at the same time. "Isn't it obvious? Do you even need to explain it? You also value that child." The third generation suddenly exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled at Tsunade. "Are you really going to lock him up?" Tsunade asked, glancing at the third generation. Let's lock him up for 2 days and let him reflect on his actions. This guy is too lawless." "Oh yeah, and you're Nawaki." The third generation reminded him maliciously that he had thoroughly investigated the matter and that Nawaki was also involved. "Nawaki? This guy is so crazy that he's going to tear down the roof if he's not disciplined for 3 days. I'll give him a good beating when I get back." Tsunade's fingers were crackling, and the other 3 had sweat on their foreheads. While they were gloating in their hearts, they also silently prayed for Nawaki. Chapter 36. Bang! The heavy door closed and Shenlong stood alone in the detention room. "I didn't expect to be detained. I've never received such a punishment in my previous life," Shenlong said lightly to himself. He sat on the only iron bed in the detention room, closed his eyes and remained silent, thinking about what to do next. He has already demonstrated his value, and now it depends on how Konoha will treat this genius. The reason why he didn't get along well with his classmates from the Uchiha clan, except Mikoto, and was cold towards them was that he wanted to integrate into the Hokage clan or the Senju clan. His current situation is a bit like that of Uchiha Itachi when he was young. Itachi is valued by both the Uchiha clan and the Hokage clan, but he doesn't know how to choose. He wants to get close to and integrate into the Hokage clan, and he also wants to keep and persuade the Uchiha clan. This situation left him caught between a rock and a hard place. The Hokage didn't dare fully trust him, while his own clan misunderstood him. He gained nothing from either faction, yet endured pressure from both. Finally, unable to bear the burden, he murdered his father, his mother, and his entire clan to protect his young brother, ultimately meeting a tragic end. I have to say he is a tragedy. Itachi's tragedy will not be repeated in Kitsuren. He does not have Itachi's compassionate heart, nor is he as naive as Uchiha Shursui. Between Uchiha and Konoha, he chose Konoha without thinking. The strong Konoha can provide Katsura with much more nutrients to absorb than the weak Uchiha clan. Of course, having to try to have it both ways was a helpless move. After all, he was still too weak, so he temporarily needed the protection of a mask. Shenlong's current policy is to integrate into the Hokage family as much as possible. 2 days later, the third generation brought Sannin to the outside of the detention room. The four of them looked at Shenlong, who was exercising and sweating profusely, with extremely complicated expressions. It was obvious that this child was just as described in the report, an absolute cultivation madman who had not neglected his cultivation even during his time in prison. Such efforts put Sannin to shame. "Can you tell me? Why are you working so hard?" The third generation asked in a gentle tone with a serious expression. This is the third person who asked him this question. Shenlong was silent for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly adjusting his breathing and state. "I need strength." The four of them were shocked when they heard this. The third generation suddenly squatted down, disregarding their appearance, and asked again as an equal. "Can you tell me what you need the strength for?" The question he asked will affect Shenlong's future and even determine Shenlong's fate within a certain period of time. "I don't know what the power I need can do, but someone once told me that power can change everything." The four of them were silent. They felt that this child was like a pure blank sheet of paper. "My father died in the war. If I had enough power at that time, I could have changed everything, and my mother wouldn't have been bedridden. I need the power to end the war. I need the power to protect my loved ones. But it's too late." Bang! Shenlong slammed his fist into the ground. Although his fingers were bleeding, his expression remained calm. His voice was filled with deep pain and emptiness as he murmured, "It's too late. I can't go back. Even if I get the power, I can't go back to that time. I can't protect them. What's lost can never be recovered. So what can I do with the power I worked so hard to get?" Shenlong looked at his calloused hands with a confused and desperate expression. The four of them looked at this pair of rough hands that were completely different from those of their peers, and they were shocked beyond words. Tsunade turned his head away from the poor child, and Jiraiya lowered his head and said nothing, feeling deep sympathy for him. Orochimaru was in a trance, with Shenlong's words echoing in his mind. "Yes, what is lost can never be brought back. It can never be brought back." Apparently, Kitsuren's words resonated strongly with Orochimaru. His parents were also killed in the war. Shenlong's confusion at this moment is also the confusion of Orochimaru's life. "No, your efforts are not in vain," the third generation said firmly. "You are still young. In the days to come, you will have many friends and companions. You will have your own family. You will have your own wife, your own children, and your own relatives. You need enough strength to protect them. You must prevent them from being persecuted by war. You must shelter them from the wind and rain. You cannot let your tragedy happen to them again. Your efforts will become an important component of the force that guarantees their safety. Your father sacrificed his life to protect Konoha. You must inherit his will and protect your family, your companions, and Konoha in the days to come. Your father's will, the Guardian's will, is Konoha's will of fire." Will of fire. Shenlong looked into third generation's eyes in surprise. "Yes, where the leaves dance, the fire will also be ignited. The flames will illuminate the village and bring light and warmth to the great tree of Konoha. New leaves will sprout and grow. You are that new leaf, and your father is that burning flame. This is the will of fire." The Sannin were so moved by the will in the third generation's words that their breathing gradually became heavier. They were deeply moved by their belief in the continuity of the torch and the continuation of life. "I see." Shenlong clenched his fists with a firm expression, as if he was also affected by the will of fire. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked my classmates. Let me out." The third generation chuckled with relief upon hearing this. It was as if they saw a peerless divine weapon gradually taking shape. With a little hard work, they would be able to wield this divine weapon. He has already determined that Uchiha Kitsuren will become the successor of the will of fire. Following the third generation and Sannin, as they passed a dark corridor leading out of the detention center, Shenlong looked at the backs of the third generation, and a pair of three Magatama appeared silently in his eyes. The third generation and Tsunade were completely unaware of this. Only Orochimaru, who was traveling with them, paused slightly and glanced at Kitsuren behind him. Seeing that Kitsuren looked calm and there was nothing unusual about him, Orochimaru couldn't help but frown, and then shook his head slightly. Shenlong looked at the back of Orochimaru's head swaying slightly, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. "The weak always need to rely on sympathy and pity. I swear here that from now on, I will never use such means again." Chapter 37. 3 years later. Night, in the land of fire. Dark clouds covered the moon, the wind was strong, and the forest was dense. The bleak autumn wind whistled, covering up the noisy chirping of birds animals and insects in the mountains and forests. Outside a bandit's den, Uchiha Izumi watched Shenlong slowly approaching her with a baby in her arms. The den of thieves behind him was dead silent. There was no other sound except the whistling autumn wind. The strong smell of blood dissipated the next moment. He stepped out of the den and entered Uchiha Kwan's nose. There are many bandit dens like this one in the Land of Fire. This kind of bandit den has another nickname, called the Genin Trial Field. Uchiha Kwan has been taking him to clean out bandit dens like this recently. He wants Shenlong to see blood and adapt to the profession of ninja in advance. This one tonight is the 5th bandit den he has destroyed, and no less than 100 bandits have died at his hands. Although these people deserved to die, there were still about 100 lives lost. Shenlong was filled with guilt and felt like an executioner. His blood was gradually turning colder, his heart was gradually becoming harder, and each of his attacks was becoming more and more precise. He wanted to reduce the pain of these bandits when they died. He went from being trembling and uncomfortable when he first attacked to being calm and skilled now. He was adapting to this kind of killing very quickly. An aura of indifference, numbness, and violence began to linger around him. This is the breath of a killer. Tonight, he broke into the bandit leader's room and killed the bandit leader who was already asleep, but he woke up a woman next to him. The woman said that she was kidnapped by bandits and tried to get Shenlong to let her go. Shenlong didn't answer, but just looked at her quietly. He saw hatred in her eyes. This woman tried to deceive him. After a long time, the woman saw that Shenlong had no intention of letting her go. So she turned to ask Shenlong to spare her baby who was just over a month old, and then decisively chose to commit suicide in front of him. Looking at the warm blood spraying on his body, his heart was shocked. Seeing the baby girl sleeping beside him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. One of the ninja's principles is to eradicate the problem completely and leave no future troubles. Shenlong violated this principle. You're not a qualified ninja. Shenlong remained silent and did not refute Uchiha Izumi's words. But you're a good man, Uchiha Izumi said again. Looking at the bright red blood covering his body, Shenlong first chuckled to himself and then burst into laughter. His voice was full of sadness and helplessness. Haraha, Mr. Izumi, you really know how to joke. Are there any truly good people among ninjas? They are just a bunch of dark executioners. He now thoroughly understood the profession of ninja. He knew that even the kind-hearted and passionate protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, in the original work had probably taken many lives. Only ninjas who have seen blood can be called true ninjas. This is a hard indicator in konoha and even in the ninja world. Many things are not as beautiful as they appear on the surface. The meaning of ninja itself is an assassin in the dark, a killer who is not allowed to see the light, and a despicable existence. It's just that anime glorified this profession. The devil always likes to turn ugly and cold-blooded things upside down and beautify them into righteousness and passion. Ninja is like this, and so is that pirate's movie. Shenlong thought to himself that at this moment, he suddenly felt extremely disgusted with the profession of ninja. Although he has aversion to the profession of ninja, he is now trapped in the situation and cannot escape. Only by constantly becoming stronger and accumulating strength can he transform from a ninja to a strong man. Teacher Quan, can you help me find an orphanage or something like that to place this child? Shenlong asked seriously. Uchiha Izumi looked at him calmly, then took the baby girl in his arms and said, "She's a burden. You shouldn't keep her. Her existence is like a dim spark. Perhaps she will be extinguished by the strong wind, but there's also a slight chance that she'll start a prairie fire. As a ninja, you should cut off this kind of cause and effect." Upon hearing this, Shenlong turned around and walked towards Konoha village. I am the terminator of this den of thieves. I have the power of life and death over them. Compassion for the weak is the consciousness of a strong person. Have you ever seen a strong person who is afraid of or wary of the weak? Her mother gave her life for her. She deserves to live. So please, Mr. Izumi, Shenlong said with his back to him. The woman's maternal radiance reminded him of his mother in this life. Okay, I'll listen to you. Uchiha Izumi agreed in a lazy tone, but his eyes looking at the baby girl were calm and still filled with biting indifference. This is my bottom line as a human being. Shenlong suddenly stopped and looked back. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged, and the Magatama in both eyeballs stared at Uchiha Quan, and the pupil in the middle of the Magatama suddenly shrank a little. There is a strong will in these eyes that belongs to him. Hey, don't worry. I will definitely get this done. Uchiha Izumi quickly guaranteed it. At this moment, he understood Shenlong's determination, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared immediately. Thanks. Shenlong slowly sank into the darkness. This guy's eyesight is getting more and more terrifying. especially this look that is combined with murderous intent. Uchiha Izumi let out a long sigh and whispered. To be honest, he was a little afraid of Shenlon's eyes, and even more afraid of his terrifying growth rate. He has witnessed the changes in Shenlon over the past 3 years, and it is precisely because of this that he has developed an unnecessary fear towards this child. Looking at the baby girl in his arms, Uchiha Izumi frowned and sighed. What a hassle. He planned to fulfill his promise and find a reliable orphanage to adopt the orphan. On the second day, at the ninja school, as the bell rang, students rushed out of the classroom. In the classroom, Katsura and Mikoto were alone in the classroom. Looking at Shenlon, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, Mikoto's big eyes were full of curiosity. He's becoming more and more different. Why does he always have a scary aura about him recently? What does he do when he gets home? Mikoto thought to himself. Huh? Why are you staring at me? Shenlon opened his eyes and glanced sideways. Nothing. Can't I watch you? You eat my food, spend my grandfather's money, and you can't let others see it. Mikoto asked with a smile. Shenlon felt a little embarrassed to keep his face cold after hearing this. After all, the mouth that eats is soft, and the hand that takes is short. He really didn't dare to give Miss Mikoto a bad face. After all, he has both, even though his recent condition is indeed a bit bad. What have you been up to lately? Why aren't the people and dogs of the Inuzuka family close to you anymore? I saw that guy Inuzukamaru talking bad about you behind your back yesterday. He seemed to be asking others to stay away from you. Everyone seems to be even more afraid of you. Mikoto lowered his voice. Shenlon didn't care at all. He leaned close to Mikoto's round face and asked curiously, Then why aren't you afraid of me and stay away from me? Seeing Shenlon so close to him, Mikoto's face turned slightly red and his heart was pounding. Why should I be afraid of you? Can you eat me? Shenlon chuckled when he heard this, but didn't say much. Duh. Chapter 38. Mikoto, come play with us. Why are you always staying in class? At this time, a loud-voiced, red-haired, round-faced man appeared at the classroom door. Ah, Kushina. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there. Kushina's appearance made Mikoto a little flustered. You come here. At this time, Shenlon suddenly hooked his finger at her and said, What? Kushina blushed and looked a little overwhelmed, but she still walked over obediently. Shenlon remained silent, and the atmosphere was very strange. Kushina lowered her head nervously, fiddling with the corner of her clothes with her fingers, waiting for Shenlon's next words. Why do you keep peeking at me? Hey. The two women were stunned at the same time when they heard this. What did you say? Kushina asked uncertainly. Tell me, why have you been staring at me lately? Shenlon looked at her and asked again. What nonsense are you talking about? Kushina said nervously with a red face. Answer me. Recently, Kushina has been spying on Mikoto under the pretext of visiting him, and he's caught her several times. Kushina suddenly punched him. Shenlon was close to her and was not on guard at all. He couldn't dodge in time and was blown into smoke by her punch. Shadow clone. The two women exclaimed at the same time. In the death forest far away from the school, Shenlon was sitting cross-legged under a waterfall in his white shorts, with a heavy column of water pouring down from his head. A nearly transparent chakra energy shield enveloped his body, and the thin, outer coat was helping him to resist the water falling on him. This is a full-body advanced version of the treading water chakra control method, a chakra manipulation training method originally created by Shenlon. The training of treading water is to control the stable output of chakra under the feet so as to achieve the purpose of standing on the water. This training has a very significant effect on improving the ability to control chakra. The advanced version that Shenlon has recently developed increases the difficulty by m times on the original basis. He plans to release chakra stably throughout his body to resist the turbulent waterfall and further exercise his chakra control ability. And this can also achieve the effect of tempering the body. The impact force of the waterfall is very strong. The chakra coat will be washed away after a while. At this time, the heavy waterfall will evenly impact his body. Shenlon can achieve the purpose of tempering the body in this way. It's a shame that my chakra is of fire and earth attributes, not the lightning attribute of other clan members. Otherwise, I could imitate the Raikage lightning style coat, which would allow me to refine my body with electricity and increase my speed and attack power. He even had the idea of imitating the tailed beast's coat. While he was daydreaming, he suddenly received a message from Shadow Clone when it was released. Kushina. As expected of the violent blood-red chili pepper, she's quick to attack at the slightest disagreement. A large amount of memories came back to his mind, and he could not maintain the chakra coat, and the water rushed over his body again. This tired feeling again. So weak, so tired. What's going on? Shenlong walked out of the waterfall. His breathing seemed a little heavy, and he felt like something was wrong with his body. Bang, bang, bang. All around him, the shadow clones that were in training were released, and a large amount of memories instantly flooded back into his mind. Shenlong groaned, and his mental state seemed extremely exhausted. He started using shadow clone for cultivation as early as 2 years ago, except for his own body training, which could not be replaced by shadow clone. All other training such as skills and proficiency were basically handed over to shadow clone. He has made huge progress in the past 3 years, all thanks to shadow clone. He is cheating. This is the shadow clone cheat that Kakashi taught Naruto. Unlike the mental exhaustion that occurred after a large amount of memories were infused back into his body, he felt as if there were some invisible serious problems with his body. Especially recently, he actually felt that his body functions were deteriorating. There is a slight lack of coordination in the hands and feet, a great increase in weakness and fatigue, and the reaction begins to become a little slow. Sometimes, even though the mind is very clear and the brain has issued clear instructions, the body will slow down in action. Why? I'm clearly healthy and my physical examination showed no problems. Why is this happening? Shenlong suddenly knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, a feeling of weakness filling his whole body. What on earth went wrong? He was a little scared. His physical condition seemed to be deteriorating every day recently. This unknown impact made him a little anxious. A person who desperately desires power and devotes all his efforts to it, suddenly one day, clearly feels that he is regressing and slowly losing his strength. This blow is the most unacceptable to him. Physical issues. Yes, Tsunade. Fine Tsunade. She not only has a grandmaster's knowledge of various medical techniques, but also a grandmaster's knowledge of medical ninjutsu. She is a recognized medical expert in the ninja world. Although her medical skills had not yet reached their peak at this time, her reputation as the medical saint had already spread throughout Konoha. When Tsunade was found, the sun had already set. Shenlong found her in a bar. The Sannin gathered together again to drink and chat, and their relationship was really good at this time. Looking for me? Tsunade asked after a moment of pause as he saw Kitsurin staring at him. Sister Tsunade, I need your help. Haha, what do you need from me? Come on, let's drink this first. Tsunade quipped as she poured a glass of wine and handed it to Kitsurin. There's something wrong with my body, Shenlong said seriously, but he still took the drink and drank it all. What could be wrong with your body? I used to think you'd have problems sooner or later, but you've grown without any problems in the past 2 years. You're truly an anomaly, Tsunade said drunkenly, taking another full sip of sake while speaking. Your body is very strong, far beyond your peers. Orochimaru suddenly said with certainty that he had a snake-like thermal intuition. At this close contact, he had already felt the strong heat from Shenlong's body. This was a body full of vitality, and there was nothing wrong with it. Little brother Shenlong, what's wrong with your body? Jiraiya was also a little drunk at this time, and he suddenly asked in a lewd manner. Sister Tsunade, Kitsurin shouted in a low voice, his expression serious and earnest, his huge eyes fixed on Tsunade. The smile on Tsunade's face gradually became stiff, and the low voice woke up Jiraiya, and Orochimaru also came to his senses in the first time. Tsunade suddenly dropped her smile, grabbed Shenlong's wrist, and began to check his physical condition. Everything is fine. Tsunade frowned, her expression gradually becoming ugly, and there was a hint of hostility in her eyes when she looked at Shenlong. I don't know what's wrong with my body. My physical condition has been deteriorating in every aspect lately, and I can feel it clearly. I can't express that feeling accurately. If I had to describe it, I felt like my body functions were gradually declining, and even starting to go downhill. Are you kidding me? Jiraiya sneered. He felt that the more the brat talked, the more outrageous his words became, and the more he played, the more excessive his actions became. Chapter 39. Tsunade was about to scold him, but when she saw the pair of calm and clear eyes, she gave up her doubts. I believe him. Shenlong looked sideways at Orochimaru. He was the first person to believe in him. Orochimaru has a unique vision. He saw the look in Shenlong's eyes. This was not the look someone would have when lying. What he said should be credible. There's really no problem. Tsunade checked it carefully again. She even used the healing jutsu. Could it be some obscure disease? Jiraiya wrote. Tsunade shook her head. The chances are very low. Have you had a sudden headache recently? Drowsiness? Coma? Or a nosebleed? Shenlong shook his head and said, without what you said, my mind would be clear. His mental state is okay, and his 5 senses are quite sharp. This is a manifestation of his powerful spiritual energy. It is precisely because of his powerful and majestic spiritual power that he can conclude that the problem lies with his physical body. The body's protective mechanism did not react, and the cause of the disease was basically ruled out. Tsunade concluded, "Mr. Shenlong, can you give me a drop of your blood and a bit of skin tissue? I'd like to have it tested." Orochimaru suddenly asked, his words causing Tsunade and Jiraiya to freeze. Shenlong was stunned for a moment and then nodded. He took a wine glass from the table, and his right index finger brushed across the rough palm of his left hand. His not-so-sharp nails directly cut a small cut on the wrist and scraped off a bit of flesh. Bright red, hot blood quickly dripped into the glass along with the flesh. There was even a lot of blood splattered on the wine table. Looking at Shenlong's calm expression, his calm and almost indifferent attitude shocked Sanin's mind. Would a normal person be so cruel to themselves? He could do something like this without even a frown or a blink. He's truly a madman who only knows how to practice. How much pain must he have endured to become so numb? Is this the mentality of a child? Sanin thought of the same thing. Is that enough? Shenlong's question awakened the three people who were in shock. Looking at the small cup overflowing with fresh blood, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and said, "That's enough, Katsurukoin." Shenlong looked at him deeply, then stretched out his wrist and looked at Tsunade and said, "I'm counting on you, Sister Tsunade." Okay. Tsunade was a beat slow to react, and then quickly used the healing jutsu to heal Shenlong's wound. After a while, his wound healed miraculously without even a scar. Looking at this miraculous medical ninjutsu, Shenlong's eyes sparkled. "Sister Tsunade, can you teach me this medical ninjutsu?" Shenlong asked a little embarrassedly. It was not until this moment that Tsunade realized that this was still a child. He still has a childlike demeanor. Tsunade relaxed inexplicably. She didn't even realize that her body and mind were tense. "Humph, you still want to learn medical ninjutsu? You're still far from it. Wait until you graduate." "Okay, when I graduate, you have to keep your word." Shenlong nodded quickly and agreed that the importance of medical ninjutsu is self-evident. It is a means to save lives at critical moments. Cut. Tsunade snorted in disdain and was about to pour another glass of wine, but when she saw the blood overflowing from the glass, she instantly lost her appetite. "Please, Uncle Snake." Tsunade can't find the problem, so he can only hope for Orochimaru. Orochimaru is probably still a good snake at the moment, probably not yet venomous. After leaving the tavern, Shenlong returned to the camp. No matter how tired or weak his body is, he will grit his teeth and insist on exercising. He is afraid that his body functions will decline again and again, and he is afraid of this feeling of weakness. He felt as if he had returned to the weak and powerless state he felt when he traveled through time. He was afraid that all his 3 years of hard work had been in vain. 10, 100, 491, 492. Bang! After finishing 500 push-ups, he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His powerful willpower tried to control his arms. He wanted to take the bottle of body-refining wine from his pocket, but as soon as he took it out, his arms became completely out of control. It's so uncomfortable. Why is this happening? He felt like every cell in his body was stinging, a pain that went deep into his bones. He didn't understand what was happening to his body. Why on earth is this happening? This happens every time I train lately. I've clearly reduced my high-intensity workouts, but my body still can't take it. He felt that his health was really going downhill. The problem? Where exactly is it? Shenlong gritted his teeth and gasped. He felt extremely tired. After struggling to open the lid of the body-refining medicinal wine and wiping his hands and feet that were extremely sore, Shenlong staggered back to the tent. Lying powerlessly on the bed, his eyes looked a little empty. The next day, he rarely stopped practicing. In fact, he only slept for 5 hours last night. After that, he sat by the river near the camp until Might Dai came to find him. He didn't go for morning exercise today, so old Dai came over to check it out of curiosity. You know, Shenlong has never stopped doing his daily morning exercises. Even if he has a task and doesn't go, this kid won't be lazy for a day. He sweats every day and practices diligently. Hey, Xiao Shenlong, it seems that you have understood what I said and you know how to take a rest. Ah, Brother Dai, you're here. I forgot to tell you yesterday and made you worry. Well, I really want to rest for the next 2 days. Shenlong smiled with a slightly stiff expression. Haha, it's okay, you did the right thing. Cultivation requires a combination of work and rest. Taking a break occasionally is very necessary. Old Dai smiled brightly and patted Shenlong on the shoulder. He had actually been worried that Shenlong would overtrain and had reminded him many times to get enough rest. As a master of body training, He is keen on exercising and cherishes his youth very much. However, he let Shenlong rest more than once. It can be imagined how crazy and morbid Shenlong's daily training is. In fact, he told Shenlong many times that the body-refining medicinal wine was not a panacea and could not be used endlessly. But Shenlong did not listen to much of his words. He was very worried that this little guy would pursue power too much and lose his way in the future. Watching old Dai leave, Shenlong sighed weakly. With his current physical condition, he couldn't continue practicing body refining for the time being. Chapter 40. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Shenlong formed seals with his hands and used his usual cheat. Although his level, physique, cannot be improved for the time being, he still needs to accumulate experience points. Even if he can no longer continue to refine his body, he will not stop practicing. After several shadow clones appeared, they were immediately assigned tasks by the original body. One practices hand seal speed, one practices chakra controllability, and one practices kunai, shuriken, throwing. The two learn from each other, improve their fighting skills, and find each other's loopholes. One of them used a dense tree to practice physical skills, and the other two were responsible for observing the falling leaves to train their eyesight. It was now late autumn, and the leaves fell at the slightest touch. These two shadow clones consumed the most of Shenlong's mind and energy every day. There is also a shadow clone with one hand raised in the air, with a ball of fire appearing in his palm. He intends to study the nature transformation of fire style, in order to try to imitate the close-range and high-impact ninjutsu similar to Rinnegan and Raikiri. Of course, it would be best if it could be cast without seals. At first, he wanted to plagiarize the attributeless ninjutsu Rinnegan by memory, but after a long period of indoctrination of ninjutsu theory knowledge at Uchiha Spring and Ninja School, he found that this ninjutsu was not suitable for him. The reason is that he has no wind attribute chakra. Rinnegan seems to have nothing to do with attributes and can be mastered with only pure chakra, but in fact, each stage of training in this technique is to simulate the trajectory of the wind, from the first stage of simulating the rotation of the wind, the second stage of disordered multi-directional rotation burst, to the third stage of integrated compression. The attribute that best fits these three stages is the wind attribute. This is also the reason why Kakashi does not use the Rinnegan. He has already learned it, but still develops Chidori and Raikiri. Every invention of ninjutsu is tailor-made for the practitioner himself. Even if it is learned by others, it may not be very effective. In the hands of the fourth Hokage, Rinnegan is more than just an A-rank ninjutsu. Apart from being silent and without seals, almost everyone who is pressed by it will be branded with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Once the mark is pressed, their life and death will be in his hands. In the original work, Uchiha Obito was branded with the Flying Thunder God mark by Minato. Even more than 10 years later, this mark can still be used, and it can catch Uchiha Obito off guard with one strike. Therefore, Shenlong does not intend to plagiarize the Rinnegan, nor does he have the ability to plagiarize the Raikiri, which has no thunder attribute. He wants to develop a handheld close-range fire style technique tailored for himself. Developing this ninjutsu took up a lot of his energy. He started 2 years ago, but until now, he still hasn't been able to develop it. At first, he wanted to imitate the Rinnegan's sealless casting directly, but after spending a month, he still couldn't make fire by raising his palm. He could only generate heat in his palm. In desperation, he could only imitate Kakashi's Chidori, hand seal, and release. From the 3 seals in the early stage to raise the palm to generate a fireball, to the fire, seal generated a year ago, and now to the seal-free casting, he gradually comprehended the trajectory of the chakra's operation and reduced the hand seals one by one. Finally, the unmarked ninjutsu that Shenlong spent 2 years developing finally took shape. Raising the palm to create fire was defined by him as the first stage of the technique. How to prevent the flames from burning your palms is the second difficulty that needs to be overcome in this technique. Chidori is the most valuable ninjutsu to refer to. Rinnegan relies on spinning to avoid damage, which is not of much value to my current training. So the question is, how did Kakashi manage to hold a lightning ball in his hand and remain unharmed? The shadow clone playing with fire stroked his chin and thought seriously. After a moment, he suddenly hummed softly, as if he had finally understood. I remember that when Kakashi activated Chidori, his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Without the support of Sharingan's dynamic vision, he would not be able to control this sudden burst of speed. I see. Playing with fire shadow clones suddenly shouted, attracting all the original bodies over. Kakashi achieves a state of release where only outflow, no inflow, is achieved through continuous, high-consumption chakra output. This conforms to the principle of lightning's high-penetrating power and is not difficult to achieve. Even if electricity occasionally leak from Chidori, it will indirectly stimulate Kakashi's body and activate his cells. This is the reason for his sudden and significant speed increase. So it's so simple. I was influenced by the Rinnegan's form consciousness and thought Chidori also needed to be concentrated and compressed. In fact, thunder is an output form. You can just let it explode directly. It doesn't need to be concentrated like wind to deal damage. The original body nodded and patted the clone's, shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Then try to increase chakra output to avoid damage. Shadow Clone plus Great Fireball's chakra output. The flames in the palm of his hand suddenly increased, and in an instant, a large ball of flame was released by him, burning above the palm. The main body frowned at this situation. Stop. Flame is different from thunder. Their forms are vastly different. The burst damage of flame is far less than the burst penetration of thunder. This is an indisputable fact. Chidori can only learn from it, not imitate it. Although holding the flame in your hand can increase the chakra output and achieve greater damage at the moment of pressing the person, this technique is actually useless to Shenlong. I might as well just stab him with a kunai. It would do more damage. Perhaps we can try skipping the burst step and directly upgrading the nature transformation of the fire style technique. The main body looked at the flame with a slightly fixed gaze. You mean? That's right. Chidori can skip the Rinnegan's aggregation phase and burst directly. Why can't our fire style skip the Raikiri's burst phase and directly produce nature transformation? And the nature transformation of fire. Temperature. Shadow Clone answered affirmatively. Yeah, sometimes the simpler the technique, the more effective it is. Just like the simple clone technique, when practiced to the highest level, becomes Madara's chakram, and the body replacement technique, when practiced to the highest level, becomes Sasuke's Tentari, space interchange technique. Shenlong gave himself, Shadow Clone, a lesson. What about transformation technique? Shadow Clone glared at his original with disdain. He knew he was starting to act pretentiously. He was even talking about the tomb wheel and sky hand strength. These were all Six Paths pupil techniques, okay? They had nothing to do with the clone technique or the body replacement technique. Upon hearing this, the main body looked at him with a smile and said, "Is that even a question? Of course it's Naruto's seduction technique. Even a Six Paths peak immortal like Otsutsuki Kagaya fell for it. Isn't that powerful enough?" Shadow Clone walked aside. He didn't want to get too close to the original body, this big idler. He still had a heavy task to do. I don't have time to listen to your bullshit. Shenlong suddenly realized that talking nonsense to himself was quite interesting. It's not that he likes this, it's just that he is a little too free now. He didn't go to exercise today, and he didn't plan to go to school. He wanted to give himself a day off. Of course, the main body has a holiday, but those shadow clones are not so lucky. They still have to do what they need to do. Chapter 41. Time flies, and it is almost afternoon. After a simple lunch, Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived together. Shenlong found a large clean cloth mat and spread it on the lawn, then moved out a small coffee table and enthusiastically brewed tea. Although his camp was simple and messy, it was equipped with complete living facilities. Treating guests with tea was the social skill his parents taught him in his previous life. He had tea sets ready for entertaining guests. Sometimes he would drink a few pots of tea with Lao Dai, chat for a while, and ask about the latest situation in Konoha and the news in the ninja world. Sister Tsunade, Uncle Snake, sit down. Shenlong sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table and raised his hand to signal the two to sit down. The two looked at each other curiously and then knelt down opposite Shenlong. Shenlong-kun is truly a unique man. The way you sit, your thoughts, your every move has nothing to do with a 9-year-old child. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Uncle Snake, you are always so curious. Orochimaru was surprised when he heard this. Shenlong-kun seems to know me very well. Oh, I understand a little bit. Isn't Uncle Snake also a unique person in the eyes of others? Haha, but you are more lonely and more different than me. Orochimaru grinned. Shenlong smiled but did not respond. His hands kept moving, and soon, tea was brewed in 3 small teacups, which he handed to the two of them. Is there anything special about drinking tea this way? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. As he watched Shenlong making tea, he felt an indescribable sense of profoundness in his heart. Certainly, this is a tea ceremony, which is said to have been created by ancient immortals. Mortals only understand the form, but not the spirit. The immortals call this the tea ceremony, but mortals can only pour tea. I am, after all, only a mortal. Orochimaru was confused. Although he didn't understand what Shenlong was talking about, he felt that it seemed very awesome. Shenlong Jun has seen an immortal? After Orochimaru sighed, he suddenly asked as if possessed by a strange force. Haha, has an Uncle Snake seen it? Shenlong smiled pretentiously and said that he felt that he should act mysterious when dealing with Orochimaru, so that he could take the initiative in many things. Orochimaru restrained his smile. His pupils contracted like snakes and stared at him. Orochimaru had indeed seen it. He had been to Ryuchi Cave and had seen the snake immortal. But how did Kitsurin know such a thing? Ignoring Orochimaru's strange expression, Shenlong looked at Tsunade, who had been distracted. Sister Tsunade, the tea is getting cold. Tsunade came to his senses after hearing that, picked up the teacup and drank it all, then looked at Shenlong with a complicated expression. Shenlong looked at her, then took the boiling water and made 3 more cups of tea. Sister Tsunade and Uncle Snake came here. I guess they found out what's wrong with me. Orochimaru leisurely picked up the teacup, and Tsunade remained silent after hearing this. You can say what you mean. Shenlong thought something was wrong and started to panic, but he still gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm. Let me tell you, Orochimaru said. Tsunade tilted her head at that. I'm afraid Shenlong-kun will never be able to do high-intensity exercise again. Shenlong's eyelids twitched, and he stopped drinking tea. I've discovered from your skin and blood cells that your cells divide at a much faster rate than normal. In other words, the faster your cells divide, the shorter your potential and lifespan. Click. The teacup in Shenlong's hand broke into several pieces with a snap. He was shocked by Orochimaru's words. Your body is very special. On the surface, it appears healthy and strong, but in fact, it has begun to decline internally. Considering your current age, this is a very incredible and unusual thing. As for why there has been such a change, considering the special smell on Shenlong-kun, I guess you must have overdosed on some kind of drug, causing your body to overdraw. Shenlong was shocked when he heard this, and immediately recalled Lao Dai's instructions. Body-refining medicinal wine is not a panacea. Don't rely on it too much, and don't use it without limit. Just do your best in body refining. It's good to push your limits occasionally, but you can't do it all the time, day and night. Remember, a combination of work and rest is the most suitable way to practice at your age. Shenlong's face turned pale as he pulled out a small half-bottle of body-refining medicinal wine from his pocket and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it and unscrewed the cap, then smelled the medicinal wine and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade did the same thing, but her expression was confused. I feel this smell is a bit familiar. I seem to have smelled it somewhere before. Haha, watermelon head, thick eyebrows. Orochimaru suggested with a malicious tone. Oh, that's right. That's him. His name is Might Dewey, right? Tsunade said in surprise. Did he give you this medicinal wine? It's for body training, right? Kitsurin-kun, Orochimaru asked. Shenlong nodded silently. No wonder. I was wondering how you could exercise like this every day without getting into trouble. It turns out you're using this medicinal wine. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that both she and Orochimaru knew the existence of this medicinal wine. Do you know this medicinal wine? I know a little bit. This is the exclusive secret recipe of the Might Dai family. I have studied and analyzed this medicinal wine before, but unfortunately, I only know the approximate ingredients, let alone the specific dosage. Orochimaru said with a smile. Konoha has documented this type of body-refining medicinal wine. It has excellent blood-activating effects and a powerful recovery effect. However, its only side effect is that it's too potent. It can easily lead to hematopoietic cell overdrafts. While it's excellent for short-term body refining or healing injuries, long-term use can accelerate aging and significantly increase the frequency of cell division. Human cells have a limited number of divisions. If they divide at an accelerated rate for a long time, their lifespan will naturally be significantly shortened. This practice is equivalent to preempting their potential. You should see Might wearing this every day, but you should also know that he is only 20 years old. Tsunade said, holding her forehead. Might Dai is now 20 years old, but he looks like he is in his 30s. This is caused by the long-term use of this body-refining medicinal wine. Shenlong was shocked when he heard this. I forgot to ask that. I swear to God, Laozi only just found out how old Lao Dai is. Shenlong practiced like crazy every day. Not only did he not know Lao Dai's age, he even forgot his own age. He couldn't even remember whether he was 8, 9, or 10 years old. Moreover, the way he looks at old Dai always carries traces of his past life. In his past life memories, Might Dai looked very old, but he didn't think there was anything unusual. Now that he thinks about it carefully, it seems that Might Dai hasn't been born yet. and he already looks like a young middle-aged man. I guess old Dai must have made that medicinal wine a lot. Because of the funding provided by Shenlong, he looks older than in the original novel. Of course, he is also more powerful than in the original novel. Brother Dai can no longer use this kind of drug that prematurely overdrafts his potential. Shenlong thought to himself. Things have already happened, and Shenlong did not blame Might Dai for his idea. He just regretted not listening to Might Dai's advice. Shenlong gritted his teeth and asked, "Is there any way to cure it?" Orochimaru and Tsunade were silent for a moment, then shook their heads at the same time. Shenlong closed his eyes in despair. "You must stop high-intensity training immediately and stop using this medicinal wine." Tsunade made the decision. "Don't be too discouraged, Shenlong-kun. The human body has a very powerful self-healing ability. Although you have overdrawn your potential and shortened your lifespan, you are still young and have the potential to grow. As long as you stop engaging in high-intensity training and combat that exceeds your limits, your physical condition will still improve, and there's even the possibility of a slight increase." "What you mean is that my physical fitness can't improve anymore, right?" Shenlong asked with an ugly expression and unwillingly. "I see." Seeing Orochimaru nod, Katsurin smiled sadly. "No matter in which world, the body is the most essential source of power. Without a good body, it is equivalent to not having a container that can bear strength. His current body is like a water tank full of holes, which can't hold much water at all. I'm afraid I'll never be able to go back in this life." Thinking of this, he felt hopeless, and then he lay down on the ground numbly. He didn't care about the two people present. His decadent appearance made Tsunade and Orochimaru feel regretful and sigh. During this time, he seemed to hear Tsunade talking to him and comforting him a lot, but Shenlong's head was dizzy and his ears were buzzing, so he couldn't hear clearly what she was saying. Orochimaru stopped the slightly angry Tsunade and said, "Leave him alone." After he finished speaking, he stood up and left. Tsunade sighed and followed him away. The only person left at the scene was a young man with empty eyes and a dead-like appearance. Chapter 42. Night. Lying on the lawn of the camp, Shenlong stared blankly at the full moon in the sky. In fact, he had been lying there since noon, and had not moved for 7 or 8 hours. For more than 3 years, he practiced tirelessly day and night, and he never dared to slack off for even half a day. Even when he was so tired that he could not move, he could rely on his strong willpower and the body-refining medicinal wine that Might brought with him to recover. He worked madly and desperately pursued power, all just for the persistence and desire in his heart. "Dad, Mom, are you all right when I'm not around? I miss you so much." In his previous life, he was the only child in his family. His parents held him in their hands for fear of dropping him, and held him in their mouths for fear of him melting. They doted on him in every way and loved him immensely. Every time he thought of those past events, his heart would be filled with longing and impatience. He longed to go back one day, even if it was just to see them again. On the other hand, the deeper his desire, the stronger his fear. He was afraid that he would not be able to find the way home, and that he would spend too much time, causing his parents' lifespan to run out, and they would not be able to wait for the day when he returned. Although he knew that reanimation jutsu could bring the dead back to life, he was afraid that it would take too long, and he wouldn't even have the chance to use it. What's the point of working harder and harder? In the end, isn't it all just a dream? Ha ha ha. He covered his eyes and laughed inexplicably, but as he laughed, tears began to flow. He hated his own weakness and incompetence. The drastic changes in his body made him panic and uneasy. His long-term persistence would ultimately not be rewarded. He felt that all hope was gone and the road ahead was blocked. The emotions that had been suppressed for more than 3 years finally burst out. He cried like a child. His moist and confused eyes were full of loneliness and helplessness. Just as he was crying alone, 2 cheerful and pleasant girls' voices came from a distance. "Makoto, he lives here." Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. How dare someone live in a place like this? How courageous. Uchiha Makoto brings Uzumaki Kushina to find Shenlong. He didn't go to school today, so the teacher at school asked Makoto, who was also from the Uchiha clan, to come and check on him. After all, Katsura almost never skipped classes, and the two of them were closest, so the teacher gave her this task. Because Shenlong was depressed and in a trance, he didn't even realize that the 2 women were in front of him. Makoto and Kushina just stood there in shock as they looked at the boy with tears streaming down his face. What's wrong with him? Makoto was shocked. Oh my god, he's crying, and crying like this. Kushina also kept her mouth open for a long time. In their hearts, Uchiha Katsurin is a strong and hard-working man. Whether it is academic performance, strength, or perseverance, He is the best in the whole school. He is the undisputed perfect male god in the eyes of all the girls in the school. And at this moment, the male god actually cried, and I cried my heart out, crying so ugly. The two women were a little overwhelmed by this scene. After a long time, Mikoto and Kushina finally mustered up the courage to ask, what's wrong with you? How are you? They both felt it was rude to stand in front of him and watch him cry, so they each knelt down beside him and waited quietly. Shenlong didn't react for a long time. Besides tears, there was deep sadness and emptiness in his eyes. Mikoto wiped his tears and snot in a panic, her movements gentle and careful. Kushina on the side frowned, looking very worried. The two women sat around him for a long time. Gradually, the two discovered that Shenlong's condition was not right, so Kushina asked quietly, Mikoto, do you know what's wrong with him? It's been over an hour. Why is he still like this? I don't know either. He was fine yesterday. Mikoto replied with a frown. Suddenly, Kushina boldly poked his face with her index finger. Seeing that he still didn't react, she pinched it hard. Mikoto was stunned watching this scene. Hey, are you okay? Kushina leaned close to Shenlong's ear and shouted loudly. Her voice was so loud that it was deafening. Even Mikoto was shocked. Suddenly, Shenlong seemed to be awakened by this voice, and his lifeless eyes regained their luster. He looked at the two women, a hint of complexity and helplessness in his eyes, and then he stood up and walked into his own tent. The two women looked at him with confusion on their faces. They didn't know whether they should follow him in or just leave. Mikoto walked to the front of the tent and asked softly, What's wrong with you? Can you tell us? Maybe we can help you. If not, I can also go find my grandfather. He will definitely be able to help you. Shenlong in the tent was silent for a long time, and then a faint voice came out. Just go away and don't bother me. He really wasn't in the mood to chat with these two little girls. Mikoto froze in place upon hearing that. Seeing this, Kushina's face darkened. He clenched his fists and rushed into the tent. But just as she rushed into the tent angrily, she tripped and fell directly on Shenlong. Shenlong's tent was not big. It was just a place for him to sleep. He had just entered the tent and lay down directly, which caused his feet to be placed on the opening of the tent. Kushina's vision was blocked by the drooping tent opening. In addition, the visibility in the camp was dim, so she fell directly on Shenlong. Their faces flushed with shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Faced with this ridiculous accident, smelling the girl's fragrance, Shenlong was shocked and a little at a loss. Can you get up now? Kushina suddenly screamed loudly, then hurriedly got up and left the tent. After she came out, she didn't even say hello to Mikoto, but ran away with a blushing face. Mikoto stared at the scene for a moment, then hurried to catch up with Kushina. Looking at the top of the tent and feeling the silence returning to the surroundings, Shenlong's loneliness and fear once again came over him. But the next moment he suddenly clenched his fists, his fingers made a crackling sound, and 3 magatama surrounded his pupils and his eyes. An unyielding will is rising, and the fire of unwillingness is burning fiercely. I can't just accept my fate like this, and I can't give up so easily. There must be another way. Chapter 43. The next day, Shenlong went to school and applied directly to his tutor for early graduation. He didn't plan to waste time staying in school anymore, even though he had been using Shadow Clone to attend classes on his behalf for a long time. His mentor, Aoki Chunin, looked at him in surprise and said, You want to graduate early? Are you sure? Shenlong nodded, his expression calm and determined. I understand. The ninja school has regulations. I need to report to the Hokage-sama and have the 3rd Hokage approve it before you can get the forehead protector and graduate successfully. Instructor Aoki first explained the procedure to him, and then explained the requirements for a ninja student to graduate early. To graduate early, you need to be in the top 5 in the grade for theoretical exams, in the top 10 for practical exams, and have a kunai throwing accuracy of over 90%. You have all of these, but you still need to master the 3-body technique. Upon hearing this, Shenlong immediately used the clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. Very, very good. You have passed my test. Now, as long as the Hokage nods and signs, you can become Konoha's forehead protector and officially become a ninja. Shenlong nodded, thanked him, and left. Today, he was the real person who came to school, and the shadow clone was left in the camp to work. He toured the campus carefully for the 2nd time, and then stopped at the door of his class, Class 401. At this time, the class was having an ideological education class, and Shenlong's arrival attracted the attention of all the students in the class. In this class, every student is either a child of a powerful and wealthy family or a talented and outstanding student selected from hundreds of people in the ninja school. The identities of these students are Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, Namikaze, Pig, Deer, Cho, Inazuka, Moonlight, Aburame, and so on. At each level of promotion in their class, a certain number of inferior students would be eliminated, leaving only the top students, and then talented children from small families or common people would be included. Therefore, there will be certain changes in the personnel of Class 1 almost every time they are promoted. The best ones are kept, and the weak ones are eliminated. This is a cruel system that was not revealed in the original work. These people will become the future pillars of Konoha, and Konoha has put all its efforts into their training. This is also the biggest reason why Shenlong patiently stayed for 3 more years. During his more than 3 years of campus life, Shenlong had a neutral relationship with most people, among whom he had for close friends. They are Uchiha Makoto, Senju Nawaki, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, who is in another class but often visits. Shenlong doesn't have a very good reputation in school, and most people are more or less afraid of him. These 4 people are the few who can get along with him. In everyone's eyes, Shenlong is a mysterious and eccentric existence. His strength is recognized by the students in the school. Some people even give him the title of the strongest in the school. For this reason, he has been challenged countless times. Although he has won every battle, he is extremely disgusted by the number of challenges. For the first time in school, he publicly set a rule that anyone who wanted to challenge him had to first defeat that busybody, and then defeat Hayashi from the Hyuga family and Fugaku from the Uchiha family, before being qualified to challenge him. Since then, Shenlong has rarely been harassed, but that busybody announced his withdrawal from school soon after. Although Hayashi and Fugaku have to endure huge troubles from Shenlong, they also enjoy the glory of being the strongest. It can be said that they are in pain and happy. At this point, he was truly the strongest person in the school, and he became the target that everyone wanted to catch up with. But even though everyone targets him, they subconsciously stay away from him. His powerful strength is not the reason why he is feared. The main reason why he has few friends is that he always carries a kind of arrogance and indifference that makes it difficult to approach him. He is usually quite polite in his dealings with others, at least much more polite than most Uchiha people. But in the eyes of others, he is fundamentally different from other Uchiha people. In the eyes of others, most of the Uchiha family members appear cold, have a lot of problems, and have bad personalities, but they are actually very easy to get along with. But Shenlong is different. Although he appears polite and behaves well, there is always an indescribable coldness in his eyes. In the eyes of most smart people, they know that this is a man who is arrogant to the core. Unlike the outward arrogance of the Uchiha family, he has an inner indifference and an arrogance that keeps people at a distance. Actually, it's no wonder they look at him this way, because Shenlong always treats them like little brats and elementary school students. Even when it comes to Makoto and the other 3, he occasionally shows the kindness of an old father. "Sorry I'm late." "No, it's okay. Take a seat," the teacher said indifferently. Shenlong sat next to Makoto, ignoring everyone's gaze, and closed his eyes to rest. After class, he greeted Makoto, Nawaki, Minato, and Kushina, who arrived late. "I'm graduating early." The 4 of them were shocked when they heard this, and Nawaki exclaimed loudly, "Boss, you are kidding me. What do you think? Why do you want to graduate early? Don't we still have 2 years left?" Kushina suddenly asked anxiously, but as soon as she said this, she lowered her head unconsciously, clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands. "Have you thought about it? You won't be so idle after becoming a ninja. You still have to complete missions every day," Minato said softly. "Well, I've thought about it. The Chunin exam is in 10 days, so I still have time to take it when I graduate." Shenlong nodded and expressed his thoughts. Hey, the 4 of them were shocked. They were really surprised by Shenlong's decisiveness and courage. "Ah, boss, I want to graduate too. I want to take the Chunin exam too. I want to become a Chunin," Nawaki yelled. "Okay, if your sister agrees, you can go and apply to teacher Aoki." Shenlong did not refute his idea. "Ah, my sister will definitely not agree." Nawaki suddenly sighed. "Isn't it a bit too hasty? Taking the Chunin exam right after graduation, I wonder if the adults will disapprove." Minato asked a little worriedly, but when he thought about Shenlong's strength, he felt that he was worrying too much. "It's just a Chunin exam. I don't take it seriously. As for whether the 3rd generation agrees or not, it's just a small matter. He has no reason to stop it," Shenlong said calmly. His words were filled with strong self-confidence. "Okay, I'll come and watch you take the exam then." Minato smiled brightly. "Boss V587, I'll come watch you take the exam, and I'll give you a shout." I will definitely go too. Seeing that Shenlong had made up his mind, Kushina had no choice but to speak quickly. Makoto kept his head down and didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the second class, all students returned to their seats. Shenlong looked at the depressed Makoto and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "No," Makoto muttered, tilting his head. "Can't bear to leave me." "No, don't talk nonsense," Makoto said anxiously with a red face. "You're still accusing me of talking nonsense. It's written all over your face." "Shut up," Makoto glared at him and said angrily. "Although I graduated early, you also." Shenlong paused inexplicably when the words came to his lips. "You can also come to me. Come and play with me." Makoto was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You said that," she said softly with a blushing face. Duh. Chapter 44. In the afternoon, Shenlong was called to the Hokage's office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and looked at him. "Are you sure you've thought it through? I don't agree with you graduating now. You still have a lot to learn." "I've made up my mind." Shenlong looked at him and said, "Stubborn brat." Third generation tapped the ash from his pipe and cursed helplessly. Then he took out a forehead protector with the Konoha logo from his desk drawer and handed it to Shenlong. Shenlong reached out to take it, looking at the slightly old forehead protector, and glanced at third generation in confusion. "Hiruzen, this is your forehead protector, and you actually gave it to him." Udatain Koharu, the Hokage's advisor and secretary, exclaimed. "Humph, it seems you think highly of this brat," said another advisor, Midokado Hamura. Shenlong looked at the two of them, then at the third generation, his expression somewhat complicated. "Haha, do you really think I'm a little kid who knows nothing?" Shenlong chuckled in his heart. He was sure that there were at least a dozen of these specially made-to-look old forehead protectors under the desk. Watching the performance of the three actors, Shenlong did not feel disgusted. He found it entertaining and at the same time felt deeply moved. He sighed in his heart that the level of brainwashing used by the Konoha high-level officials had reached perfection. Seeing the three veteran actors performing so hard, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He raised his hand and gently stroked the old forehead protector with a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes, and then carefully put it on his forehead. Everything is self-explanatory. The three of them looked at his expression and movements, and they were 100% certain in their hearts that this was another successor to the Will of Fire. This child is useful. The three of them thought of the same thing. "I have to take the Chunin exam in 10 days. Shenlong suddenly spoke, his words simple and direct. "No." The three were stunned at first, and then Udatain Koharu directly refused. "You have 0 mission experience. You are not qualified to become a Chunin." Shenlong crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at her with a squint, and said, "Konoha has no regulations on this matter. Genin promotion to Chunin does not require a mission history, nor are there any specific hard and fast indicators. At least, there are no explicit regulations on this matter yet." The two advisors were speechless. Shenlong's words were flawless. Konoha really didn't have any regulations in this regard at the moment. After he finished speaking, he looked at third generation and chuckled. "Right, Master Third Generation. It seems like you're well prepared. Are you confident?" Third generation also smiled. "Certainly." Shenlong raised his head and answered calmly. What a cocky brat. Udatain Koharu felt slightly dissatisfied, as she felt that the boy in front of her was a little arrogant. Haha, I hope you really have this ability." The third generation stared at him and smiled. He didn't mind this kind of young and ignorant arrogance. When he said this, it meant that he had already approved Shenlong's application for the Chunin exam. "As you wish," Shenlong said as he turned to leave. "Hiruzen, this is against the rules," Midokado Hamura said seriously. Third generation leaned back in their chair and stretched lazily. Konoha has indeed not yet implemented rules in this regard. Then, Udatain Koharu said aloud, her meaning obvious. "Let's make clear rules after this Chunin exam, so that the little guy doesn't look down on us." Third generation said with a smile. Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura rolled their eyes at him, but didn't say anything in rebuttal. As soon as Shenlong walked down the Hokage building, he was surprised to see Lao Dai. At this moment, Might Dai was bowing to the Hokage guarding the gate, while pleading, "Please, let me see Hokage-sama again." "Go back. The third generation masters are aware of your request, but rules are rules. The rules set by Nidame cannot be easily changed by the third generation masters. The third generation masters have already made an exception and allowed you to become a genin. So don't make things difficult for him anymore." The guard sighed helplessly. Shenlong heard the conversation between the two and immediately walked to Lao Dai's side. "What happened? Brother Dai?" Old Dai was visibly stunned when he saw Shenlong coming out of the Hokage building. "Brother, why are you here? And, on your head?" He pointed at the forehead protector on Shenlong's head in surprise. "I just graduated, and now I'm a genin." "Really? Congratulations." Might Dai was filled with joy. He was probably even happier than he was that Shenlong had successfully become a ninja. "Brother Dai, why are you here? And why do you want to meet the third generation?" When the guard at the gate heard Shenlong mention the third generation, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "You should try to persuade him. A loser who doesn't even know the three-body technique and is only good at taijutsu, even though he can become a ninja, is already a favor from the third-generation adults, and yet he still wants to take the Chunin exam." Konoha has a clear rule that those without ninjutsu talent are not allowed to be promoted to Chunin. This is the rule set by the Naidame. Because of this, Shenlong asked in surprise as he looked at Might Dai. Recalling the original story, Might Dai was indeed a 10,000 years genin. Might Dai nodded dejectedly upon hearing this, looking particularly lonely. Shenlong looked at him, turned around silently, and returned the way he came. He wanted to go find the third generation to argue. The guard at the gate did not stop Shenlong from going upstairs. After all, he had just come down from upstairs. Walking in the corridor, Shenlong clenched his fists. He originally wanted to find Might Dai, tell him about the side effects of that medicinal wine, and persuade him not to use it anymore. But now he gave up this idea. Life is not easy for anyone. This is the tragedy of the little people. Shenlong sighed in his heart. Maybe Might Dai himself knew the side effects of the medicinal wine, but he actually had no choice. If he doesn't know ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and if he can't even do taijutsu, can he still be considered a ninja? The ninja world does not tolerate the weak, and the same is true for Konoha. Medicinal wine and hard work are the basis of Might Dai's strength. The two are interdependent and indispensable. Arriving at the office door, Shenlong subconsciously wanted to break in, but he stopped himself as he raised his foot. He is not qualified to score a goal now, and his strength is not enough to do such a thing. He gritted his teeth secretly, adjusted his mentality a little, and pushed the door open. Seeing Shenlong coming back, the third generation looked puzzled. Before he could ask, he heard Shenlong's cold question. "Why can't Might Dai be promoted to Chunin? You should know that his strength is not weak." Chapter 45. The third generation was silent for a moment, then sighed and explained. "This is the rule set by Naidame. Every ninja must abide by it." "I can't." "Is this your reason?" "The rules set by our predecessors may be applicable to the environment and needs at the time, but they may not be applicable now, right? Third generation master is also a Hokage. Are you willing to be a mediocre successor instead of being a pioneer like your predecessors?" The third generation looked at him in amazement. It was hard to imagine that a child under 10 years old could say such words, because these words involve a long-term perspective that looks at everything. "How dare you? What do you know, little brat? Do you think you can become a ninja just by knowing some martial arts? If that were the case, samurai wouldn't have been eliminated by ninjas. This world isn't as simple as you think. He knows almost nothing besides taijutsu, so he can barely even be called a ninja. Being a genin is his limit, and it's also his luck. The third Hokage has shown him extraordinary kindness and done his utmost." Udatane Koharu retorted with a cold face. "Konoha can be short of a few Chunin, or even Jonin, but we cannot allow Chunin or Jonin to have only one ability and be simple-minded. Chunin must not only be strong, but also have a certain level of comprehensive strength. Jonin must also have command ability on this basis. Boy, just because you have enough strength doesn't qualify you to become a Chunin or Jonin. Might Dai doesn't have what it takes to be promoted to a Chunin at all." Mitokado Hamura took over Udatane Koharu's words and explained the main reason why the third generation did not allow Might Dai to be promoted. Strictly speaking, Might Dai isn't even qualified to be a ninja, because he can't even learn the three-body technique. Calling him a ninja is a bit of an exaggeration. Shenlong could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "In your eyes, people who specialize in physical arts are so despicable? What qualifications do you have to look down on others, or even look down on them, based on your strength?" Upon hearing this, the two men widened their eyes and slammed the table in anger. "Presumptuous. Humph. At such a young age, you're actually rebelling against your superiors. You're truly unworthy of a son. When we both became famous, your father was nowhere to be found. How dare you question our abilities?" When Shenlong heard the other party making personal attacks, he stopped tolerating them. How famous is he? If one person's success brings prosperity to everyone around him, then he's definitely quite famous. Shenlong's understatement made the two consultants incredulous and immediately flew into a rage. Cole. You little freshman who doesn't know respect and inferiority. You have such a big guts. You have the guts to say that again. The atmosphere in the office was extremely tense. The chakra in the two men was circulating, and there were faint signs of them attacking him. Shenlon's words not only made the two of them look ugly, but even the third generation frowned deeply, looking displeased. You still want to attack? Do you want to kill someone in front of the Hokage? Shenlon once again stimulated their nerves, making the two of them eager to take action immediately. That's enough. Even though third generation knows that he is not a bad person at heart, and that he is being rude because might is being ignored, this does not mean that third generation will remain indifferent and allow Shenlon to commit such a heinous crime. It's none of your business to interfere in Might Dewey's affairs, and you don't need to worry about them. You can get out now. The third generation's expression was serious and his tone was cold. He didn't want to see this troublesome troublemaker right now. You will regret your decision today. Roll. The third generation roared, their terrifying chakra bursting out of their bodies, and the small room was filled with tremendous pressure. This is the majesty of Aang. Shenlon has learned it. It was so powerful that it was suffocating, so powerful that it made him tremble with fear. He looked up and exchanged glances with the third generation, then looked at the two consultants with sullen faces, and Shenlon turned and left silently. Hiruzen, are you just going to watch this beast commit insubordination? Behind him, the two advisors were furious with the third generation, and their vicious words made Shenlon's murderous intent surge. But even so, his pace remained unchanged and he left the office without looking back. Shenlon knew that his performance in front of third generation today would affect his future development to some extent, and he would definitely be sabotaged by the two consultants in the future, but he had no regrets. The future is certainly important, but if one can remain indifferent even when his mentor is despised, then what is the difference between him and a heartless beast? What qualifications does he have to face might die in the future? K Hokage, Lousy won't play along with you guys anymore. Even without the help of the Hokage, Uchiha Shenlon can still rise. If it really doesn't work out, the worst that can happen is to defect. After all, he is alone and it doesn't matter where he goes. Besides, he has the ability to protect himself, so it is not difficult for him to escape from Konoha. When a person dies, birds fly towards the sky. Why should you suffer the bird's anger if you are not dead? After saying goodbye to old Dai, Shenlon suddenly stopped on his way home. A large number of invisible memories and insights suddenly entered his mind. Shadow Clone's time has come. Chakra is exhausted. The massive amount of information pouring into his brain made his face look haggard, which was the after effect of extensive use of Shadow Clone. Although Shadow Clone is an excellent training plugin for gaining experience points, it also has great drawbacks. Looking at the entire Hokage, the only one who actually used Shadow Clone for training was Naruto. Why can't others do it? Kakashi all know the benefits of practicing this technique. Why don't they use it in their daily practice? Even Naruto rarely does it. After Shenlon practiced excessive use of Shadow Clone, he finally understood the reason. It turns out that brain fatigue can really be fatal. That was his first time training with Shadow Clone, and there were a full 20 of them. Back then, he naively thought he had left some room for improvement. As a result, after the clone was dissolved, his consciousness almost collapsed. The weak feeling of darkness invading his mind was like a precursor to death. Only then did he suddenly understand why multiple Shadow Clone was listed as a forbidden technique, and why so few people in the original novel practiced this technique. Shenlon also wondered why Naruto could do it. How did he do it? You have to know that he has lived 2 lives, and his spiritual power is incredible and magnificent, but he almost couldn't bear the sequelae. How can Naruto do it? The protagonist's halo? Or is it because he's Ashura's successor? Technically, Naruto is also a being with 2 souls combined into one, so it's entirely possible he possesses spiritual power as powerful as Kitsuren, even though the original Vice Admiral's soul is defined as chakra. Of course, the biggest reason should be that he has the aura of the protagonist. Chapter 46. Late at night, Shenlon, dressed in black, avoided the patrolling Umbu and came into a dimly lit building. It is dark and quiet here, with a damp and oppressive atmosphere. It is a 2-story building far away from the hustle and bustle and is located very close to Konoha's cemetery. Standing in the courtyard of the building, feeling the chill blowing from the direction of the cemetery, Shenlon got goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly, bursts of hissing sounds came from a dark corner, followed by a lot of dragging sounds on the ground. In his perception, a large group of colorful lion majesties rushed out from the corner of the house and headed straight for him in the middle of the courtyard. Shenlon frowned slightly, pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, and faced the group of snakes head-on. In just a few minutes, all the Lion Majesty groups were killed. A thin layer of light blue chakra coat on Shenlong's body helped him block the splattering poisonous blood. He was now unharmed and still stood there spotlessly. As he killed all the Lion Majesties in the courtyard, he suddenly noticed that more Lion Majesties had emerged from the building, densely packed and extremely numerous. At this moment, he felt like he was in a snake's den. A large group of Lion Majesties with vicious eyes and fangs quickly pounced on him. It seemed as if they had received some instructions and pounced on people without caring about life or death. Looking at this scene, Shenlong frowned deeply and sighed towards a room in the building. Is this how you treat your guests? Orochimaru. Shenlong's words did not receive a response. Seeing this, Shenlong snorted coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. A fire-style seal was formed instantly, and just as he was about to cast it, he heard a chuckle coming from inside the building. The snakes suddenly paused and stopped, then quickly disappeared from the spot and hid back in the dark corner. Haha, breaking into someone's house in the dead of night, and even trying to set it on fire, what kind of guest is this? Someone in the dark room sneered hoarsely. For you, the snake, day is night and night is day. How can I not be considered a guest when I visit you during the day? As for setting fire to the house, it was just self-defense. Shenlong's voice was steady and powerful, as if he was stating the facts. His words made everyone in the room burst into laughter, and then he changed his tone to a polite invitation. Come in, Katsura-kun. Looking at the lights on and the open windows on the second floor, Shenlong jumped up and jumped directly into them. Orochimaru was wearing a white kimono at this time, kneeling on the futon with a smile on his face. Mr. Shenlong is really impatient. He showed up at my door after only one day. Orochimaru said this in a somewhat sarcastic tone, as if he had calculated that he would come to find him. I didn't realize you were so good at making sarcastic remarks. I originally thought Uncle Snake was a real guy. Without further ado, are you willing to help me solve my physical problems? Shenlong asked directly without getting straight to the point. It's not a question of whether I'm willing to help, but rather that I'm powerless. Your body is damaged from the very beginning. It's not a so-called physical illness or internal or external injury. There's no medicine that can cure it, or it's simply incurable. I've already explained this to you in detail, and I don't want to repeat myself, so I'm sorry. Orochimaru said calmly that what he said was actually the truth, and whether Shenlong believed it or not was of no concern to him. What does the life and death of a little child have to do with him? Shenlong remained expressionless upon hearing this. He looked at Orochimaru's calm expression and asked a question that made his face change drastically. Can first-generation cells heal my body? Shenlong's question made him stand up suddenly, and he subconsciously asked in a cold voice, What do you know? Haha, shouldn't you subconsciously ask what first-generation cells are? You're not even confused by such an incredible question. It seems that you really have the ability to help me recover, Shenlong said with a chuckle. Orochimaru was obviously stunned when he heard this, thinking that he was too careless and fell into a trap without knowing it. But even so, he was still shocked by Shenlong's question. How did he know about Hashirama's cells? At his age, it was impossible for him to know such things. Could it be that someone behind his back had told him? Did they know he was targeting Hashirama's cells? Did they deliberately arrange this little brat to trick him? Orochimaru racked his brains to think, but the more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed like this, but it also seemed not to be. He had just planned to take action on the remains of the first generation, and the cells had not yet been extracted. How could anyone see through his thoughts? Unable to figure it out, unable to see through it, Orochimaru could only say coldly with a gloomy face, Why should I help you? You're planning on the first generation's corpse. I don't think you'd like to see this known to everyone, would you? Especially the third Hokage and Sister Tsunade. Court death. Orochimaru snorted coldly and slapped Shenlong on the head with his palm. He was determined to kill him. Shenlong rolled backwards to avoid the palm, but the next moment he suddenly saw a blur in front of his eyes, and several slender pythons of different colors suddenly wrapped around him and strangled his body tightly. This is Orochimaru's secret technique, Shadow Snake Hand. It can be activated without any seals and is extremely fast, making it impossible to defend against. Feeling the snake's body gradually tightening around him, Shenlong's face didn't show any panic at all, as if the one in trouble at the moment wasn't him, but Orochimaru across from him. Looking at the brat who had been completely controlled, Orochimaru grinned and chuckled. I have to admire your courage. Even with your life hanging by a thread, you remain calm. I'm curious how you know what I'm thinking. I really can't imagine how you know all this. Also, your conceit will only lead to your own death. It won't pose any threat to me at all. Not to mention that Konoha and Tsunade won't believe you. Do you think Konoha will let you off easy if you tell them these things? Stupid brat. Orochimaru's words did not affect Shenlong. He looked at Orochimaru with a calm expression. Don't you understand? I agree with you. We are essentially the same kind of people. We can cooperate. I think you need me, but I need your help more right now. Of course, I've said everything I need to say. If you're still indifferent, you can't blame me. Orochimaru understood the previous sentence as surrender and begging for mercy, but Shenlong's next sentence was a naked threat again. Duh. Chapter 47. Shenlong's threat at this moment was so weak and ridiculous. Orochimaru even began to laugh at Shenlong's ignorance and stupidity unscrupulously. Of course, in Orochimaru's eyes, his behavior was consistent with the image of an ignorant, fearless, wild, and unruly child. The mysterious image he had given him before was completely due to his own overthinking. Even though these things were full of loopholes and untenable upon closer inspection, Orochimaru didn't have the patience to play games with him anymore. If he can't get anything out of this, Orochimaru will strangle this brat without hesitation. But before Orochimaru could ask again, he saw the young man in front of him lower his head and laugh, and that low laugh was full of mockery. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru's face turned grim upon seeing this. He manipulated the snakes in his hands, increasing their strength and entwining them. He stared at his face and asked coldly, "What are you laughing at?" "Haha, I'm laughing at your ignorance. Do you think this level of ninjutsu can defeat me? In front of my eyes, everything you do is just in vain." Shenlong's voice faintly reached Orochimaru's ears. Orochimaru looked at the crazy kid with a ferocious face as he was submerged by snakes with only his head sticking out. Just when he was about to kill, a terrifying scene appeared that made him lose his mind. The little ghost in sight suddenly raised his head, and a pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan emitting a strange aura was staring at him intently. He even saw that the three Magatama were focusing on him and then slowly rotating. When Orochimaru saw this scene, he didn't care about being shocked. He thought it was not good and quickly looked away. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Shenlong's pupil technique has been successfully activated. The moment Orochimaru saw the pair of Sharingan, he felt a sudden shock. When he recovered, he found that his consciousness was dragged into an illusion space. This is, looking at his limbs being driven into by strange wedges, feeling the waves of pain coming from them. Orochimaru's face became increasingly ugly. He couldn't even feel his chakra. Moreover, my limbs are completely unable to move. He couldn't even bite his tongue to stimulate himself to break the illusion. What kind of illusion is this? Orochimaru's surprise turned into horror. He found that all the vast amount of ninjutsu he had learned throughout his life, and the secret techniques and summoning techniques that he was proud of, had become useless at this moment. This illusion space is so solid. This means that the opponent's spiritual power is much stronger than mine. I told you, your pride is worthless in front of my eyes. If I wanted to kill you, I would just use a kunai to scratch you from outside, and your life would end there. Looking at Uchiha Katsurin standing in front of him unharmed, fear appeared in Orochimaru's eyes for the first time. At this time, he was still a little immature, without the cunning and strategy that he would have decades later, nor the composure when dealing with a crisis. After trying for a while, Orochimaru realized that he couldn't break free from this illusion on his own. This feeling of powerlessness at the mercy of others made him despair, and his face turned pale, especially when he saw the young man in front of him shaking his head expressionlessly. "Wait, we can work together. I can solve your physical problems." Orochimaru spoke out quickly. He didn't want to be killed here. Essentially, he is still a person who fears death. In order to delay aging and death, he gave up his physical body without hesitation. He was willing to continue to practice the living corpse reincarnation technique, even at the risk of damaging his soul, just to be able to survive in this world and continue to study various forbidden techniques. Shenlong saw Orochimaru's panic, but he remained unmoved at this moment. The Scarlet Sharingan was still staring at Orochimaru closely. Looking at those enchanting eyes that were as calm as water, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat, and then he was completely panicked. Just when he was about to raise the stakes and surrender, Shenlong's cold voice sounded before him. "Remember what you said." As the words fell, Orochimaru felt his eyes blur, and he returned to the real world. At this time, Uchiha Shenlong had already gotten rid of the shadow snake hand, and the sharp kunai in his hand was being retracted from his neck. He felt a drop of hot blood flowing out. These facts all proved that he was really capable of killing himself. Looking at the departing figure, Orochimaru said with a pale face and a forced smile, "Three-tomo Sharingan at the age of 9. No, maybe even earlier. It's incredible. How did you come into possession of the 3-tomo Sharingan? Why are you hiding it and showing weakness? Throughout the history of the ninja world, there has never been a 3-tomo Sharingan under the age of 10. Who are you? And what do you want to do? I see suffocating ambition in you. Young and innocent, this person's appearance and disguise were just that. He shuddered when he thought about how he had gained the trust of his teacher, third Hokage, and Tsunade. Even Orochimaru himself had misjudged the person in front of him. He didn't believe that someone with such scheming was only 9 years old. This was a child who was possessed. Orochimaru believed it firmly. After this incident, Orochimaru's true body possession technique, living corpse reincarnation, will be unveiled ahead of time because of him. Fulfill your promise, and I'll give you a pair of Sharingans as your due reward, Katsurin said in a deep voice with his back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was obviously shocked by Shenlong's words, and his face was instantly filled with surprise. You know, Sharingan is a thing that is priceless. Every pair of Sharingan is extremely precious. It is impossible to snatch Sharingan by ordinary assassination methods. The difficulty coefficient is extremely high, and there are many troubles. If you are not careful, you may be exposed. After all, when the Uchiha family's open-eyed people go out of the village to do missions, they are accompanied and guarded by Jonin. If you want to snatch them, it means fighting with Jonin, especially in a one-on-one situation. It is difficult to stop the other party if he wants to escape. Although the Uchiha family does not have the curse mark, caged bird of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha family has many Jonin. It is no problem for them to lead family members to complete missions. This is also one of the important reasons why it is becoming increasingly difficult for the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha. This family is very xenophobic. In the original work, Obito was able to hang out with Kakashi because he was worthless in the early stage, last in the group. As a worthless tribe member who had not opened his eyes, he was free to go wherever he wanted. But after opening his eyes, especially with double Magatama, if he wanted to leave the village, he had to report to the family and obtain their consent. Just like Konoha shinobi must report when leaving the village, Uchiha clan's open-eyed people, except Jonin, must also report to the family when leaving the village, and non-Jonin open-eyed people have the right to apply for protection when leaving the village. That is, the mission is more dangerous and requires the protection of Jonin. These measures and methods are all for protecting the safety of Sharingan. Even Konoha will not interfere with the Uchiha clan's decision, because Sharingan is the core of the Uchiha clan's power, and a certain degree of protection is the family's obligation and responsibility. I don't want anyone else to know what happened tonight. Shenlong did not explain Orochimaru's doubts. After leaving this sentence, he disappeared on the spot. Watching Shenlong leave, Orochimaru's snake-like pupils shrank again. Instant body technique. Chapter 48. The flickering technique is Jonin's signature ninjutsu. 9-year-old Jonin, 9-year-old 3-tomo Sharingan. How else can you surprise me? Giving me a pair of Sharingans as my reward is quite generous. He must have seen my desire, right? Huh, what a scary guy. After leaving Orochimaru's house, Shenlong breathed a sigh of relief. The physical burden brought by the teleportation made him ache all over, and using the gold binding technique also made his mental state exhausted. He was still too weak. Facing Orochimaru at this stage, he still had to use all his cards, even if he had to promise to give him a pair of Sharingan as a reward after defeating him. While he was afraid that Orochimaru would betray him, wasn't it also a last resort? It was by surprise that Orochimaru was trapped in the illusion tonight. If he confronted Orochimaru head-on, he would definitely be defeated. But even if they win, it all depends on Orochimaru's attitude. If he tells the third generation what happened tonight, Shenlong will probably have a hard time surviving. No one would be unfazed by such an ambitious old man. There is a great possibility that Uchiha Katsurin's will of fire is a disguise. Such a cunning and ambitious person must have ulterior motives. He is very likely to be detrimental to Konoha. Eliminating this uncertainty is the best choice for Konoha. Shenlong was betting that Orochimaru would keep his mouth shut about what happened tonight and be willing to cooperate with him. In the original work, Orochimaru was able to reach a series of cooperation with the ambitious Shimura Danzo and keep it secret. There is no reason why it would be impossible for him to do so, although he is far from having the capital of Danzo at this time. But Orochimaru's reputation in the original work is still very good, which is the biggest reason why he dared to gamble his life tonight. He bet that Orochimaru would cooperate with him and keep his mouth shut. He bet that Orochimaru would be satisfied with the reward, and he bet that Orochimaru could help him solve the problem of damaged origin. Late at night the next day, Shenlong jumped down from a towering tree with a tired look on his face, and his heart finally settled down. Nothing happened the whole day today, which means Orochimaru really kept his mouth shut, and Shenlong won the first step of the bet. 5 days later, Orochimaru came to him, and there were only 4 days left until the Chunin exam. How is it? Have you found a solution? Before Orochimaru could speak, Kitsurin asked. Orochimaru smiled, neither confirming nor denying it, and his reaction made Kitsurin frown. I've searched a lot of medical information and texts over the past few days, but I still can't find a way to cure the root cause. I even did an experiment. What experiment? Shenlong asked in a deep voice. That's to see if first-generation cells can be a cure for your body. But the results show that first-generation cells are poison to you right now. The gap between your cells and theirs is too great. There's a high chance you won't be able to withstand it and die. Is that all you came to tell me? Shenlong's face turned very ugly when he couldn't hear the result he wanted. Be patient, Shenlong-kun. I haven't come up empty-handed either. Yesterday, I was flipping through an ancient travelogue and discovered some particularly interesting rumors. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, Legend has it that there are 3 sacred immortal sites in the distant summoning realm. The 3 sacred sites are named Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest. Each of these sacred sites is blessed with exceptional feng shui. In one of these sacred sites, Mount Myaboku, the Toad Kingdom, it is said that there is holy water that nourishes the very essence of life, a kind of elixir that can bring the dead back to life. Mount Myaboku? Impossible. Shenlong denied it in shock. Orochimaru frowned and asked in confusion, How do you know it's impossible? Shenlong didn't say anything when he heard this, but he was in a dilemma in his heart. There doesn't seem to be any so-called celestial dew or holy water in the original novel, right? And it's inside Mount Myaboku. Naruto and Jiraiya didn't see it when they went there to learn celestial arts. However, we can't be sure of their existence based on just this. After all, there are still too few descriptions of the 3 sacred places. We only know that their history is even older than the Sage of 6 Paths, and that the natural energy within them is extremely rich, making them a great place to learn immortal arts. Actually, it's not surprising that there's something in a sacred place. In the original story, Gamamaru, the great toad sage, once gave the Sage of 6 Paths a magical talisman that healed all injuries. Thinking of this, Shenlong sighed helplessly. Is this the only piece of information? Are there any others? Orochimaru saw Shenlong's expression, shook his head slightly, and chuckled. Don't worry, Shenlong-kun. This information of mine isn't worth a pair of Sharingans. At least, not until I can confirm the authenticity of the information. Shenlong heard this and asked with a gleam in his eyes, Can you verify it? Come with me to Mount Myaboku. We'll find out if it's real or not. I'm also very interested in that thing. With great pleasure. After seeing Shenlong nod, Orochimaru directly took out a small bottle, which turned out to be a bottle of bright red blood. This is Jiraiya's blood. I drew it from him while he was drunk. He signed a contract with Mount Myaboku to summon the summoning beast. We can use his blood to summon the toad from Mount Myaboku. Then you can use the Sharingan to control the summoning beast, and then send it back to Mount Myaboku. Orochimaru gave a general idea, and Shenlong barely understood what he said. He couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's quick mind. After explaining some details, Orochimaru poured almost half a bottle of blood into the palm of his hand, then stretched the blood into a line, quickly formed seals with his hands, and slammed them to the ground. Summoning technique. Dense runes spread out like tadpoles, and a thick smoke suddenly appeared. As the smoke dissipated, a giant toad nearly 5 meters tall appeared before our eyes. It was a subadult Mount Myaboku giant toad. Orochimaru's chakra output is not much, and he doesn't intend to attract mature toads like Bunta, as that would cause a lot of trouble. As soon as the confused toad came to its senses and looked around, it saw a horrifying scene. Shenlong stood in front of him with one hand holding a seal, his scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan staring straight at the big toad in front of him. In just a brief moment, the toad's horizontal pupils immediately transformed into a pair of huge 3-tomo Sharingan. Manipulation successful, and it's surprisingly not difficult. When Orochimaru saw this scene, he was shocked and greed flooded his heart. He thought that this was the powerful controllability of Sharingan, but he didn't know that without the powerful spiritual power, it would be impossible to do it so easily. Chapter 49. What should we do next? Shenlong asked. Let it open its mouth, we can enter it, and then remove the summoning spell. But how are we going to get back? Shenlong then asked. Don't let it be a disaster if you go there and never come back. Rest assured. Orochimaru smiled and whistled to the side, and an umbu appeared in response. Orochimaru used his finger to make a small cut on the toad, took a drop of toad blood, and dripped it into the remaining bottle of blood. Ignoring Shenlong's puzzled look, Orochimaru instructed the umbu. In 1 hour, use this bottle of blood as a medium to perform the summoning technique. Hi. Seeing the umbu obey his orders, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. This beast's blood will merge with Jiraiya's blood, and the summoning technique we cast will also affect it. Then we can return through it. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Shenlong couldn't help but admire. Your understanding and application of summoning is truly unmatched. As expected, I'm increasingly finding that you understand me very thoroughly, to the point of knowing me like the back of your hand. I'm very curious, Orochimaru said with a focused expression. I was careless. Orochimaru is too sensitive. Even a casual compliment to him can make him suspicious. It's really difficult to deal with such an intelligent person. Seeing that Shenlong was unwilling to explain further, Orochimaru did not ask any more questions. He jumped directly into the big toad's mouth. Seeing this, Shenlong immediately followed, and the two of them laid down in the toad's mouth. Shenlong controlled the big toad to close its mouth. When Orochimaru saw the toad's mouth closed, he immediately lifted the summoning spell. There was a loud bang, followed by a tremor, and then everything became completely quiet. Shenlong felt that it was only a few seconds, but he heard Orochimaru say, "Open its mouth. We've reached Mount Myaboku." While surprised at how simple and quick it was, Shenlong was even more amazed that Orochimaru dared to speak in such a foul-smelling mouth. He silently praised in his heart, as expected of Orochimaru. Then, the big toad opened its mouth and the two of them jumped out instantly. "Is this Mount Myaboku?" Shenlong said in surprise. Although he had seen the scene in anime, he was still surprised by the beauty of this place. As expected of one of the 3 sacred places of the immortals, the natural energy here is even richer than that in Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru said with emotion, and he also told a secret that Shenlong didn't know. No wonder the snake tribe attacks Mount Myaboku all year round. Shenlong listened attentively and gestured for him to continue, but unfortunately Orochimaru ignored him. Maybe she didn't know, or maybe she was just half-hearted to get back at him. As we got closer to the center of Mount Myaboku, the number of toads around us became more and more. The two of them moved forward cautiously, trying to avoid their sight. He dodged left and right all the way, and with the help of transformation technique, he was not discovered by the toads. After all, this is Mount Myaboku, and it is very rare for humans or other races to invade. Even the snakes of Ryuchi Cave couldn't sneak into such a position. They didn't know that Shenlong and the others came here directly by using the summoning technique. Lying on the top of a mountain, the two were covered in yellow mud that matched the color of the mountain. Orochimaru solemnly reminded them, "We can't go any further. I feel like there's something terrifying in that palace ahead. We'd better stop here." Shenlong nodded, his expression also extremely solemn, because he also felt that the fluctuations generated by the large amount of natural energy absorbed and released could be felt so clearly, which showed that the opponent's terrifying level was close to that of the tailed beast. It might even be more terrifying than the tailed beasts. "It's that old toad that has lived for 1,000 years, Shenlong said softly, and his words made Orochimaru's pupils shrink sharply. "What old toad? What do you know?" Facing Orochimaru's question, Shenlong fell silent again. Originally, he didn't intend to let Orochimaru know too much, but on second thought, it would be okay to let him know these things. After all, he still needed Orochimaru to contribute. If he told some secrets from his mouth, it would not only make Orochimaru feel fearful, but also show that he was fully capable of cooperating with him. At least, Orochimaru has now been told clearly, "Don't take me for a 9-year-old kid. You can't imagine my background. That's an old toad that's lived for 1,000 years. It's the ruler of Mount Myaboku and the master of the Sage of 6 Paths. He once taught them the magic arts." "What?" Orochimaru was shocked. Shenlong's words were too shocking, and he expressed doubts about it. "How could you possibly know this?" Shenlong closed his eyes pretending to be profound, then shook his head meaningfully and said, "Orochimaru, there are some things that you will never be able to understand even if you spend your entire life. Your vision, your tolerance, and your cognition are all too narrow. You are not qualified to reach a higher level." Shenlong's words were extremely harsh, but surprisingly, Orochimaru was not angry. At this moment, he was only filled with doubt and deep shock. He doubted Shenlong's words, and even doubted himself. You should have seen the white snake sage in Ryuchi Cave, right? There's a similar toad sage in Mount Myaboku, but both the white snake sage and the toad sage are just descendants of that old toad. Shenlong originally wanted to tell Orochimaru the name of the old toad, but when he saw Orochimaru's mouth open and unable to say anything, he gave up the idea of continuing to provoke him. Orochimaru was now completely certain of a fact, that is, Uchiha Katsurin was indeed possessed by another body, and the one occupying his body was most likely an old monster who had lived for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know these things. If he knew these things when he was in his 40s, Orochimaru would not dare to think so, but the problem is that he is only 9 years old. Orochimaru couldn't calm down for a long time, but Shenlong didn't intend to just waste time like that. See that yellow-brown waterfall in the distance? Let's take a closer look. That was the place where the Mount Myaboku toad oil was located, and Shenlong could recognize it at a glance based on his memory. The toad oil of Mount Myaboku has an extremely rich natural energy. It can even be said that it is a product of the condensation of natural energy. And this is the closest thing to what Orochimaru described, the thing called Immortal Uchiha. Watching Shenlong move over in an instant, Orochimaru frowned and hesitated for a moment before also moving forward. He actually did not support Shenlong's approach. After all, the building was not far from the waterfall. Orochimaru was extremely afraid of its existence. His sense of crisis reminded him to leave all the time. Hiding on a cliff, the two looked down at the waterfall, and the scene that happened there surprised them. They're shedding their skin. In the eyes of the two, little toads were bathing in toad oil, and layer after layer of old skin was broken off from their bodies. No wonder the snakes are so eager to seize Mount Myaboku. With this spring, the snakes can shed their skin more easily, and even become larger and stronger. They may even transform into dragons. I need this toad oil for my research, Orochimaru said excitedly, licking the corner of his mouth. Time is running out. Hurry up. Duh. Chapter 50. Shenlong nodded without saying anything. He could only do as Orochimaru asked. After all, this matter concerned his own body. 3 Magatama appeared in his eyes. He observed the toads that were shedding their skin, and then quickly disappeared. Soon, in Orochimaru's sight, a juvenile, adult-size, toad in the molting stage appeared in his field of vision. He saw the toad glance at where he was, and then jumped straight towards the toad spring. Sharingan's controllability is truly terrifying. Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He knew that the toad was completely controlled. Shenlong controlled the toad to jump into the oil not far away, and then imitated other toads to shed their skin. Its actions did not attract the attention of other toads, including a blue toad with a strong aura by the spring. This special blue toad is obviously a supervisor, which is the biggest reason why Shenlong still has to be cautious even when controlling the toad's actions. Shenlong toad dives into the bottom of the spring from time to time. He wants to explore this mysterious place carefully. Hey, kid over there, don't play around too much. Leave as soon as you're done shedding your skin. It's not good to soak for too long, especially at your age. The blue toad suddenly spoke. His voice was very good, and even Shenlong, who was hiding far away, could hear it clearly. Shenlong's toad stopped moving when he heard the words, and then gradually calmed down. Quack! TSK, another dumb toad? Why are the little toads awakening so slowly this year? Before Shenlong's toad could react, a toad of about the same age next to it immediately said in dissatisfaction. Who said we can't talk? Quack! I'm telling you, don't look down on a poor toad, quack. Ha! Straighten your tongue before you speak, you little brat. While they were bickering and not paying attention, Shenlong's toad secretly swallowed a big mouthful of toad oil, and then prepared to go up. But before it left, it noticed that the natural energy in the waterfall above suddenly increased several times, and the originally yellowish-brown toad oil actually became a little clear. You are so lucky. You actually encountered a water vein explosion, and the life-giving water of the fairy spring overflowed. This kind of situation only happens once every 10 years. I didn't allow you to soak too much just now, but now there is no such restriction. Water veins, fairy springs, water of life. Such a thing actually exists. He was deeply shocked by the words of the blue toad. He never expected that the immortal treasure recorded in ancient books really existed. This spring water that dares to call itself the water of life is likely to be able to heal his body. Shenlong felt itchy when he thought about it. The next moment, he controlled the little toad to jump over the waterfall. However, before it could jump far, it was rolled back by a long tongue. It looked back and saw that the owner of the tongue was the blue toad. You little brat, that's where adults shed their skin. What are you doing up there? Plus, There's a barrier that seals the fairy spring. If you accidentally walk in, you'll be dead. It's very dangerous. The blue toad suddenly warned seriously that it had not yet discovered anything abnormal about the little toad. Shenlong's toad froze for a moment after hearing this, then shook its head and jumped into the toad oil again. After swallowing a new mouthful of toad oil, Shenlong directly controlled the toad to leave the toad spring. The blue toad looked at its back and snorted, "Another idiot." In a secluded place, Shenlong and Orochimaru gathered together. Orochimaru found a large lotus leaf, took the toad oil spit out by the toad, and then shattered the toad's brain with his hand. Shenlong frowned at this, but Orochimaru said nonchalantly, "Don't underestimate the toads here." Shenlong was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't care about anything. After all, he was not a good person, and he didn't have a kind heart. "It's almost time, we should go." After saying this, Orochimaru slapped the ground with one hand, and the ground slowly turned into a swamp. The dead toad quickly sank into the ground. After a while, the ground returned to its original appearance. After doing all this, the two returned the same way and came to the side of the subadult toad. Before leaving, they knocked the toad unconscious and hid it. At this time, it had not woken up yet. He opened its bloody mouth and then jumped into it with Orochimaru. A moment later, even though the toad had fainted, it was still summoned by a ninja from Konoha. The familiar bumpy feeling suddenly appeared and quickly disappeared. The two of them understood and opened the toad's mouth. Seeing the familiar place, they jumped out. "I just heard a very useful clue." As soon as they left Mount Myaboku, Shenlong couldn't wait to say it. Hearing this, Orochimaru ordered the waiting ninja to leave. "What makes you so anxious? Could it be that you have some clues about that thing?" Shenlong suddenly laughed and said, "Ha, you really can't hide anything from me. I did find out." The two of them found an izakaya, and Kitsurin told Orochimaru the information he had gathered. He didn't intend to hide it. After all, he couldn't accomplish anything on his own, and he still had that self-awareness. At this stage, he still needs to use Orochimaru. At least he needs to rely on him until his body recovers to normal. This feeling of relying on others is uncomfortable, but Shenlong has to do this at this time. After all, his strength is still too weak. "There really is such a thing," Orochimaru said in disbelief. "According to what you said, that water vein must be the source of Mount Myaboku's vast energy, and the immortal spring is its core. A place like this must be extremely strictly guarded. It is almost impossible to sneak in and obtain the water of life." The sudden cold water extinguished Shenlong's enthusiasm. The hope of obtaining the water of life was indeed extremely slim. With their current conditions, they had no way of competing with Mount Myaboku, and there was no possibility of seizing the water of life by force. In fact, they currently don't even have the conditions to steal. First, they didn't know the specific situation there, and they were not clear about the guarding force there. Second, they didn't know the specific level of the sealing barrier, but it couldn't be a simple seal. It was the core of Mount Myaboku, and the depth of its 1,000-year heritage was beyond his imagination. "For now, let's study this toad oil and see if it can heal your body." Shenlong nodded upon hearing this and temporarily put aside his greed. He knew that it was useless to think too much about such things. If he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it. If he forced himself to plan it, he might even lose his life. "Oh, I can only pray that this toad oil works for me."
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.